Chapter 201 The Heaviness of Friendship with Big Belly. After more than 20 magic props, after more than half an hour of bargaining, the final purchase price was set at 1.97 million eris. Deducting the material cost of magic props, husband, we made 330,000 eris today. Huai's mother was very excited. This was probably the largest profitable income of their family this year. Hey, the lady opposite, we haven't left yet. You just told us the cost of the magic props. Is it really okay? Darkness started to complain. Ha, you have already given the money. Even if our transaction is completed, you can't regret it. Hearing this, Wei hurriedly put away the money. I won't go back on my word, but Mr. Piao Sanlang really doesn't consider making magic props with simpler structures and more realistic practical uses. No, if the magic props I made are too ordinary, then even if they are made, it will be meaningless. Piao Sanlang refused decisively. He had the character of the Red Devil's general pursuit of extraordinariness. Since that's the case, we won't bother you too much and say goodbye. Wiz stood up and said, then wrapped the magic props he purchased and tied the package around his neck. The package and her entirely black robe made her look like a big black snail with a shell on her back. Hey, Broly, we're going back. Akia leaned her head and shouted to the disciple who seemed to be playing ox games with the new girl again. No. Broly responded. Hey, are you trying to escape? Huai asked immediately with her hips on her hips. I have lost 3 times in a row, why is your sister in a hurry to ask this? Hust was a little puzzled. You don't know, my sister is a person who never easily admits defeat. Xiaomi's voice is very loud and she explains it to her own devil. Hey, you two. I can hear the sound of your speech. Huai turned her head and stared at the demon and sister behind her with some dissatisfaction. Then I'm here. Broly looked at the situation of the big tic-toe and deliberately drew X to the irrelevant right. Yeah, I won. After Huai connected the 3 OS into a line, she waved the branches and shouted happily. Huai happiness value rises. Seeing this, Broly was very happy and sincerely offered his congratulations to the girl. Congratulations, you are so awesome. Thank you, do you think I will say that to you? You just now clearly planned to draw X in a place that did not block my 3-0 connections, and you should lose to me on your own initiative. After being congratulated by the boy, Huai's happy expression quickly curled up. She was not a fool, so how could she not tell that Broly lost on purpose? Well. Just when Broly didn't know how to respond, Huai waved her hand. Forget it, I will win the final one anyway. It is also a good thing to save each other's time. Broly. Tomorrow, don't forget to treat me to dinner. Knowing that the boy was leaving, Huai didn't forget to remind her. After playing Ox Tic-Toe game with the other party, Huai felt that the boy was a friend. At least, the other party's friendship is not that heavy. Hey, Broly, are you going to stay in this village? In the evening, when Wiz talked about his new destination to go to tomorrow, he learned from the boy who was preparing to sleep on the floor in the same room that the other party was going to stay in this village. Hey, why? Darkness was a little puzzled. She had only been out for a day and didn't understand why Broly suddenly left the team. Because I've made new friends here. Broly honestly explained the reason why he wanted to stay in this village, but this reason was somewhat subtle. What kind of friends are more important than going out with us to play? Miss Darkness, we didn't come out to play, but we went out to buy magic props. It's a new friend who is almost the same as you and Wiz. Broly answered. Darkness and Wiz still have some brains. When he came over the corner, Akia next to him had already understood it in seconds, but he directly revealed the answer. So, Broly, what girl do you like in that family, or are you both interested in both? It's Huai, she is Xiaomi's sister. She came over tonight and made friends with me, and I agreed immediately. Broly said with a look of good things. So it's such a friend who is the same as us. Darkness complained, and it seemed to be a bit delicious. But from its unchanged happiness value, it can be seen that this guy actually doesn't care much about this matter. That night, Darkness was pulled into a dream by Broly because he deliberately wanted to be beaten by Huster today. When she woke up the next day, Darkness could feel the soreness of her muscles. It was some of the impact of the dream illuminating reality on her body, and it was because of consciousness that deceived her body. We'll go to other places to see if there are any magic props. After purchasing enough magic props, we'll come back to find you. Wiz said goodbye to the boy and used teleportation magic to take people away from the Red Devil village. However, in Broly's perception, the three of them were not teleported too far away. After thinking about it, Broly took off to chase after him. Less than 3 seconds after Akia and the other two arrived at the new teleportation coordinates, he rushed over. Actually, I can still travel with you Master Akia, but in my spare time, I will go back to the Red Devil village to find new friends to play. Wiz looked at the traces left by the boy after he flew over, feeling a little silent. Her relationship is good, and her teleportation magic that makes people fly thousands of miles apart is just a matter of the other party moving at high speed in the air for a few seconds. After knowing that Broly had the ability to fly at high speed, Wiz gave him the acquired magic props. Let him take him back to Axel and hand him over to the demon clerk Barnier in the store, and the price is increased and it is on sale immediately. To be honest, Wiz can also rely on teleportation magic to achieve the work of Axel back and forth multiple times a day, but the magic power will be consumed a lot. Don't you eat more? I can't eat it anymore. So you want to drink something? Huai waved her hand quickly and refused the water that Broly handed over. She had to take back what she had said before, the other party's friendship was too heavy. If you ask him to treat him to a meal, you can directly make yourself and your sister's belly bigger. Sister, I'm so full and can't eat it anymore. Me too, hiccup. The two sisters' belly bulges had a small circle. What else do you want to eat, or do you have something to ask me to help with? After leaving the hotel, Broly asked afterwards. I want to go home and sleep now. In the autumn season, people want to lie down after eating and drinking, and Huai said what she wants to do most now. Understood. Broly nodded, then came to her crotch with Huai's screams, directly carried the other party's thin legs with her shoulders, raised the other party, and ran towards the other party's home. Ah, Xiaomi also wants to go home to sleep. When Xiaomi saw that her sister was carried away, she immediately shouted behind her, as if a passenger who had not gotten in the car but was watching the car driving away. Fortunately, Broly's rickshaw could take care of people. After hearing the words, he turned a corner in front and ran back. When he started again, Huai was riding his shoulders, and Xiaomi was riding his sister's shoulders, forming a posture of multiple human body riding the neck structure diagram. When he ran across the cafe in this posture, he saw the situation reflected in the glass window, and suddenly the strange information of Lu Bulletin is invincible immediately, Dianwei is invincible under the horse, and Lu Bulletin is invincible in the world appeared in Broly's mind, and then he was I am also a Bulletin, and I should ride someone else on it. So, after carrying Huai and Xiaomi back to their home, Broly directly made a request to ride Huai. Ah, how could I? Chapter 202 Introduction to Friends. Hey, the demon over there, do you think we are invincible? Under Broly's invincibility, Huai promised to let the boy ride on his neck. Then, he came to Houston this posture, wanting the demon to evaluate the specific feelings after seeing the combination of the two of them. Isn't this just riding your neck? Why is it related to invincible? Houston felt a little confused. Everyone said that it is impossible to ride a neck, we will be invincible in the world. Huai lifted the boy off her neck and then asked, by the way, is there something strange hidden on your waist? Are you referring to my tail? Broly shook his tail around his waist in front of Huai. Hey, are you an Asian? Huai asked in surprise. No, I'm a Saiyan. Broly corrected it. After discovering that Broly had a tail, Huai became even more curious about Broly. However, when faced with the boy's increasing enthusiasm, she became a little nervous. Do you eat fruit? This is what I bought outside. Do you want a gem necklace? This necklace inlaid with mana ore can be used as an ornament or as a consumable for emergency magic when magic is missing. As he continued to receive various gifts from Broly, Huai's mood became heavier and heavier. Broly, don't do this. It's too good to me, but there is no reward. It was another gift-giving process. After Broly discovered that giving gifts could improve the corresponding happiness value of Huai, this became a must-do daily routine for him. However, it was only now that Huai clearly expressed his rejection. How come there is no reward? As long as I treat you well and the gifts I give you can make you feel happy, then this is the best reward for me. Broly said this very seriously, but in Huai's ears, the psychological burden of the red-eyed girl who wanted to convince herself to accept the boy's good deeds was even more serious. Listen, friends' relationships are equal. It's not that you just give me gifts to prove our friendship. Huai said this with red eyes. There is something wrong with their red devils, that is, when they are shy, they will all show their physiological reactions. To be honest, I have nothing to repay you now. Just being treated to you and being given gifts by you all the time will make me feel like a friendly villain who only asks for food but not returns. So, please don't treat me to eat or give me gifts. Hearing this, Broly, who was about to share with Huai, came over from Axel, and leaned forward with frustrated. He had just met a new friend for a while and had just found a way to obtain happiness values from the new friend, but it was gone. Ah, Broly, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to be friends with me anymore? Huai. For those who have no friends, the rare friendship is too heavy. It's not the case. I'm really happy to be friends with you these days. I can have a full meal every day and I have been given all kinds of gifts. Xiaomi added next to it. By the way, when it comes to my friend, why don't I introduce you to a new friend tomorrow? Suddenly thinking of something, Huai changed the topic and said. In late autumn, a week after the incident of Huai's purchasing magic props, the daughter of the Red Devil clan leader Yu was suddenly called out by a girl whom she unilaterally identified as an opponent, actually a friend. She picked the most beautiful casual clothes at home and wore them on her body, and met her opponent, friend, in the little forest she had made an appointment with. Huai, you suddenly asked me out. Do you want to? Yu originally wanted to ask the question I wanted to play with myself during the holiday, but when it came to her mouth, the words became. Do you want to decide the outcome with me in advance before graduation? Ah, I messed up the matter again. When she first went to college, she obviously wanted to make friends with Huai. As a result, because of some tension, the words of making friends became the declaration of the old enemy. The setting of becoming a destined opponent with Huai directly. But this time, it's still the same. Although I don't mind giving you a defeat before graduation, I'm not asking you out today for this. Hey, then you're doing it. Yu widened her eyes. When she thought that her life without friends was finally about to have more precious life experiences of being asked by her friends during the holidays, she saw Huai pulling a boy out from behind a tree. I'll give you a grand introduction, Broly, my new friend. Gao Guang went out in Yu's eyes. She looked at Huai's intimate hugging the boy and introducing her identity to her, and she showed a reluctant smile. So, Huai, did you ask me out today to show off to me the new friends you made? Well, I actually have made new friends, and the newly grown Xiaohong and Xiaolu in the flower bed at home are both very good friends. Yu happiness value is decreasing. What's wrong with her? Broly looked at another wife girl who was recognized by Crystal Palace and couldn't help but ask Huai next to her. Yu is the daughter of the village chief's family, and she is also a strange and low-presented guy. When I first met her, she tried to talk to the wildflowers and weeds on the roadside. Huai introduced Yu's situation. Then she's okay with this. Broly was a little worried. No problem, I have a solution. As he said this, Huai walked forward. I saw her slap her left hand and her right hand raised her. 2 snaps made Yu, who was in a state of depression, come to his senses. Ah, what are you doing when you hit me with your chest? Covering her chest that was being beaten and shaking, she asked with a red face. I'm making you come back to your senses, and also letting you exercise your excess fat. Breasts are not fat. So, are you coming back to your senses now? Yu bulged her face and was a little angry. Huai, what do you want to do when you ask me out today? She asked. I didn't want to do anything, I just wanted to introduce this child to you. Huai pointed at Broly and said. Hey! You are my friend, and Broly is also my friend, and my friend's friend should be friends. I asked you out just to introduce you to you. Ah, you said I am your friend. Do you want to deny it? Of course not, well, Huai, thank you. Looking at Yu's somewhat moved look, Huai was speechless. This was also a guy with a very heavy friendship. And introducing 2 people who have no friends and are very heavy in friendship to get to know each other, which should make them the best friends, right? Huai thought in her heart. As for whether Broly can get along well with Yu after getting to know each other, Huai thinks it is still okay. Although Broly is generous, he likes to invite friends to dinner and give friends various precious gifts. But Yu is also the daughter of the clan leader, and her family is much better than hers. The two should be able to interact. Chapter 203 Reasons to Enter the Girls' Boudoir. In the early morning of late autumn, the sky had not yet fully lit up. As soon as the sky turned white, a figure wrapped in a powerful aura broke through the layers of clouds, leaving traces in the air, and fell at the entrance of the village in the Red Devil. "Oh, Broly, have you come to play with Huai again?" At the entrance of the village, Mr. Papeto, a hound in the dark night, had just come to hand over the door watch work. After seeing the boy falling from the sky, he greeted Broly. "Good morning, Brother Papeto. Well, I'm not here to play with Huai, today I'm here to play with Yu. Broly also greeted the young man covered in bandages and told him about his purpose in coming to the village today. "Yu? Hey, is there this person in our village?" Hearing this, Papeto was stunned. "She is the daughter of your patriarch." Broly reminded him. "So it's that child. She doesn't communicate much with the people in the village on weekdays, and she doesn't remember it for a while." Papeto suddenly realized, but explained himself, and did not remember the main reason for who the other party was. "Hey, does her presence feel so low?" Broly asked curiously. Although he had already known about some of his new friends yesterday, even other people in the same village now had no impression of the girl, which was a bit exaggerated. "You know, even the outside villager often comes here to find Huai to check happiness values. Most of the villagers of the Red Demon clan already know him and will say hello to each other when they meet him on the road. It's not so much that it's a low presence, it's better to say that the child is a little strange and is not in the same place as the others in the village." Papeto explained another sentence. "Is that true?" Broly didn't believe Papeto's words very much. After being introduced to Yu by Huai yesterday, the daughter of the patriarch was still easy to talk to. "My name is Yu. I am 13 years old this year. I was born on February 29th. Please take care of me in the future." She was very polite, made a very normal self-introduction, and stretched out her hand to herself with a red face. The girl's hands were very soft, almost comparable to Master Akia's hands. "Brother Papeto, do you eat egg tarts? I bought it from my house in the morning." Broly's hand moved, and a box of fresh egg tarts appeared in his hand, and he asked the bandage man in front of him. Papeto wanted to refuse, but when he smelled the scent of the egg tart, he took one from the box. "Thank you. By the way, you are going to find the patriarch's daughter, the patriarch's family is." He gave Broly a general range. The boy pointed his foot and jumped to the sky, and soon locked the house Papeto mentioned in the air. Although he can also rely on distinguishing the air and search slowly, it is more efficient to have someone to give me some guidance. "Brother Papeto, thank you for your guidance. I'll go find Yu to play. Be careful in Fanfiction. There is a petrified magic barrier in the square in our village." Papeto reminded him, but Broly had already flew away, and I don't know if he heard it. Dong 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 dong. Who? The door of the clan leader's big house was knocked, and the sound of sucking Peng came from inside. "It's me, Broly." Soon, a man with disheveled hair came to open the door and sucked the pajamas that Captain Peng was wearing, with a cool skull pattern, and the hand holding the door handle was wearing half-fingered gloves, which made people wonder if the other party was sleeping with this thing last night. "Why did you come to my house suddenly? Is there a problem with the little daughter of Piao Sanlang's family?" Yu Lu Peng still has a very impression of the boy. After all, it is rare in this world that he can defeat the superior demon at this age and keep up with their red devils. However, he thought there was something wrong with the superior demon. "No, it has nothing to do with Uncle Piasan Lang's house. I'm here to find Yu. Suddenly, Peng widened his eyes and asked directly, "Do you know Yu? I was just introduced to Huai yesterday and became friends with her." Broly answered honestly. Come in, come in." Hearing this, he looked very happy to suck Peng, and pulled the boy into the room. "I just said why Yu's child was so excited last night? It turned out that he had made new friends." Suzui Peng poured Broly a glass of honey water. "Maybe it was because I was too excited last night and went to bed too late. Yu haven't woken up yet. Don't I go up and ask her to get up?" "No, just let her sleep until she wakes up naturally. Broly doesn't like to be woken up when he sleeps. He judges others by himself, and thinks that the same should be true for new friends. He is worried that after Yu is awakened, he will beat his old father like himself, so he waves his hand and refuses." "Hey, you are so considerate. It's great that Yu can make new friends like you. I've always been worried that she won't make friends. Since she went to school, she has never brought friends home." As he sucked Peng, he thanked Broly for being friends with his daughter, which made Broly believe Papato's words. After saying thank you, the two men, one big and one small, fell into an awkward silence. They sucked Peng and scratched their heads, looked at the boy and asked, "Did you eat in the morning?" "Not yet. Would you like to eat some at my house?" Broly did not refuse, but took out the food he bought from his portable space. "I bought some food and wanted to share it with Yu after she woke up." Sharing food is considered a common method in Broly's cognition that can increase the value of happiness. Do you eat so much in the morning?" Looking at the various foods taken out by the boy from some kind of space prop, Peng Yu felt that his perception of breakfast had been refreshed. Share food to new friends you just met, always be more generous. Mainly, Broly didn't know what Yu liked to eat, so when he came to the Red Devils this morning, he bought all the breakfast that Axel could buy. Compared to his breakfast on weekdays, the amount of food is a little smaller, but there are enough types. "You are really good to your friends." I felt aroused by the feeling of sucking Peng and didn't take out the simple breakfast at home. I need to deal with something in the village. If the sun rises to the branches of the tree in the yard and my daughter is not awake, you can go to her room to wake her up. Well, her room is the first room on the left side of the second floor. After Su Huipeng put on his clothes, he started to order Broly on the sofa. "Captain, are you still going?" Outside, Zikbei brought a group of middle-aged men of the Red Devils to urge him. "So, Chief Peng, are you going to fish?" "Ahem, there have been fewer fish in the village recently. I am planning to lead my tribe to the beach to solve this important problem." He sucked Peng seriously and left his home to the boy to take care of him. "My daughter, please, don't let her be late to school." After saying this, the Red Devil clan leader carried a fishing rod and fishing gear on his back. The Red Devil clan, who was dressed up in a similar manner, left the village directly with teleportation magic. "So, is that why you're in my room?" Yu, wearing pink pajamas, exposed most of the snow-white shoulders and a small hemisphere, asked. Broly nodded. He was told by the other party's father and only came up to enter the room after watching the sun rise to the branches. Chapter 204 The Red Devil's Debut Training. "I'm sorry, I was a little over-examination just now. Thank you very much." Just as I got up, I saw someone standing at the bedside, looking at me without saying a word. Yu was really scared. "I want to change my clothes. Can you go out first?" Yu, who has recovered from his senses and wants to change his clothes, said to the boy a little embarrassedly. Broly nodded and walked out of the room obediently. Broly already knew about it after living with Akia and others for so long. Some wives don't mind being looked at by themselves when changing clothes, but some will mind. For example, Akia is the former, Wiz is the latter, and darkness changes from the latter to the former. As for Yu, it is obviously the latter now. Not long after, Yu changed her clothes and came out in a magic school uniform. In late autumn, her school uniform is still short skirt and short sleeves. However, Broly knew that the school uniforms of the Red Devil's school had engraved constant temperature magic. "Sorry." After Yu came out, he apologized to him. "Why do you apologize?" Broly was a little confused. "I didn't recognize you right away." Yu was a little worried about gains and losses. Just now, she was worried that the boy would have the idea of hating himself because of his excessive reaction just now and would not be friends with him. "This is how it is when I wake up and don't wake up. Instead, I scared you, so I should apologize to you. Nothing happened. You just came over to get me up. If you didn't call me up, I would definitely be late to go to school today. But I didn't wake you up." "Who called me?" "No one called me, you woke up by yourself." Broly answered. "What time is it now?" Hearing this, Yu asked quickly. "I don't know, but the sun has reached the sky." "Ah, late. Yu was a little panicked. She was a good boy. "I've never been late to school." "Is it bad to be late?" Broly asked. He had only experienced this kind of thing in his first world for a few days. "It's bad, it's not that, but it will attract a lot of attention." "Isn't it good to attract attention?" Broly doesn't understand very much. If Hui has such an opportunity, she will definitely not let it go. "I don't like being noticed very much." An answer with ease. After being transparent for a long time, I feel very uncomfortable being paid attention to. Just thinking about the situation that has attracted attention, Yu is a little afraid. What should I do now? Broly asked. But Yu had no choice, it was her fault to oversleep. With her personality, it is impossible to blame the boy just because the boy didn't wake him up. I have no choice but to go to school and apologize to the teacher. Then I'll go with you to apologize. I should have woken you up, but I didn't do that. Your lateness has something to do with me. You don't need it anymore. Oversleeping is the reason for me. Yu waved his hand quickly. Aren't we friends? Acting in the name of a friend makes it difficult for Yu to refuse. Where is the school? On the mountain over there. Then let's go. Broly said, and carried Yu up in a way that resisted Huai. Amid the roar of exclamations, he took her toward the Red Prison Academy of the Red Devils. It's really strange. Yu is actually late. I could see the empty space in front of me and couldn't help but ask the girl in front of the right. Huai, do you know what's going on with Yu? How do I know her situation? Aren't you the best friends? Nothing is wrong, don't talk nonsense. Huai blushed and denied. However, Yu's lateness may be because she was too excited last night because of some happy things and slept too late, so she didn't get up this morning. This should be the case. Huai touched her chin and suddenly realized that she knew a lot about this friend. No, that guy is too simple and easy to see through. But his somewhat arrogant personality still made Huai quickly deny her understanding of her classmates in her heart. The morning class was conducted outside, and it was probably a dialogue-type course. Your old rival Yu didn't come. Do you want to form a team with me? I had enough to touch the cross-blind mask I wore on my left eye today and asked. Since you want to seek defeat in me so much, then I, Huai, will satisfy you. Huai lowered the brim of the hat, but said coolly. Today is the on-site training. As we all know, the appearance of our Red Devils must be handsome and not too ordinary. Only in this way can we leave a deep impression on others. So, the morning course is to train everyone's ability to appear. Now, give students time to imagine the handsome appearance. The teacher will click on the name later and let the person who is named to come up and perform. Teacher Pyokin said, and one hand was raised in the crowd, which was Huai's hand. Huai, what's the problem? Teacher Pyokin, we have not mastered magic now, so we can't perform handsomely, right? It's well said, but this is not a problem. The most important thing for our Red Devils is to have the ability to imagine handsomeness. Even without the assistance of magic, you can show off your momentum to make a handsome appearance. The handsome appearance you imagine is also a reference for what kind of magic you choose to learn in the future. Then teacher, can you show us a demonstration first? I'll ask if I have enough. I'm worthy of being the third place in the grade, and I can do it enough. Teacher Pyokin praised him and suddenly made a sizzling dubbing from his mouth. I am Pyokin, a great magician who masters thunder magic, and will definitely replace the principal of the Red Prison in the future and become the first magic teacher of the Red Devil clan who is the strongest principal. So handsome. Without the assistance of magic, Teacher Pyokin can introduce himself so imposingly. The 10 students present were amazed and applauded. Ahem, that's about it. You know, in some places outside, you can't easily summon magic to assist yourself in the introduction. Therefore, we need to do this kind of imagination training so that we will not lose the face of our Red Devils in front of outsiders when we need to introduce ourselves in the future. The imaginary training began, and the girls of the Red Devils were thinking hard, and the test came soon. Sticky roll, you come first. Yes, darkness, my body is dark, I will appear in the darkness, just like the demon spirit from the abyss of darkness. Your idea of appearance is very good, but the limitations are too great. Magic, even the superior magic, cannot turn day and night, so this appearance method can only be used at night. The teacher can only give you 75 points, the next one. Flame, Teacher Pyokin, I will summon countless flames to accompany me, and I will appear in the flames like an immortal bird, and there will be a rain of fire like petals falling around me. It's great if you know it enough. Just listening to your description, the teacher can already feel that handsomeness and beauty. However, you need to remember not to give some combustible materials around you. Well, 95 points, next one, Yu. Hey, where is Yu? After calling his name, he found that no one came up to perform, and Pyokin felt a little strange. He raised his head and saw other students looking at him speechlessly. Yu hasn't come to school yet, teacher, don't you know? Ah. Chapter 205 Score on the Stage. The Red Devils, only 11 freshmen from the Red Prison Academy this year, but one less ranked second. It has only been discovered now, which is enough to show that Yu Yu's usual sense of existence is low. Ahem, of course the teacher knows that Yu Yu hasn't come. I asked, just to see if everyone cares about their classmates. Pukin coughed twice, defended himself, and then continued, since Yu Yu hasn't come, then, next. Before he could finish his words, a strong airflow fell from the sky. In order to maintain high-speed flight, Broly spread the air around him to form a barrier. When I was carrying the landing slowly and quickly, a large area of barrier directly caused a strong wind to blow underneath. Broly landed steadily, while a group of red demon girls were blown to the ground. Even the great magician Pukin had to lie on the ground to prevent himself from being blown away by the wind. I'm sorry, Mr. Pukin, I'm late. Yu Yu's face was red. After falling off the boy's shoulder, she quickly apologized to the teacher on the ground. 99 points. However, Pukin, who was lying on the ground, suddenly spoke. Hey! Yu Yu was confused by these stupid words. You use the excuse of being late, but you appear in a sudden appearance from the sky. The teacher gives you 99 points. Although this kind of appearance is not the most handsome, the level of surprise is completely enough. Pukin explained his reasons for scoring high. However, I hope you don't use such a big noise next time. If the tulip flower spirit on the flower bed is scared away, the teacher will definitely be deducted from the principal's salary. After getting up from the ground and confirming that the tulip flowers on the other side of the flower bed did not run away, Pukin felt relieved. Yu Yu, I didn't expect you to be like Yu Yu. You are like a dull melon gourd on weekdays, but you're a big shot at critical moments. Damn it, you pretended to be. After the girls of the Red Demon clan got up, they all praised Yu Yu, who suddenly became sociable. By the way, how did you come down from heaven? Because the strong wind came so suddenly, they were blown down. Except for Pukin, who barely opened his eyes to see, no one among the students saw how Yu Yu came down from the sky. Oh no, although Huai also lay down, she guessed where the ability to fall from the sky came from. Hey, Broly, why don't I have such a good thing? Yu Yu has known you for less than a day, and you have such a good thing. When Yu Yu was surrounded by other classmates, Huai pulled the boy who came with her to the side and questioned him a little dissatisfiedly. What a good thing. Broly didn't understand why. It's just something that fell from the sky. Damn it, she snatched the limelight away. Huai was a little angry. Yu Yu overslept because I didn't wake her up, so I sent her over. Of course, Broly didn't give such an explanation. He just looked at Huai, who looked a little envious, and asked her, so, do you also want to fall from the sky? Yes, I can take you up now and then take you down. If Huai wants to experience the feeling of falling from the sky, Broly doesn't mind helping her experience it. Who wants to use the same way as Yu Yu? Huai hurriedly refused. Of course, her dodging eyes proved that she still wanted to give it a try. However, it is definitely not a try now. My appearance should have appeared with the powerful burst magic. Huai said so. Huai, haven't you given up on wanting to learn that funny magic? Teacher Pukin heard the girl here and walked over and asked. Explosion magic is not a funny magic. Huai quickly retorted. To learn that magic, you need very high skill points. After learning, the magic power required to release that magic is also very large. Even if we, the red demons, are born with extremely high magic value, at most, just 1 or 2 bursts of magic will be exhausted. The explosion magic has no other function except for its amazing destructive power. It is a pure destructive magic. Such magic, which consumes less magic and requires fewer skills to learn. There are also other more refined and advanced magic. Which one is better than the funny magic that can only release 1 or 2 shots, which will make people exhausted and have no practicality? Huai bulged her mouth. She knew that teacher Pukin was right, but she still didn't want to admit that burst magic is a funny magic. Oh! Seeing Huai's appearance, Pukin couldn't help but sigh. Their red devils had a lot of stubborn species, and Huai was obviously the stubborn species among them. Since you insisted, if so, the teacher will not deny you. I just hope you won't regret learning burst magic in the future. Teacher Pukin. Don't look at me with this touching gaze. We red devils are existences that live by implementing our own beliefs. We do not need to pay attention to the eyes of people from outside. We just need to endure all the sufferings brought by our own choices on the road we recognize, not regret it, and move forward straight. Pukin talked about the great truth. No, Teacher Pukin, I just want to ask, if I use burst magic as the auxiliary magic to introduce, you will give me a few points. Huai's eyes shining at him. Upon hearing this, Pukin was a little silent. He thought Huai was moved by the first teacher of the Red Devil clan like him. Is it a magic that uses burst magic as an auxiliary to introduce himself to himself? Or is it that it consumes a lot of magic, and after issuing a magic spell that may make you exhausted, you use your staff to support your tired body for an introduction? After thinking for a while, Pukin replied, if you can only release one burst of explosive magic, I will give you 0 points. But if you can release more than one burst of explosive magic to show your absolute destructive power, I can give you 80 points. Hey, are you only 80 points? 80 points are already very high. The magical visual effect brought by pure power is no longer as good as the magical visual effect of playing technology. Therefore, in recent years, the college recommends students to learn various magic that can create environmental effects. What if I add handsome spell chanting and release the burst magic? How do you want to chant? Pukin was a little curious. Humph, I've thought about the lines, for example, it's darker than black and darker than darkness, and I'm here to stay with the bright light of my true red, the arrival of the awakening time, the depravity of the absurd church. Chudo ma daddy. Hey, I haven't finished reading my handsome lines yet. Your lines are too long. Many people outside are impatient guys. Generally, they won't give you such a long time to recite the lines. If you read this line during battle, the long casting pre-shaking is enough to make the enemy react. Unless you hide and chant spells, but you hide and hide, who else do you chant? Pukin's words were reasonable and he asked Huai silently. Of course, your line introduction is pretty good, I can give you an extra 5 points. Chapter 206 Become a Wife After Becoming a Friend. The Red Devil's imagination of the training course ended with Yu who suddenly fell from the sky and was late to school, and ended as the first place in this class. After the course, it was time for the break. When Broly was preparing to share food with Yu, a girl from the Red Devils with excellent figure came over and greeted him. You are the annoying foreigner who Huai has been talking about recently. Is that annoying outsider who is pestering her? Annoying people from outside the village. Broly looked at the other party in confusion, not understanding what annoying he was. Is there any good idea? What are you talking nonsense? Have I ever said such things? Seeing the situation here, Huai immediately ran over and retorted. No, a few days ago, didn't you keep saying that you were very distressed and worried about being entangled by others? I could touch my chest with one hand and hold my chin with the other, and ask directly. My that is. Huai blushed, but she didn't know how to defend herself. Yes, Huai, that's what you said before. At this moment, other Red Devil girls also came over. If you don't remember, then let me imitate your speech, ahem. Dong Dong Mushroom coughed lightly and started talking like Huai's tone that complained about her troubles a few days ago. Hey, I'm really annoyed lately. Hey, why are you upset? Another girl named Rusty Red Devils is the supporting actor of the conversation. Of course I'm annoyed because I'm too popular. Do you know? I recently met a friend, and the enthusiasm of the other party puts a lot of pressure on me. He always treats me to delicious food and always gives me precious gifts. Even if I say no, he still does this. Alas, a popular person, that's. Enough is enough, don't say it anymore. Huai quickly waved her arms, trying to stop Dong Dong Mushroom from speaking in her imitation show. What if you don't say it? You looked very distressed by your popularity. Huai looked at the group of classmates who looked good in front of her and clearly realized that this group of people would not let her go easily, so she could only choose to accept her fate. I'm sorry, I was wrong at that time. I shouldn't show off to you. Please let me go. Hey, I'd better say that earlier. Broly looked at Huai's interaction with other Red Devil girls, a little confused. When he saw Yu standing at the edge, he was touching his stomach. He slipped over there and took out a box of egg tarts from his carry-on space. Yu, are you hungry? Do you want breakfast now? Yu, who was touching her stomach, thought she would be hungry for a day, but the boy who ran over suddenly turned out a box of egg tarts in his hand and raised it in front of her and asked directly. Ah, no need. Yu know I wanted to cause trouble for others, but the fragrance of the egg tart made her stomach scream without breakfast. The gurgling sound made most of the girl's face red, and even her ears turned red. Yu bit her lip before whispering, "Then let's have one. Is it enough to eat only one egg tart? Is your appetite so small? Why don't you try this yogurt soft bread?" Broly took out another very fluffy soft bread cube with yogurt inside. Just smelling it can smell the smell of the roasted wheat flour. Yu. My stomach screamed even harder. Just when Huai was forced to apologize for her vanity that had been shown before by other classmates, Broly had already taken out a picnic cloth, laid it on the lawn next to her, and took out all kinds of breakfast and delicacies bought from Axel from the space of Crystal Palace. "Hey, what's the smell? It smells so fragrant." The sticky roll smelled the food. When everyone heard this, they looked over and saw that they were camping on the college lawn. "Why are you still eating here?" Huai is not very able to understand the current situation. "I didn't eat in the morning, and Yu didn't eat in the morning. I'm sharing food with her." Broly answered rigorously. "This little honey cake is delicious," Yu said. "Huai." She tasted a little bit, it was obviously her treatment. "Add some cheese, some grilled sausage, and then add a piece of smoked meat. The sandwich is cured." Broly made a DIY sandwich and cut it with a knife, and handed it half to Yu and half to Huai who came here. "Thanks." After taking it, Huai subconsciously thanked her and only realized after taking a bite of the sandwich with salad sauce inside. She turned around and said to a group of classmates who were looking at her from behind, "I said before that I was annoyed, and a large part of it was because I wanted to show off in front of you. However, there are some things I haven't deceived you, that is, my friend, Broly, who really always treats me to delicious food. The girls of the Red Devils. The various foods in front of me were filled with picnic cloth, but they were really convincing." Broly made another DIY sandwich. Just as he was about to eat the sandwich in his hand, he noticed the eyes of the other 9 Red Devil girls present, and opened their mouths and closed them again. After thinking about it, Broly cut the sandwich in his hand in half, picked up half of it and handed it toward the Red Devil girl next to him, and asked, "Do you want to eat sandwiches too? Hey, is that okay?" After asking the question from the sticky book, she found that her family was in a hotel business, but she could see how solid the sandwich was used. It was definitely the best black pig smoked meat. "Since you are friends of Huai and Yu, you are also friends of mine, and I am willing to share food with my friends. Then, it's better to obey your orders than to be respectful." After saying that, she took the sandwich handed over by Broly. She took off her shoes and stepped onto the picnic cloth, but sat down next to her. "This is the best sandwich I've ever eaten. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yuju Huai. I am the best developed girl of the same age in the Red Devils. In the future, I will become a great writer and a great magician who controls the magic of the superiors. I'm Broly, hello. Sandwich, is there any more? Can I eat this bread? Where did you buy this egg tart? It smells so good." With the lead, other Red Devil girls also joined in. While introducing their names one by one, they picked up the food they liked on the picnic cloth and started eating it after Broly's consent. Among them, some sweets are the most popular, but some meat foods such as barbecue and grilled sausages. This group of Red Devil girls seemed to not catch a cold. "Broly. Can I ask you a question? If you have enough, you will ask suddenly. What's the problem?" Broly looked at the Red Devil girl who had a better figure than Yu. "How could you become friends with Huai and Yu? I'll ask directly if I have enough. In my investigation, the acceptance of our Red Devils by people from the outside village is actually not very high. And as I just introduced myself, I will be someone who wants to become a professional writer in the future. So, I want to learn from you, the outside villager, why the outside villager is willing to have a close relationship with our Red Devils. Unlike the ordinary Red Devils, he would be a Red Devil girl who is good at thinking and can analyze the Red Devils. She is aware of her own race personality and is unpopular in the outside world. Therefore, I was a little curious about what real opinions the people from the outside village who were willing to accept their Red Devils became friends had about them. There is no special reason. Huai and I will become friends because Huai takes the initiative to invite me to be her friends." Everyone looked at Huai, and the girl quickly lowered her head. She was embarrassed to tell her that she was at that time. "It is a situation where you want to get fleece. As for Yu, it was Huai who took the initiative to introduce it to my friend. Hey, is it just because of this? If you want to say something else, it's probably that after being a friend for a while, I want Huai and Yu to be my wife. Broly added. Ha, I'll just say, how could people from other villages easily accept our red devils? It turns out that they wanted Huai and Yu to be your wife. Ah. 11 red demon girls looked over at the same time, with a look of surprise and doubt in their eyes. Wait, can you repeat your words just now? Broly was puzzled, but he still repeated it. So, your purpose of being friends with Huai and Yu is actually impure. The other red devil girls looked at the boy's eyes and suddenly became a little subtle. Chapter 207. You don't want to be a scumbag, do you? The purpose of making friends with a wife is impure, which makes Broly confused. Should he skip the behavior of making friends and invite others to become his wife in one step? But if you do this, not only will the happiness value be lost, but you may also scare away your unfamiliar wife. Just when Broly frowned and planned to discuss with the well-developed red devil girl in front of her that becoming friends is an important preposition behavior, she said first, I'll ask, how old are you? This question dispelled Broly's words. The boy thought about it carefully and replied, what's wrong with 9 years old? He actually has no idea about his age, but Crystal Palace has age information to allow him to give correct answers. Are you 9 years old? That's the same age as your soft brother. With reference individuals, I nodded enough. In order to confirm the thoughts in her heart, she continued to ask, do you know what your wife means? Of course I know. Broly answered without hesitation. Then tell me. Hey, I know enough, why did you suddenly ask this? SHH, don't bother me, listen to the child's answer first. Ruo Huo asked Xiang Yu knows it well, but he was interrupted mysteriously by Yu. The girl looked at Broly with bright eyes, waiting for Broly's reply. My wife is a partner, a great person who provides me with food. Broly raised his chest and expressed his opinions on his wife. What else? What else? For example, after Yu becomes your wife in the future, what will you do with Yu? I can give an example to ask. Ah. Yu, who was mentioned, blushed directly. Hearing this, Broly thought about it, but found that he had no idea. Previously, after inviting others to become his wife, he quickly left those worlds. After leaving, he seemed to be unable to do anything, right? I have no idea. After thinking for a while, Broly still didn't know what he could do, so he could only answer this question honestly. I just knew it was. After receiving the boy's reply, he showed a clear look when he was satisfied. No, what's the case? Seeing that she was like this, other red devil girls were a little aroused and asked directly. Don't you understand? Seeing everyone shaking their heads, if you have enough, you can only ask one question. Did a boy who doesn't even know what to do when he finds a wife? Does his idea of finding a wife really come from him? Hearing this question, the girls around the red demons were thinking in silence, but Broly raised his hand directly, I found a wife for food. Normal food and better food are the driving force for Broly to travel through the world to find a wife. However, his reply did not seem to be accepted by the girls of the red devils who are turning on the brain mode. Shan Jian raised his eyebrows, you know enough, what do you mean? Someone must have guided him to do this. If you don't believe it, you can ask this child. The girls of the red devils looked at Broly. This, indeed. Broly admitted that after all, the one who Crystal Palace recognized was his wife. He was so proactive in making friends with others after being guided by Crystal Palace. Who is this person? Looking at Yu's blushing and shy look, do you think she is such a person? A group of red demon girls shook their heads, and Huai was also one of the people who shook their heads. Since it's not Yu or this child, who else can it be? Dong Dong Mushroom asked, and the girls present subconsciously turned their eyes to Huai on the side. Huai also turned her head, looked behind her, and found that there was no one behind her. She waited for 2 seconds before she realized, pointed to her nose, and asked in an incredible tone, are you doubting me? Ah! Some of the red devil girls turned their heads, but some nodded and admitted. In our perception, Huai, you are the person who is likely to do such things. Hey! I have never done this kind of thing to guide others to come to me as my wife. Huai quickly retorted. Like if I heard correctly just now, you took the initiative to invite this child to be friends, right? I will point out important doubts. It's true that this is true, but I don't know that he still wants me to be his wife. Huai defended her anxiety. Hearing this, Broly widened his eyes. Huai, don't you want to be my wife? He asked directly, as if he didn't believe in the girl and would refuse to be his wife. No, can you do whatever you want with your identity as a wife? Huai complained. But haven't you become my friend? Broly asked back. Who said that becoming your friend will become your wife in the future? If Broly was not too young and Huai was not a person in modern society, she would have said that she would have given a sharp complaint from public and true men. Broly. Suddenly, my wife and friends couldn't seem to be equating directly. In the past, when he proposed to be friends, he had a direct explanation meeting to inviting the other party to become his wife. But this time Huai took the initiative to come to her door and became her friend. Broly subconsciously agreed to the girl, and then she would agree to become her own wife. When you know that you will invite you to become your wife after you know that you will become your wife, are you still willing to continue to make friends with me in the situation of becoming your wife? Seeing the misunderstanding here, Broly thought carefully and solemnly asked Huai's specific thoughts next to him. Then of course this is. The Red Devil girl around her was no longer worried about who guided the boy and had the question of wanting to find a wife. One of them had lighter eyes than the other, and looked at Huai, whose face was already a little red, and she looked like she wanted to know what kind of answer the other party would give. Of course I have to let me think about it. Huai pinched the bun in her ear and didn't say anything. She refused. This is probably related to the situation when the other party treats her too well after becoming friends with Broly. But Broly gained a lot of favorability on Huai's side. Huai, if you keep others like this, you won't become a scumbag in the future, right? I could push the cross-blind mask and ask directly. What is a scumbag? The mushrooms are not solved. A scumbag is the women who like her and don't reply to the other party, letting the other party surround him and please him. If she had enough, she would be a precocious Red Devil girl. When she heard Dong Dong Mushroom ask, she would give her friends around her a popular story, and these were all seen from some popular novels nowadays. The medieval world has these things, but it is inseparable from the reincarnated people who were once reincarnated into this world. I won't become a scumbag. After hearing the scumbag's explanation, Huai immediately refuted. If I don't want to be your wife in the future, I will clearly reject you. She said this to the boy directly. Okay, then I will work hard to make you willing to promise to be my wife. Broly said seriously that it was a good situation in his opinion that it was not rejected by the other party on the spot. Is that true? But it's not so easy for me, Huai, to be taken down by you. Huai said with great momentum. Why is it like a duel? Others complained. You, what about you? Broly looked at another girl at this time, and was introduced to a new friend she knew by Huai yesterday. Ah, me. Yu didn't expect that there was still something she had about her. After being asked by the boy, she was stunned. Chapter 208 Fireproof, Theftproof and the Best Friend. If you are willing to be friends with me all the time, it should be natural for us to become husband and wife in the future, right? Yu said this with a blushing face, and she was willing to continue to maintain a friend with Broly under the conditions of becoming a boy's wife. Ah, Yu, you are so bold. The girls of the Red Demon clan did not expect to not eat Huai's melon, but instead ate Yu's melon, but exclaimed a little. No, I just feel that it may be difficult for me to find a partner to marry in the future, so. Yu lowered her head. Although she was only 13 years old now, she was also afraid that she might end up alone in the future. Well. Hearing Yu's explanation, the Red Devil girl around her stopped laughing and felt that the other party was really visionary. If we don't leave the village in the future, we will definitely marry other men in the village, but our generation seems to be all girls. Yes, the one closest to our age is your soft brother. By the way, your brother is really cute. Ah, I don't allow you to attack my brother. Hearing the words of other girls, the first brother of the contemporary Red Demon clan was soft and immediately waved his hand and started shouting. In the future, it will be a big problem for our generation to get married. If you have enough, you will say it a little deeper. Not to mention us, there are still many of the previous generations in the village who are single. Huai. After this discussion by her friend, she suddenly discovered that her race seemed to have a hidden crisis of reproduction. Yu, eat some more. Turning his head to look over there, Broly became more enthusiastic about Yu after getting the answer that Yu could agree. I'm full and can't eat it. Yu touched her full belly and refused. Do you need me to help you rub your stomach? Every time my master eats too much, he will ask me to help you rub it. Ah, this is not very good. Reality, this world is too realistic. After I said I should consider it, his attitude towards Yu was obviously better than me. Another week passed, and what happened this week made Hui finally couldn't help but complain when she was in school this day. This is also impossible. Yu's clear attitude will agree to become your wife in the future, but your attitude is unclear. If I were Broly, I would also please Yu who would agree to become your wife. It is normal for a boy to care more about Yu, and the so-called care more about Yu is actually just asking you more. In fact, no matter whether you bring delicious food or bring some good-looking gifts, as long as you have it, you will have Hui's share. I feel like a cover. Hui lay on the table and said listlessly. As long as Hui, you agree to be Broly's wife, right? Yu said something beside her, her face full of sweetness, and it was obvious that she was a girl who was in love. During this week, Yu experienced the sweet experience of having a young boyfriend who cared about him and took care of him. Humph, I'm not like you. In order to get a lifelong friend, I give myself for nothing. Seeing the girl next to her looking immersed in happiness, Hui felt a little angry and said, I just started to slam your mouth and started to slam your eyes. What does it mean to give it for free? Broly is so nice to me. He gives me a sumptuous lunch every day. After dinner, he will chat with me and listen patiently to me about boring topics. When my shoulders are sore, he will also rub my shoulders. Yu talked about the boy's good deeds to him this week, but finally shouted out, what's wrong with me like this? I'll give it to you for nothing? I don't look like Hui, you are a little unhappy when others are nice to you. After yelling at Hui, Yu ran out and she was going outside to welcome Broly's arrival. After leaving for a while, Hui lay down on the desk again, feeling a little uncomfortable. What's wrong with me? Hui was also a little confused about her situation. You are jealous. I can answer the conversation. What, will I be jealous of her? Hui stood up straight and wanted to refute what she knew well. Why can't you? For example, if one day your sister Xiaomi only calls me sister and not your sister, how would you feel? Xiaomi is my sister, how could she just call you sister instead of me? I mean, if that happens, how would you feel? Think about it carefully, is it the same as what you think of Yu now? And this is called jealousy. You were jealous of the boy you were kind to you, but now you are better at Yu than you, and I feel a little unbalanced. Hui wanted to refute it, but found that it seemed like this, and she was really a little jealous. But I feel a little too ridiculous to just promise to be someone else's wife. Jealous, but there was no way. I wanted to shout out that I came first, but I found that I didn't have this position to say this. Then, just refuse directly. As long as you refuse, it's not your business, you shouldn't feel jealous. If you have any suggestions, please. But Hui hesitated a little. As Yu said, Broly was really good to them. Hui, if you can't make a decision, it will be you who will be uncomfortable. I can say enough. I understand, I will make a decision today. Hui felt that it would make sense to say enough, and she could not continue like this. Inexplicable jealousy would only consume her energy out of thin air. It's worthy of you. Hui I know should be a decisive person. I would praise you enough. Broly, I decided not to be your wife, so it doesn't matter if you don't give me this meal. When Broly came to deliver her food, Hui showed her determination to have a hungry meal and said to him. Broly was just a little disappointed about this, but he had no intention of taking back the lunch given to Hui. After all, if it is not considered his wife's identity, Hui also introduced Yu to her middleman. Yu is a very easy to satisfy young lady girl. She only needs to eat and talk with her every day, and the happiness value of the other person will rise slowly. Although there is a limit on the added happiness value every day, the requirements for Yu happiness are really low, and it can be said that it is gone. Hey! After formally expressing his opinion, Hui only felt much more relaxed. Even when facing Yu's surprised gaze, she could raise her head and look over with a smile. It seemed that the morning quarrel had been forgotten, and she was no longer jealous. I can do it enough, thank you. After making the decision, I'm much more relaxed now. Hui sincerely thanked the girl next to her. No need to thank you, this is your own decision. When I was able to wave my hand, I came to the boy who was having dinner with you. Broly, Huai rejects you now. Have you considered my plans? Next to him, Huai, who was about to start dinner, heard this, and her hands holding chopsticks and expressions on her face were stiff. Chapter 209 The Counterattack of the Male Palace Girl. If you know enough, what do you mean? Huai slapped the table and asked directly. It's not interesting, I just want to have a college romance. I would not hide it enough and answer Huai's question directly. Before entering school, I was thinking about having a romantic relationship in the college. But after entering school, I didn't expect that our class was full of girls. Fortunately, the goddess of luck favored me more and actually made a boy come to the academy. Although this boy is a little younger, he can still be a partner to experience a relationship. However, before, he seemed to be only interested in you and you, but now that you rejected him, I was thinking about whether I could make up for the free position on your side. Ah, you fishy cat. After listening to the explanation, Huai got a little crazy and pointed at Neko who was good at it, saying that she was despicable and shameless. Huai, what you said is a bit unreasonable. It's not that you don't agree to be someone else's wife and date the other party. I just don't think you, as a friend, are tortured by jealousy, so I urge you to make a decision. Ha, I won't agree to continue making friends with him by becoming his wife. Would you agree to his request? Huai asked back. I can. If you have enough, you will not immediately. What? I said I can. Anyway, I can't think of what kind of person my future partner will be. Instead of being a little bad guy, such as those older young people in our village, it's better to find someone who can be gentle to me and take good care of myself. She was very serious when she was able to say this. In the future, she wanted to be a professional writer. If she had a partner who took care of her life very carefully, she thought it would be a very good thing. Of course, it is not a scam to want to have a college romance. If you have enough, you really want to have this kind of experience to increase your future writing material. Before, I had thought about whether to try a relationship with other girls, but before she could think about it, a special boy suddenly broke into the academy. The boy's appearance was a bit special, starting with Huai's showing off. When he first met, the other party fell from the sky with leisurely eyes. Later, he asked him to experience the feeling of going to heaven, so he also agreed easily and helped them go to heaven. After observation, I think the boy is a very good date. Although he is a little younger, only 9 years old, she is only 13 years old. The difference between 4 years old is nothing, and her parents are still 7 years away. Huai. Of course, if you don't want to be replaced by me, then you can also regret the decision you made just now. After he was able to say his thoughts, he smiled and said this to Huai. For a moment, other Red Devil girls who were eating melons were also a little confused about whether she really wanted to take the opportunity to replace Huai with the boy, or just wanted to tease Huai, so that she could think carefully about whether the decision was true. Huai was a little shaken, and when she was able to look at her, she smiled at her, as if her scheming best friend would become the best wingman and the best friend's psychological counselor at any time. Sorry, I can do it if you want to be friends with me, that's okay, but it won't work if you want to be my wife. But at this moment, Broly next to him spoke and refused to have enough fill. I was surprised and made a sound, and moved the decorative eye mask to the other eye, and looked at Broly with a strange look. In terms of appearance, I have a cute face that is not inferior to Huai. In terms of body shape, among girls of the same age, I have the best physical development. In terms of relationships, we got along well before. Why should we refuse to make up for Huai and become your wife? If she had enough, she would be a little puzzled, but her EQ was relatively high. She knew that the boy was not very good at twists and turns, so she asked directly. Huai is special, you are different from her. Broly replied. What's different? When she was asked enough, she lowered her head, but she could only see her chest. She turned her head to look at Huai. It happened that Huai also subconsciously lowered her head at this time, but she could only see her toes. If this is different, it's really different. If Broly just wants to hug girls with their own characteristics, breast size, then she can't do anything about it, she will never do it. If you want to experience a relationship, do you still find a way to make your breasts smaller? For some reason, I really want to hit someone now. Huai clenched her fists. She felt that her mind was very calm at this moment, but her eyes were staring fiercely. She could see her. Calm down, Huai, we are magicians, it's not good to use violent means. If you have enough, you will quickly persuade me. Huai is a wife recognized by Crystal Palace, but you are not. Broly told the truth. Crystal Palace, what is Crystal Palace? If you have enough, you will turn your attention back and ask. As she asked, what was Broly's standard for finding a wife, and the identity of a visitor from another world he traveled through time, was also exposed. If you put it outside, no one might believe this, but this is the territory of the Red Devils. After hearing that the boy had this setting from another world, some of the Red Devils girls who were just watching the show were now looking at him with a bright look. Traveling through another world to pursue your true love, ah, what a romantic love this is. If you can say with a look of admiration. Regardless of the identity of the visitor from another world or the marriage decided by the Crystal Palace, they all touched the XP of this group of red demon girls. When these young girls in the classroom who are in love often discuss their future objects, the future objects they discuss always have a distinct characteristic, that is, the extraordinary elements on their bodies. While the spirit of the entire Red Devil race is pursuing extraordinariness, except Yu, how could this group of young Red Devil girls accept the ordinariness of their future partner? They are all taller and want to find a super powerful partner in the future. This object can be the world brave who defeated the Demon King, or the dragon-slaying warrior who deals with evil dragons. Even if the brave will eventually become the Demon King and the dragon-slaying warrior will become a new evil dragon, the extraordinary elements on their bodies can also be accepted by them. Of course, most of the Red Devil girls have experienced the extraordinary longing for their future partners when they were young, but in the end they will always be reduced to accepting ordinary results. Become a married man of the same race who is just a deep secondary disease and is also a little pretentious, and live an ordinary but fantasy of extraordinary life. This is also the love result of their parents and most of the Red Devils. However, this result is often the case when they cannot find a partner and are urged to get married after many years. But now, Broly, are you interested in adding more of my name to your Crystal Palace list? The destined love is a destined love that travels through the world and comes to find visitors from another world who are truly love. This setting is great. Agree, so add my name. I also want to experience a destined special relationship. Broly. He didn't understand why these Red Devil girls who were older than him wanted to join his Crystal Palace so much. Dear sisters, if I could add my name myself, I would have added it long ago. He could only explain this. Ah, I almost forgot that this child also has the attributes of younger brothers. I licked my lips softly and suddenly realized that the boy was also good. After all, it is impossible for her to really attack her younger brother in the future. But if you attack other brothers, it is okay. No, why are you giving it to me for nothing? Huai couldn't bear it when she looked at the grand registration event on Broly. She felt that these classmates were all here to join in the fun. Yu, are you just watching these groups of Baichia next to you, fighting for your future husband to say nothing? Huai has no position, but she found Yu who has a position and wanted to encourage Yu to stand up and protect her true love partner. If they really want to join in, that's not impossible. The more friends they have, the better. Yu had no sense of confrontation at all. After accepting the two settings of wife is a friend and friend's friend is also a friend, she was a little lonely before and didn't mind that she could have more friends named Broly's wife around her. After all, Broly has more wives and more friends. You, a guy who lacks friends, cannot understand the so-called love, it should be a private property. Huai complained angrily, then squeezed into the crowd and grabbed Broly's collar, and asked the boy, I have repented my decision now and am going to be your wife in the future, so can I repent? That's okay. Broly nodded and saw the scene of Huai who received the exact answer, transforming into the guardian of true love the next moment. You group of hateful Baichi, please welcome the anger of the Meiseioku. Huai, who claimed to be the official palace, rushed into the crowd and began to kill. Well, she slapped her in all directions. Any girl with good development and obvious breasts was hit hard by her breasts. But if she didn't have obvious breasts, but her butt was more perky, her butt was striking. Huai's methods were so cruel and vulgar that it made a group of Red Devil girls scream. Do you know you're wrong? In the end, the villain will be suppressed to the ground. Huai sat on her body, clamped her legs and broke them back. I know I'm wrong, please be kind, for the sake of our classmates. Let me go. He was able to admit defeat honestly, and Huai snorted coldly and got off the other party. Chapter 210 This is my field trip. How about you, are you feeling much more comfortable? After I had enough, I would get up from the ground and tidy up my clothes, I asked. Of course, I'm in a great mood now, who beat up a group of friends on the surface. Hui crossed her hands, looked unhappy, and responded with a verbal disagreement. It's just a joke. Other Red Devil girls who were beaten on their chests or buttocks complained. For them, if they just came over and said they wanted to join the Crystal Palace, they were more of a joke. Humph, those who dare to use strategies to plot against me. No matter whether you are joking or not, they will be my enemy and will be beaten by me. Remember it carefully. My stupid fellow tribes, Hui, is a mountain that you cannot challenge. Hui said this loudly. What, then you're still calculating enough. This guy has been secretly recording your relationship with a boy from another world. Although I don't know if what she did just now was joking, I'm sure your life will definitely be the focus of her field trip. That's right, maybe in the future, I will write a novel with the name My Classmate Hui's Love Observation Manual with you as the protagonist. Everyone begged Hui, and Hui looked at Yu Hui. The girl pushed the eyebrow and had no intention of hiding it. Don't worry, Hui, if I write such a romantic novel that takes you as the main one in the future, it will definitely bring your mighty performance today into full circle. The title is The Girl Fighting for the Love in My Heart. What do you think? Hui. She was able to do this guy's calculations and he was simply fooling herself as a monkey, and she felt even more depressed. I think this title is very good, but if you want to use me as a material for field trips, I have to be willing to cooperate. Hui thought about it and had an idea. As she said this, she came to the boy. Broly, I regret it again. I don't want to be your wife anymore. I'm very sorry. Broly. How can you do this? I had enough eyes that were wide open, which were not covered by the blindfold, so I asked Xiang Hui. Why can't I do this? You want to treat me as a material for field trips, but I just don't let you succeed. What's wrong? But this is not fair to Broly. Although I'm sorry to him, it's more important to make you uncomfortable. Well, Broly, will you forgive me, right? Although Hui's words were a little heartless, when she turned around and asked the boy this kind of question, Broly could see in the girl's eyes the look of a coquettish begging similar to that Master Akia sometimes showed. People who are favored are always fearless. This sentence came to Broly's mind and he said it. Well. Hui's heart suddenly rose to her throat, and she found that she was suddenly afraid of being teased by the boy in front of her. But even if the other party can break the table, it is natural. After all, the way I jumped repeatedly and looked very decent. He will definitely hate him like this, right? Hui felt inexplicably lost when she thought about this. She suddenly felt a little regretful about why she regretted it again. Do you want to apologize now and take back this? Hui hesitated and heard the boy continue, but who told me that I prefer you, so I will forgive you, Hui, as long as you are happy, you can do whatever you want. With Akia's great willful ghost master, Broly was very accepting of Hui's small willful performance. Broly, don't you care about Hui's future unto your wife? Of course I care, but I have tried my best. If she still doesn't want to be my wife in the end, then I can't do anything, right? The doctrine of the Acusis religion says that even God cannot predict whether you are happy in the future, so you only need to ensure that you are happy in the present moment. Obviously, it is a happy thing for Broly to give an answer that improves Hui's happiness value. Even if the happiness value that belongs to Hui in the end cannot be fulfilled into a happiness point, the happiness feeling that I feel when I see the girl's happiness value increase at this moment is not fake, this is enough. This doting and partial attitude made Hui open her mouth, her face flushed, and lowered the brim of the magic hat on her head. Hui, are you moved and shy? Someone asked. No, I'm just so proud. Have you guys seen it? The excellent one is the one who is favored. After Hui finished speaking loudly, she immediately sat back to her position. She buried her head in the food, not daring to let others see her current expression because she knew that her face must be very red now. Today's food is stewed meat. After just eating 2 bites, I felt a heat surging in my body. Hui hurriedly took out the adventurer card and looked at it. Found that I upgraded. What kind of meat is this? Hui then asked. It's dragon meat. The day before yesterday, the Axel Adventurers Union suddenly launched a mission to fight against the evil dragon. I thought I hadn't eaten this kind of meat yet, so I took on that mission yesterday and attacked a dragon that was spitting fire everywhere in the village. Afterwards, I brought the dragon back and tasted it, and found that it tasted pretty good. I brought a little over today and asked Mr. Huo Xiao to help make the stew with dragon meat as the ingredients. I have to say that Mr. Huo Xiao has a very good craftsmanship, and the stew made is much better than what I made myself yesterday. What do you think? So, is this thing really dragon meat? Huiwei widened her eyes. What a dragon meat, what's wrong? Broly looked at Huiwei and didn't understand what her reaction was. Huiwei. I also don't understand why Broly's reaction was so dull. So, Broly, are you a dragon slayer? The girls of the Red Devils looked at the boy with their eyes shimmering and asked. What are you doing? You are not allowed to make any decisions. Huiwei, haven't you changed your mind? Then I've changed my mind now, how about it? This lunch at noon was a bit noisy. Huiwei repeatedly jumped between will promise to be a wife and will not promise to be a wife. Other Red Demon girls have increased their interest in Broly, who has exposed the identities of people from other worlds and dragon slayers. Especially when they asked for a bite of stew and tasted it, everyone was basically promoted to a higher level. Their interest in the boy increased significantly, because this proved that the other party was really extraordinary. Unfortunately, after taking turns to inquire, the girls found that the boy's attitude towards them was limited to ordinary friends, but they had no idea about going further. Unless you can be recognized by Crystal Palace and you can also have happiness values on your body, you will not be my wife. The boy said this, but when he carefully asked how to obtain the approval of Crystal Palace, he didn't know that it was impossible. Hey, I thought spring was coming, but as a result, it was just a spring that belonged to Huiwei and the leisurely ones. Some people really envied their real names because the extraordinary boy really hits the Red Devil's XP. If the choice of the object is rated, Broly, which comes with various special settings, is a 50+. If I were Huiwei, you wouldn't have jumped repeatedly. Said softly. Afternoon, she suddenly found that her younger brother seemed to be a little unsavory. This is right. The family flowers did not suddenly appear, and the wildflower's brother fragrance has various settings. You have to care. I don't know if it's because of the dragon meat, but the blush on Huiwei's ears has not subsided yet. Come to another world, powerful dragon-slaying warriors, destined love in Crystal Palace. I could not help but sigh when I looked at the information recorded in my notebook. Such interesting writing materials could not be collected up close. No, it is not right. If you start from Yu, you will definitely be able to intervene in the collection easily. However, Yu's personality is too follow-up and has no outstanding personality. The one who can really act as the protagonist of the novel should be a special and unique guy. In other words, if she chose Yu as the protagonist of her novel, she would probably be able to write a love story that could see the end from the beginning. Of course, if you have good writing skills, warm and daily doting love stories may not be attractive. However, as a new writer who has not created a story, he will feel that his writing ability is not enough to support himself in writing such a story. Therefore, a master like Huiwei who is prone to conflicting stories is the best choice for field trips, but Huiwei is very uncooperative now, which makes her feel a little distressed. Is there any good way? She was able to think of an idea, and she really came up with this idea. The next day, when Broly came to look for Yu again, he took the initiative to stop the boy on the rooftop of the college if he had the chance. I'm sure enough, I said, if you want to be my wife, it's a shame, but if you want to ask me for food, as long as I have it, then because you, Huiwei and Yu are friends, I'm willing to give you some delicious food. Broly said that, and took out the dragon meat bento I brought today. The dragon meat I brought was very popular yesterday. Today he brought a lot of it, but it was no longer stewed dragon meat, but the dragon meat pie that was chopped into meat filling and fried after being wrapped in breadcrumbs. After the bento was opened, a smell of fried meat immediately drifted away, and the fat of another kind of cattle creature was mixed with. He is a top chef of the Axel Adventurers Guild. He carefully prepared the dragon meat dish. Master Akia, Darkness, and Wiz said it was delicious after eating it. I'm not trying to get to you to be your wife. Of course, I thank you very much for what you gave me. So, in order to thank you for your delicious food, I decided to be a guide military advisor for you. I could recommend myself to Broly while eating fried meatloaf, saying that she was a girl from the Red Devils, so I knew Huiwei, who was also a girl from the Red Devils. Since she cannot intervene from Huiwei, she chooses to intervene from the boy. She wants Huai to become her wife and Huai does not want to become her wife. These two ideas are the biggest conflict. Conflict can bring about story plot. And she is able to use it as an assistant to advance the plot of this realistic strategy to help the boy's uncooperative, arrogant, and willful Red Devil girl. Chapter 211. Happy, good morning. The next day, when Huai was about to go out, Broly jumped off the roof and greeted her energetic. Hey, good morning, Broly, aren't you going to Yu's house? Huai felt a little strange. Usually boys go to look for Yu in the morning. Although Yu promised to be your future wife, you should treat her better, but if you still want to pursue Huai, you must show a better attitude than Yu and treat Huai. This is the advice that the military advisor would give yesterday, and Broly listened to it. Now when asked about the situation, thanks to the military advisor's instructions in advance not to expose her existence, he thought about it and said, I plan to prefer you a little more, so I'll come to your side today. Compared with our normal Red Devil girls, Huai has more arrogance on her body. The most feared target of the guide with the arrogance attribute is to meet a player who plays straight ball. Judging from your straightforward look, you have already been very restrained by her before, but you are not sure about this. Now, you should continue to play straight balls, even straight balls that are even more straight than before. Don't I regret what you are talking nonsense, what you prefer. Hearing this, Huai's face turned red. Sister, have you been confessed to by brother Broly? The younger sister behind her, Xiaomi looked curious and asked. No, kids don't talk nonsense, hurry up and go home. Huai pushed her sister into the house, but it might be that Xiaomi's inquiry was too loud just now and the people inside heard it. Who confessed to my daughter? The father of the magic prop craftsman rushed out with some momentum and shouted. Don't listen to Xiaomi's nonsense, I'm going to school. Huai quickly took the boy's hand and ran out. By the time Piao Sanlang came to the door, Huai had already run away. I didn't say I didn't allow it. The man stood at the door and looked at his daughter's back, and couldn't help but mutter. Husband, is that child Broly again here? Inside the room, Wei Wei looked over in an apron and asked. Yes, I brought something to our family. Piao Sanlang picked up the meat placed at the door and responded to his wife. Since her daughter met Broly, their family's life has improved a lot, because Broly learned that their family's life is in a difficult situation. She would bring some souvenirs every time she came. As a result, Piao Sanlang and Wei Wei have a very good impression of the boy now. They are so good that even if they hear that their daughter may have been confessed by the boy, they don't care much about the situation. Huai pulled the boy and stopped panting after running out of the range that could be seen at the door of the house. She looked at the boy next to her with some resentment, and complained a little, You went to my doorstep early in the morning and said what you said you prefer me? Are you afraid that my family will not misunderstand it? What are you misunderstood? Of course I misunderstood my relationship with you. So, what relationship should we have now? Average, friendly relationship. Huai turned her eyes away before answering. That's what Huai said in the morning. On the rooftop at noon, Broly talked about Huai's reaction in the morning. Hehe, this is the case for a girl with a stingy personality. Since she dares not look at you and has a blushing reaction, it means that her words are insincere. However, it is impossible to let her directly admit that she should have a closer relationship with you. In my opinion, that guy is just a simple child who doesn't understand love. He said as if he was a person who had experienced it. After thinking about it, he said again, in the evening, you need to feel wronged and choose to send Huai home in person to prove that the preference you mentioned in the morning is not a false statement. Well. Broly hesitated after having enough suggestions. What's wrong? I have something to do in the evening. Hey, what's the matter? The evening is the time for me to learn teleportation. I can do it enough. A boy who flies faster than teleportation magic is learning teleportation magic? Are you kidding me? No. Okay, then can you take some time? I have to go back and ask. Broly is now a time management master. When he wakes up in the morning, he has to pick up Akia who may be hangover somewhere at home, and then have a daily wrestling morning exercise with darkness. After finishing the morning exercise, he takes his wallet out to buy the ingredients he needs for a day or two places. Akia was originally responsible for this matter, but after the dividends became richer, Akia returned the troublesome and unhealthy purchasing rights. After purchasing the ingredients and preparing the breakfast from Axel, Broly would come to Yu's house in the Red Devils with another breakfast. After meeting Yu, you will walk with the girl on a normal way. When I went to the Red Prison Academy, I would share breakfast with Huai who came to the academy. Occasionally, other Red Devil girls would come to eat and drink freely, and Broly would not refuse any of this. When Yu and Huai are about to have the first morning class, Broly will return to Axel, create vitality potions and deliver them to the succubus shop. After doing this, there will be an hour of free time. During this period, Broly sometimes goes to the Adventurers Guild to receive some task commissions, and sometimes he is asked by acquaintances to do something. And 1 hour before noon, he had to arrange a lunch for the whole family. Sometimes he made it himself or with darkness, and sometimes he took the ingredients and went to find some chefs with good skills to make it. They also prepared lunches from both places, and also flew to the Red Devils to deliver food, and then came back to be Akia's nap pillow to help her master take a nap and dream. It was almost evening when I went to Wiz to learn complex teleportation magic with the Lich Miss. During this period, I also needed to get dinner and perform daily bathing scrubbing. When I was about to go to bed at night, I would occasionally be pulled over to dream together by darkness. By adding numbers to darkness in his dream, the two of them had a hearty dream battle, fighting to the death. By the morning, it will be another day of recurring. Do you want to send the girl home? Yes, anyway, you can almost directly select the skills. When it was almost evening, Broly asked Wiz if he could reduce the time to learn teleportation magic today, and got a positive answer from the Lich Miss. After following the strategy military advisor's idea of sending Huai home in front of Yu, Huai said he would not give it away, but the happiness value in Crystal Palace was greatly improved. The only problem is that this made Yu feel disappointed. If you want to open a harem, you have to learn the way of balance. After learning teleportation magic to force the click with skill points, Broly's study time in the evening was occupied by the strategy guru. The posture of the eyebrow girl crossing her fingers and putting her hands on the desk with her back against the sunset, made the strange message of Commander Akari appear in Broly's mind. But is this unfair to Yu? Broly asked questions. If you ask this question well, if you can ask this question, it means you already have your own preferences. Compared to Huai, who is arrogant and a little bit arrogant, you obviously prefer the well-behaved and sensible Yu. However, your purpose is to open the harem. Then you cannot use your personal preferences to influence your own judgment. With Yu's personality, you can see that without me telling you that even if you neglect her a little, she will not change her decision to become your wife. But in order to increase the chance of strategy Huai, this deal is cost-effective. If you are good enough, it is very objective, that is, there is not much human nature or emotion, and you only arrange a strategy plan with the realization of your purpose as your only benefit. Chapter 212. The plan that you can do is very effective, which can be seen from Huai's greatly improved happiness value during this period. However, when Broly felt uncomfortable when he implemented the strategy plan that he could arrange. He used to treat people sincerely, but now he seems to be wearing a mask. He said insincere words like a puppet, and did not do what he wanted to do. Buying and selling may be cost-effective, but I don't like this kind of deception. On this day, Broly finally said what he said in his heart. Do you still want Huai to be your wife? I'll ask if I have enough. I think, but I don't want Yu to feel uncomfortable. Broly told the truth. Yu can easily coax her. Just say a few nice words to her and you can make her happy. I said, I don't like to deceive, and I don't want Yu to feel uncomfortable. So, are you going to give up Huai? No, I will try my best to make Huai a wife. After a while, I asked the boy in front of me, do you know what I think I am looking at now? What? A fool, he doesn't want to use his brain when he opens the harem. He just wants to guide girls with sincerity. Sincerity is the ultimate skill, what's wrong with this? But this may make you unable to guide Huai, are you sure? I have worked hard, and if it doesn't work, it's not my fault. Broly thought that he didn't want to continue to follow the strategy plan that he would help with, which might make him angry. But as a result, the eyebrow girl just tore off with a smile. She spent a lot of time to help write the Huai strategy plan. Ha, there is no scheming, only sincerity, like a romance that a fool bumps into. Is this the real romance like? Hey, aren't you angry? Why am I angry? Isn't your persistence that I didn't even expect is the interesting writing material I want to collect? I have to thank you. However, in this way, my strategy experience may not help you, but the next thing depends on your own efforts. In this way, I became a strategy guru and only 2 weeks later, I was fired by Broly. However, if you dismiss the situation, you will give it to Bulletin after that. Some suggestions from Raleigh: for us Red Devils, being handsome is the most important thing. As long as your various behaviors are handsome enough, you can enhance your own charm in the eyes of our clan. Of course, you are already charming enough in my eyes now, but unfortunately I am not recognized by your Crystal Palace. Perhaps, I should write a novel called Destined Regret, My First Love in the future to commemorate this love that ended without success. Broly didn't understand the idea of this strategy guru very much, because no matter whether he was happy or sad, he could not see the real emotions on his face if he was good enough. The only thing that is certain is that I can really help myself guide Huai. Even though her strategy plan has been denied by me, I still give myself suggestions from another aspect. But how can you be handsome? You may be able to learn about our performance courses of the Red Devils, such as the enchanting methods of the same kind of magic, the control of the appearance timing and the rendering of the environment, and the action that can be made in the coordination of the environment. Because of his advice, Broly became a day student at half of the Red Prison Academy. Although the Red Prison Academy only accepts children from the Red Devils as students, if there are outsiders who want to learn the handsomeness of the Red Devils, pretending method, the principal here is also very welcome. Of course, it is limited to the study of performance courses. As for the study of magic, according to the principal, unless Broly is now a member of the Red Devils, then you can learn it directly. Time passed and the weather became colder. As winter approached, Huai's home, which was rebuilt by Bro's new tree trunk, welcomed an uninvited guest. I have been searching for a long time and finally found you. My great master, after I learned that your seal was lifted, I came from thousands of miles. In the future, I will be your hand and sacrifice my life to protect your safety. It was a tall woman wearing a cloak and beautiful face. While Huai and Xiaomi were eating oranges, they suddenly came to the front of the courtyard, knelt down on one knee to Huai, who was lying in her arms, and said this. Sister, your acquaintance? Xiaomi asked. No, I don't know this person at all, but... Huai looked at the strange woman kneeling on one knee and suddenly laughed. I knew that sooner or later there would be such a day. The age of chaos was about to begin. You should follow me, my loyal servant. Hey, Ernest, why are you here? Before Huai could finish her words, Hust, who had apron tied on her body and a hot pot in her hand, interrupted her and asked the visitor. Hust, how could you be here? Acquaintance. Broly leaned his head behind house, holding two large plates of cut meat in his hand, and Yuya followed him with something. As for the later part, there are some people who can come to celebrate Huai's birthday with other Red Devil girls in the academy. Well, her name is Ernest. She is the same superior demon as me, and she is also the servant of Lord Wabaker. Lord Wabaker in Hust's mouth is said to be the evil god sealed in the Red Devil, but it specifically refers to the little black cat lying in Huai's arms. When Ernest frowned when he saw Hust, who was also a superior demon, explaining his identity to a human child. But then, her eyes turned to the little black cat in Huai's arms. Sir Wabaker, please come over and leave this place with me. Hey, are you just kidnapping my cat like this? Huai was a little dissatisfied and started to yell. The little black cat in her arms just glanced at the demon in the courtyard, yawned, and jumped out of the girl's arms. In the expectant gaze of the female devil, she ran to Broly's legs, without any image that the evil god should have, and directly rubbed the boy's trouser legs. Meow. It is asking for food. Among all the guests who come to Huai's house, the boy is the most generous and brings delicious food every time. Half of Huai's body, long time no see. After seeing the little black cat, a group of red demon girls also surrounded them and greeted the little black cat. Let's touch it. The girls reached out and rubbed the little black cat lying down. The little black cat did not resist. Before meeting Broly, these red demon girls were the ones who fed food to him. How dare you be so bold and blasphemous, Lord Wabaker? Seeing this scene, Ernest stood up directly. I don't know who Wabaker is. This is my little black. Huai said with her hips on her hips. But she actually knew Xiao Hei's true identity, the evil god who was released by her sister. Although I don't know why the other party is in the form of a little black cat and still stays at home and refuses to leave, this kind of thing is now unrecognizable. You damn humans actually keep the great Lord Wabaker as a cat, and it's unforgivable. Seeing Broly feeding the little black cat with meat, the little black cat licked the boy's fingers after eating the meat. The female demon became a little angry. Calm point, Ernest, this is the master's own choice. Hust put down the hot pot in his hand and persuaded his colleagues to come. To be honest, I was shocked when I first saw my master in this posture, but now I have accepted the result. Hust, you traitor, you must have helped this group of humans control the great master. However, the female demon opposite seemed to not listen to the explanation, and flew in and directly attacked the cat-felt girls inside. Bang! But the next moment, she blinked her fingers on her forehead, and she flew backwards and smashed on a huge rock that was moved to decorate in the yard. Chapter 213, Holding the Cat to Make the Evil Devil. You don't believe it if you say you should calm down. Looking at Ernest printed on the stone, Hust was also helpless. So that's it. Is this your reliance on controlling your master? Black air began to emerge from the female demon's body, the cloak was lifted by the airflow, and a pair of demon wings appeared on the back. Hey, Ernest, don't slander me. I don't control my master. I just don't want to see you suffer. I'll remind you. This boy, his name is Broly, fell in love with the eldest daughter of the owner of the family, and his strength is no different from that of a monster. You should be able to feel the gap between you and him with that finger just now, and this is still the case where he keeps his hands back. But if you continue to take action, the next outcome will not be just a bounce. Hust reminded him again. No need to say more nonsense. As he said this, Ernest's figure quickly retreated and took off directly into the air more than 10 meters away from the ground of the courtyard. He opened a sufficient distance before stopping. The physical aspect is not my strength, and being able to defeat me in this aspect is nothing. I, Ernest, the faithful servant and follower of Lord Wabaker, are really good at god magic. Now, let you blasphemers see how powerful I am. Ernest raised his hand and began to chant, My God who controls laziness and tyranny, passes through the gates of the 7 abysses, and gives me the power to contempt the sky. A deep purple magic energy ball condensed above the other party's palm, and the bright moon was covered by the purple sphere that emitted an ominous aura at this moment. It's the curse of lightning. This guy Ernest plans to blow up this place directly. Hearing Ernest's chanting, Hust was a little nervous, but when he saw the boy walking to the side and looking out at the sky, he thought of the scene where the other party had easily taken over his attack on the magic. He relaxed directly. Although his magical attainments are not as good as Ernest's, as Broly's relaxed appearance in taking over his magic, I think the magic of Ernest, who is only 2 or 3 times greater than his attack magic, should not pose too much threat. Hey, that female demon floating above, is it really good for you to directly attack magic with range? You should know that your so-called adult is in my hands. Just when Huster thought the boy would take the attack or directly cut Ernest, he didn't expect that Huai would take action first. Huai grabbed Xiao He, who was rubbing Broly's trouser legs, and lifted the cat up and blocked him. Ah, you're despicable. Seeing this, the female demon who was already aggressively condensing the powerful magic finally realized what her noble Lord Wabaker was still below. Huai, isn't it bad for you to block the magic with Xiao He? Yu looked at the little black cat in the girl's hand worriedly. Yu, don't talk, that guy came to my little He. S.A., the devil who wants to abduct my cat, what are you going to do now? Huai pushed Yu who came over to the side and shook the person in her hand. Cat-like, handing over the right to choose to the female devil in the air to make the choice. Ernest's expression changed a little, and finally extinguished his magic. After falling from the air, he looked like he was being held back and asked at the evil girl Huai, what do you want to let my master go? Humph, you guy actually broke the rock mountain in my yard. Now I'll find a good one for me to change it. No, wasn't it just broken when he knocked me out and let me hit it? What does it have to do with me? Ernest pointed at Broly and said indignantly. Then do you change it? Huai didn't reason with the female demon at all, but just shook the little black cat in her hand, making Ernest fly out to find the big stone with a constipated expression. When she found a stone about the same size outside and worked hard to transport it here, a group of people on Broly's side were already eating hot pot. I'll bring the stone you want to you. It's time to put my master on it. Ernest moved the big stone into the yard, and came to the house panting and asked Huai who was sitting in the main seat inside. For this matter, wait until you take away the piece of garbage in the yard first. Huai ate the shabu-shabu, took the little black cat out of her arms and shook it at the female devil, and then told her to do things again. Ernest. The boy who knocked her out with a snap of his fingers was sitting next to the damn guy carrying his master. He had no choice but to attack him. Ernest could only carry the smashed big stone in the yard. When Ernest came back, even though she used the reinforcement magic to strengthen her body was trembling everywhere. You can, let my master, go? She asked. I haven't cleaned up much recently. Huai said again that she was still carrying a cat like eating shabu-shabu, but this time she did something when she was carrying a cat, but she was blowing the candles on the birthday cake. Ernest looked at the boy holding a table knife next to him, and could only silently pick up the bucket and rag in the yard, and then fetched water by the well and walked into the wooden house. When you Broly and others cut and divide the cake, they started cleaning the hygiene work in the house. Damn it, why did things turn out like this? Ernest squatted on the ground and wiped the floor with a rag, not understanding how things turned out like this. Is this also caused by this magic prop bracelet? When I bought it, I heard that this was a prop that I could meet the person I wanted to meet. But after putting it on, I met some useless wasteful men. I wanted to break this thing up, but I couldn't achieve it because the quality of workmanship was too good. As a result, I came here after suffering. After coming here, the useless man didn't meet him, but he met a terrifying boy who was blocking her from taking back his master. This damn curse prop. Ernest attributed her misfortune to the magic prop bracelet in her hand. Just as she was depressed by scrubbing the rag in the bucket, a piece of cake on the plate was suddenly handed to her. Beautiful devil sister, I'll give you a cake. Xiaomi stood in front of her and said with a cake. Ernest was a little stunned, and the plate of cake was stuffed in his hand. After making this, Xiaomi ran back without looking back, but shouted, Xiaomi still wants to eat it, Xiaomi wants the piece of strawberries. Hey, Xiaomi, haven't you just cut 2 pieces of cake away? House is a big one, I gave him 2 cakes. Such a conversation sound came from over there. Ernest, have you calmed down now? Hust came to her, holding a plate with a cake in his hand, and continued, this family does not control Lord Wabaker, but Lord Wabaker chose to stay here and is unwilling to leave with me. Ernest looked at the cake in his hand and was silent for a while before suddenly turning his head and asking Hust, do you want to make a summoning contract with that girl? Cough cough cough. Hust coughed and seemed a little panicked. What are you talking nonsense? That girl has a very high affinity for demons. Even I was almost charmed just now. I don't think that as a demon in the martial arts sect, you will really not take your master away because your master doesn't want to leave. Speaking of this, Ernest paused, thought of the boy who shot himself away with his fingers, and then added, unless that terrifying guy is stopping you from taking Lord Wabaker away. Hust was silent for a while before saying, Broly didn't stop me. It was indeed because of Xiaomi that I chose to stay. I worked for Lord Wabaker for so long, and suddenly I wanted to live a normal daily life. As a demon of the martial arts faction, Hust was a little tired of it either in battle or on the road to battle. Of course, more importantly, I confirmed that the little black cat was only part of Lord Wabaker. The real Lord Wabaker broke off the seal 7 years ago. The reason why I didn't show up was maybe that adult had his own ideas. For example, it might be the same as me, that adult also wanted to live an ordinary life. What? Ernest opened his eyes wide. Don't be so surprised. You are not unaware of the situation of Lord Wabaker. He was slandered as an evil god by the Accusus. The seal made S reputation escape from the public's vision. Now that the seal has been unbuttoned but does not show up in front of us, the reason why that adult would do this is easy to infer. Chapter 214 Flame Reaction Fireworks. Huai, what birthday wish did you make just now? In the room, Yu, who was eating the cake, thought of something, but asked curiously. I won't tell you. If I say my birthday wish, it will be inaccurate. Huai turned her head away. Ha, let me guess, have you made a wish to learn burst magic early? If you can push the cross blind, you will say it confidently. Ah, I'm good at it, have you learned some kind of mind-reading magic? Huai hurriedly covered her heart. Does that kind of magic be there in our academy? If you want to understand your wishes, you don't need to read the mind magic at all. But then again, Huai, why are you so persistent in learning burst magic? After asking the question in the sticky book, the other Red Devil girls who came to celebrate their birthday were also curious and looked at Huai. Thanks to Broly, the catfish that broke into their lives, the relationship between this group of Red Devils is much better than before, which leads to Huai not giving a perfunctory answer or not. Okay, let me tell you, when I was a child, I once encountered danger in the wild. It was a terrifying demon dragon, and the person who saved me at that time was a magician who controlled the explosive magic. I was attracted by the burst magic that the other party used at that time, but with just one blow, he defeated the terrifying demon dragon who wanted to hurt me. No, why, have you never left the village? Where did you encounter a terrifying demon dragon in the wild? Are you trying to say that there are terrifying creatures like the demon dragon near our village, but they have not been discovered and eliminated by the adults in our village? Humph, this is my own secret, and it is a secret that cannot be revealed. Hui raised her small chest, and no matter what others said, she did not argue about proving the authenticity of the childhood story she just mentioned. Well, it's actually impossible to say, because the seal of the demon dragon was untied by itself. Many years later, my sister did something similar to her back then, and the magic dragon used to be Xiao He, who is now sleeping on his lap. That girl named Hui, who had previously held the seal ball and found me and asked about sealing Lord Wabaker's seal. But she told me the fact that she had accidentally unsealed Lord Wabaker's seal. She asked me how the magic dragon, when she unsealed the seal, turned into a little black cat, and I knew what Lord Wabaker had already come out. Moreover, after coming out, he personally seized the power of the tyrannical half of his body and sealed his half-body back with his own hands. What Huster said made Ernest stunned. And Hui, the girl who just now threatened you to do housework with Lord Wabaker's half-body, is actually considered a disciple of Lord Wabaker. The burst magic that the other party is now looking forward to learning is exactly the power that Lord Wabaker showed her at the beginning. Lord Wabaker may have left some of his own breath on the other party, which is also the reason why Lord Wabaker's half of his body will now linger the other party and refuse to leave. Ernest felt a little confused. His own master, who had already unsealed the seal many years ago, ran away and hid his identity. Now the girl of the Red Demon clan who thought she was controlling her master became her master's disciple. So what's the point of taking back half of her master's body? Is it a clown? Hust, why didn't you explain the situation to me earlier? Because Lord Wabaker didn't let the child know his identity, so. Huster shrugged his shoulders, not that he didn't want to say it, but that he was not easy to say it in person. Now I have time to be alone, so I'll tell you right away. Ernest. I have recently learned a handsome performance-oriented skill based on banquet skills. Do you want to watch it? On the other side of the room, Broly asked Xiang Hui and others, and directly received the answer everyone wanted to see. Okay, then. Broly walked into the courtyard and raised his hand, and condensed an energy ball on his fingertips. But what is different from ordinary energy balls is that this energy ball emits a colorful light. Go, colored fireworks! Broly hit this special energy bomb high up, and as he controlled it and exploded, a beautiful flame-colored fireworks made of magical energy mixed with air bloomed in the sky in the Red Devil. So beautiful! The Red Devils in the village watched this scene, and because they were greeted in advance, no one came to check the situation. Hui, look, your name is in the air, Broly is wishing you a happy birthday. The girls of the Red Demon clan were very envious, and Yu shook Hui's shoulders and said excitedly to her. I saw it, stop shaking me. Hui's face was red, but she didn't expect the boy to do this. Hui happiness value is increasing. Broly watched Hui suddenly increase the happiness value, but he became more and more convinced of the words taught by his master, who could bring happiness to others by gorgeous performances. The fact that the Red Devils would be amazed when they see handsome things has also been confirmed. Broly only felt that he could make his own energy more gorgeous and handsome, and the efforts and learning he had made in recent times were not in vain. Of course, this skill of learning to attach a layer of flame color reaction to chi has not improved his combat effectiveness. Yu happiness value is decreasing. After firing more than a dozen large-scale fireworks into the sky, Broly suddenly received information that the value of Yu happiness decreased. He stopped quickly and looked at Yu, and saw the girl's pretty face illuminated by the light from the fireworks, with a look of loss. What's wrong? Yu, aren't the fireworks good looking? Broly walked over and asked. It's not that I'm not good looking, but I suddenly feel that Hui's birthday party is really lively. It's really lively. I won't invite so many people to attend when I celebrate my birthday in the future. Ruohu nodded, seemingly agreeing with this point very much. The lively event is only available this year. In the past, I celebrated my birthday with my sister, and I did not hold a dinner as rich as it is now, not to mention that there is a birthday cake to eat. Hui Yiku Sitian said that compared with her current life, her family was poor and could not even afford a cake. It's like hell. And these changes seem to be brought by Broly. Damn it, why do I feel like I am being kept by him? Huai thought in her heart, but she was quietly looking at Broly with her red eyes. When will your birthday? What's wrong on February 29th? Broly calculated the time to return and found that he could catch up, so he said to Yu, when you celebrate your birthday next time, I will also hold a lively birthday party like Huai. Hey, really? Yu widened her eyes, as if she couldn't believe that such a good thing was happening. Of course. Broly felt that this was not a problem. Yu happiness value is rising. The next moment, the erotic softness wrapped around his face, and the daughter of the Red Devil clan seemed to be ready to repay him with a suffocation. Chapter 215, The Explosion Magic. After Huai's birthday, a female demon appeared in her family and Ernest and Huai, who was holding a black cat, signed a contract. Before she wins her master to change her mind and be willing to leave with her, she will stay at Huai's house as a demon. To this end, Ernest is willing to be driven by Huai and his family, and promises that after achieving his own goals, he will never retaliate against Huai and his family and friends in any name. There was a convenient devil around me, and someone could take care of the hygiene at home. Huai did not hesitate about this and agreed directly. One of the reasons why she agreed so readily was that she had a considerable understanding of the binding nature of the demon contract. The demons in this world are a very honest family. As long as they make a contract, it is difficult to violate it, because if they really want to violate it, they will pay a huge price for the contract, including but not limited to the true death in hell. In mid-December, snow began to fall in the sky. When a layer of white snow was accumulated in the playground of the Red Devil's Red Prison Academy, Huai accumulated enough skill points in advance because she often ate high-level monster meat. She was impatient and took out her personal card without hesitation, and gave her the burst magic she had long thought of. Idiot, Huai, if you learn the magic of your superiors directly, you will graduate from the academy. Yu wanted to stop it, but Huai's move was too fast, and she added the accumulated skill points to the burst magic at once. Ha ha ha, a real magical genius girl must graduate from the academy in advance. Huai jumped onto the desk, held up the card with the extra explosive magic skill in her hand, and announced loudly to the classmates around her, from today, I, Huai, are the great magicians who master explosive magic. The magician who masters burst magic is not great at all, okay, and you can graduate so soon. Although it is also because you always get the first place in your grades and drink a lot of skill potions, the bigger reason is that you have freed a lot of high-level ingredients brought by Broly. The girls in the Red Devils in the classroom started to complain. Bastard, I don't allow you to continue to slander the explosion magic. Go out with me. I want you to see the true charm of the explosion magic. Just as Huai was about to go to the playground to show the greatness and charm of explosive magic to the students, she asked Yu on the side. Huai's skill points are enough to learn explosive magic. Yu, who has also eaten a lot of high-level magical ingredients, should have accumulated enough skill points to learn superior magic, right? Yu did not deny it, and her skill points were actually enough to support her in learning other superior magic except for the burst magic that requires additional skill points. Well, what kind of superior magic did you learn? Dong Dong Mushroom was a little curious and came over to ask. I haven't learned it yet. Answered leisurely. Hey, why? The mushrooms are not solved. Because I have learned the magic of my superiors, I have to graduate from the academy, but I still want to be with you and everyone, so. The young explanation made the Red Devil girls beside them speechless and touched. Compared to graduating from the academy soon, this girl hopes to be able to spend more time with her friends. But, what kind of superior magic are you going to learn, the Blade of Glory, the Crimson Flame, or the Hell Dimension Break? What I would like to ask is some of the superior magic that many people have mastered within the Red Demon clan, and among these magic, the superior magic of the Glory Blade is the most practical. Not only does it consume low demons, but its attack power is not bad, but it also has the sacred effect of restraining the Demon King army, which their red demons often go to make trouble. Of course, it's good to blow the storm. You can't say you can blow yourself into the sky in the future and fly freely in the air like Broly. Ha, that's just a 2-day flight. Thinking of that scene, I was a little moved. At this time, Huai, who had originally gone downstairs to the playground, ran back. What are you doing? Come down and see the burst magic I just learned. After learning the burst magic, how can you miss the important audience for the first time? As Huai said, she forced the few people who were still in the classroom. After the crowd was full, the girl coughed lightly and chanted the lines she had chanted for a long time. And with the final sentence explosion, made a loud bang, and a powerful magic bombing occurred on the playground. A large charred pit was blown out of the ground. The aftermath of the hot wind caused by the use of destructive magic also melted the snow around the playground. Ha ha ha, have you seen it? This is burst. Before Huai finished speaking, her body suddenly fell forward. She cast the burst magic for the first time, and without the assistance of the staff, this burst magic directly took the magic power in her body. Broly held her in time, and Huai did not fall directly to the ground. What happened? The close-up explosion directly moved the teachers and principals in the college out in an instant. After they understood what was happening here, they felt relieved and were speechless. The glass was shattered. The old principal was a little sorry for the broken windows of the college teaching building. As a student, Huai, how can you release such powerful magic in the academy? Teacher Pukin started to teach a lesson. But Teacher Pukin, did you Lord completely bombard our village into ruins when a large number of demon pots were untied from petrochemical seals last time? Huai refuted. That was a celebration day, and the purpose was to show young students the charm of various superior magic to the charm, but before bombing the village, we moved the things inside. Pukin explained with some headache. So, at that time, the adults were unceremonious about the situation in the village. Did you act like this? Yu asked with wide eyes. Yes. The old principal gave a thumbs up and admitted it directly. However, for such things, a generation will only come to this once. Otherwise, how could it be that just a group of demons collected by petrification as potted plants need so many adults in the village to solve the problem? Isn't it just to pretend, cough cough, show the charm of superior magic, so that children have enough longing for superior magic? But I don't know why, the adult's superior magic was very gorgeous at that time. As a result, the first young man to learn superior magic in this generation chose the impractical burst magic. My head is so dizzy. Huai was disgusted with the lack of magic power. Of course, I've told you many times. Explosion magic is a funny magic that consumes a lot of magic, but only has purely destructive effects. Pukin was also a little helpless, but he still took out the tonic potion from his arms and handed it to Broly, asking the boy to feed Huai in his arms. I don't want to drink this thing. Huai turned her head and said that the Red Devil's tonic potion used bitter root grass. Although the effect is much better than the ordinary tonic potion, the taste is really unsatisfactory. If you don't want to drink, you have to wait for your magic to recover a little bit, so that you won't feel dizzy. This depends on your magic recovery. If you don't have 7 or 8 hours of rest time, you can't recover at all. Hearing this, Huai writhed her face. Can't I drink it? She opened her mouth and waited for the boy to feed her. Let's drink mine. Before Huai could react, her open mouth was penetrated by the boy's fingers. Immediately afterwards, a stream of liquid carrying powerful life energy flowed into her mouth. The freshly made vitality potion quickly restored Huai's bad state. What did you give me? The essence of my life. Ah! The vitality potion converted from my chi. Don't breathe when you speak. In this way, on this day in mid-December, Huai learned the burst magic that she had been thinking about. After a shot on the academy's playground, Broly was filled with the essence of life, a purely handmade vitality potion. Chapter 216, Unemployed after graduation, and transfer from campus student to social knight. The Red Devils do not have adults in the conventional sense of the outside world. They believe that as long as the child masters the magic of his superiors, he will be considered an adult who stands alone. What does a child have to do after he is alone? Of course, it is, looking for a job. But just as the case where the burst magic was evaluated as funny magic, after officially receiving the graduation certificate issued to her by the Red Prison Academy, Huai encountered a severe setback that she could only have funny magic and could not find a job. Sorry, we don't need people here who only know how to be funny and magic. I'm sorry, although I want to help young people who have just graduated and provide a job they can support themselves, I don't think my clothing store may be blown up by your burst magic one day in the future. There is no need for burst magic when fishing, and if you just want to fry the fish, please go and fry it elsewhere, thank you. In the Red Devil Village, no one needs a little girl who only knows how to burst magic but doesn't know other magic, working in the industry they are in, especially a young man who always wants to do something big with his own magic. Why is this happening? Another day of failed job search, Huai fell to kneel down on the street with frustrated body leaning forward. This is not Huai, you are just a burst demon. What is the reason for the Dharma? After she was looking for a job, she complained, but after she also learned the magic of her superiors, she became the favorite odd worker among the villagers of Red Devil Village because she still mastered a lot of practical middle and low-level magic after graduation. Just like now, while accompanying Huai to find a job, Yu is using the compound magic used by wind and fire systems to clean up the snow in the village streets. The daily salary is not very high, but it is enough for Yu to support herself and still have some surplus. However, Yu is saving money recently, but she is planning to buy gifts for her boys, thanking Broly for letting her accumulate so many skill points. Hey, isn't this the capable Yu, and Huai, who is my fellow Nits, who is a dependent on her parents? Good afternoon, you two. Green Coconut Slaughter came towards him and said hello. Ah, it's Mr. Green Coconut Slaughter who is the first Red Devil family to squat. Where are you going? Yu greeted the other party politely, while Huai got up from the ground with an unhappy look on her face. She retorted fiercely at the young man who came over, who do you think is the companion of the Nit tribe? The Nit tribe refers to a guy like you who is determined to rely on his parents, but I, Huai, just have a bad luck and can't find a formal job for the time being. Is this any difference? Do you have to rely on your family to support me? The Green Coconut shrugged his shoulders before answering Yu's question. I'm going to go to the divination house to divine luck. I understand, you are going to bother Miss Sokate again. Yu suddenly understood his purpose. Hey, what is entanglement? I am so impressed to confess to her. Then you go and sue, see if she shakes you. Huai was very unhappy about the fact that she was Nit, but she deliberately started to argue. I will confess to her one day, but it's not now. You should take care of yourself, Nit Huai. Green Coconut Slaughter and Yu waved their hands, then took light steps and prepared to go to the divination house to conduct a paid date with Miss Sokate. Damn it, I must find a job and get rid of Nit's name as soon as possible. 2 more days passed, and Huai finally locked herself in the room. It can't be found at all, and no one in the village wants her. Sister, don't you come out for dinner? No, the cruel world outside, I don't want to go out at all. After suffering one after another, Huai has already tended to change toward her home. Xiaomi, what's wrong with your sister? The boy's voice came from outside. It was originally a voice that he was looking forward to hearing, but now it made Huai feel afraid. She didn't want her useless look to be seen by the other party. I'm sorry, brother-in-law, Xiaomi doesn't know anything because my sister didn't tell Xiaomi anything. Xiaomi honestly answered Broly's question. This is the thing. After Huai graduated, she looked for a job in the village, but she never found a job. She was also treated as a fellow Nit companion who was also a dependent on her parents. Now she should be hit. Yu, who came with her, explained the situation to Broly outside. I was not hit, but I just went to bed late yesterday and got up now. The door of the room was suddenly opened. Huai sniffed and stood at the door to retort. Ah, I'm sorry, I thought you were hit. Yu quickly apologized. You don't actually need to work, I can support you. Broly said. He is recently studying with Wiz to universalize the production of vitality agents. That is, the complex drug production process can simplify the difficulty of the complex drug production so that ordinary pharmacists can learn it. And this matter has already come to light. At least Viz can make some vitality potions that have a less effective effect. I don't want to be a NEET. Huai said loudly. But Broly is not your parent either. Yu reminded. My husband's old is also old. So, Huai, do you have any insights into finding a job? This. Huai didn't know how to answer. If she was looking for a job, how could she be so disappointed that she didn't want to come out of the room? To be honest, you can rely on us more. We are friends and maybe a family in the future. Yu persuaded him. Huai. This was easy to say, but she didn't want to do this at all. She was not the big Nit who was slaughtering the green coconut flower. She could accept the reliance on her parents and even used her parents' money to pester Miss Sokate in the divination house. Well, divination house, Sokate, divination? Huai's mind flashed with a flash of inspiration and suddenly became cheered up. Ha, who do you think I, Huai, can you still stump me for finding a job? Yu was stunned for a moment before asking, "So, do you have any ideas?" "I'm going to go to the divination house and find Miss Sokate to divine. I, who masters the powerful magic of explosion magic, cannot find a job. I can't find it now, just because it's suitable for my work to shine and heat, and I haven't discovered it yet." Hui said confidently that since she doesn't know what she can do in the future, she will just go to divination. "Please tell me how to tell me about my future self. In this world with real divination ability, a powerful diviner may be the strongest professional in the job consulting industry." Chapter 217 Divination Information about becoming a devil and facing death. "Welcome, isn't this Yu and Hui?" The group of three came to the divination shop. Sokate recognized Yu and Hui and greeted the two girls. "Good morning, Miss Sokate, I'm here to find you to divine," Hui said, and sat straight to the position opposite the fortune teller. "What do you want to divine? Is there any result of a relationship?" Sokate asked. It was no secret that the boys from other worlds pursued the girls in the village. On the contrary, the villagers of Red Devil Village always talked about this topic after dinner. Many Red Devils are novel about this kind of novel set relationship and want to know what the final result will look like. Simply put, a group of gossipers who want to eat melons. "No, I'm not here to find you to do this kind of divination. What I want to do is career divination," Hui said with a dark face. "I want to know my future and what kind of work will I do." She directly stated her purpose. "Don't you consider love divination? I don't charge you," Sokate warmly recommended. "If you don't do divination, I'll go find someone else," Hui said directly. Okay, I'll help you divine now." Hearing this, Sokate became serious. "Is your future career?" Sokate, the most beautiful woman in the Red Devils and the first fortune teller, put his hand on the crystal ball on the table, and her unspeakable magic was controlled by her and injected into the divination crystal ball. Some pictures quickly appeared in the crystal ball, but the signal was bad, a bit like an old-fashioned TV, and the pictures appeared were very blurry. But with the debugging, the picture gradually became clear. Although it was still a bit pixel-like, she had surpassed 99% of the fortune tellers in this world to achieve this. "Let me see, Hui, your future work is." "The challenger who overestimates himself actually dares to challenge me, Lord Hui, and tremble under my explosive magic." Of course, there was no sound in the crystal ball, but Sokate had divined countless times for people. He had long learned to see the lip of the vague images of the characters to interpret the words of the future scenes of the divination. However, the first words of Hui in the future caused her to be thundered. When the picture on the crystal ball continued to change, Sokate discovered that Hui, who had some striped mosaics on her face, sat upright on a black throne decorated with skulls. Wearing a cape and a blood-red uniform, under the throne was half-kneeling with a group of familiar soldiers. The girl picked up the staff and laughed wildly, and launched a burst magic on the influx of human army. Yanran is a more traditional devilish style that people have in mind. "No, Miss Sokate, why did you suddenly stop talking? What will my future job be?" As someone other than the fortune teller, although Hui could see the light on the crystal ball, she could see it even more blurred, which made her urge her. "Hui, your future work seems to be a devil." Sokate was silent for a moment before telling the future situation he had learned. "What?" Yu widened her eyes, and Hui next to her was stunned at first when she heard the Demon King, but after she was stunned, she burst into laughter from slight to high. "Ha ha ha, I just knew that my life was destined to be extraordinary. Demon King. It turns out that I am the Demon King. I know where I should find a job. I want to join the Demon King army. Hui, this is not a joke. Have you forgotten that the enemy in our village is the Demon King's army? Don't worry, Yu, after I seek power and usurp the throne and control the Demon King's army, I will allow the ignorant adults in the village who do not work for me to work under my command." Because she couldn't find a job, she could only be a Demon King. Hui realized it all at once. For example, her burst magic was that she had to be a Demon King to play a role. At that time, I will make things difficult for those adults, find out their job mistakes, and then deduct their wages. Hui said viciously, her resentment was extremely deep. If she had the chance, she would never mind letting those adults who deny her feel her pain. "Miss Sokate, are you wrong in divination? How could Hui become the devil?" Seeing that it was useless to persuade Hui, Yu looked at the divination lady and tried to get an answer from her. Although my divination has never made any mistakes, this is the future destiny derived from the evolution of magic, and I cannot rule out the possibility of errors. So Kate was modest. Her divination rarely made mistakes. Most of the divination people had been verified. The rest of the remaining ones that have not been verified are the future that has not arrived yet and cannot be verified yet. Let's do this, Yu. I'll divine it for you two to see if there are any mistakes in your future. So Kate's suggestion was made. Good. Yu looked at Huai, who was in a state of madness, complacentness, and fantasized revenge on society, and quickly nodded in hopes that the divination lady could come to a conclusion that the divination made a mistake. Behind him, Broly showed a distressed expression. The Demon King was the object he would deal with before leaving this world, but if Huai became the Demon King, how would he deal with the other party? Then, Yu, I will give you some divination, your relationship will look like in the future. Well, Yu, you will become a good mother and give birth to 2 children with the one you love. They are 2 cute boys, and your family will live a happy and fulfilling life. So Kate's statement was a bit stuck. What she saw more children, and they also had another mother. One of them is Huai, who has a big belly, but there are still people who don't know each other. Obviously, in the big family in Yu's future, she will not only have 2 wives, she and Huai, but there are more women. What's wrong? Is there something bad going on in my future? Seeing So Kate's pause and the entanglement on his face, Yu asked nervously. Nothing bad happened. So Kate quickly waved his hand. If he didn't share her husband with more women, he would use the clips of the crystal ball to divine. Their family did live a colorful and happy life. Even a few women can get together to play some kind of poker game. Miss So Kate, isn't this a proof? You didn't make any mistakes in your divination just now. Yu is indeed very impressed by a happy and fulfilling future, but he is also worried about Huai's divination situation. Wait, let me continue to divine. So Kate felt that the timeline of divination should not be long enough, so Huai, who would become the devil after being divined before, appeared in the leisurely divination as a pregnant woman. As she increased the output of her magic, the light and shadow that emerged on the crystal ball ran rapidly, but suddenly stopped at the point where fate showed a turning point. On the full moon night, children staring at the full moon will transform into huge and violent monsters. The bustling city was destroyed, and you were desperate to stop you from being at the feet of the fierce monster. So Kate spoke out the horror scene he saw and widened his eyes. Will I die in the future? The next moment, the boy who came back to his senses asked, who is the guy who killed Yu? Where is now? I will deal with that guy immediately. Chapter 218 Precautions for having children with Xia and the truth about Huai becoming the Devil King. Broly's words silently made So Kate silent. The corners of her mouth twitched before answering the boy's question. The ones who have become violent monsters are you and Yu's future children, but the other party has not been born yet. After saying that, So Kate's eyes were a little subtle. At the age of the boy in front of him, it would probably take several years to have a baby with Yu. Yu's child and me. Broly frowned. He couldn't understand the matter of having a child, so he asked directly, how can you not have a child with Yu? So Kate. She is an older unmarried or even unloved young woman in the Red Devils. She is really grateful for her if she is asked by a child that she will not have children. That must be when you grow up and you need to pay attention to certain things when you do, such as remembering to bring a condom made of sheep intestines, or ejaculate outside the body. What are some things to do? Broly asked in confusion. Just when So Kate didn't want to be looked down upon by the child and was about to give the boy in front of him some science to promote adult exercise, he was stopped by Yu. Miss So Kate, hurry up and talk about the serious business. What kind of child will turn into a violent monster is impossible to happen. This must be a mistake in your divination, right? Yu's face was red, thinking that So Kate's divination was wrong. This is not necessarily the case. So Kate shook his head, looked at Broly, and asked, is there anything special in your body, like a werewolf or a vampire, who will be excited and even crazy after watching the full moon? I don't know. Broly shook his head. He was really not clear. But my father had told me before not to look at the moon in the sky, especially when it was full. Hearing this, So Kate was not surprised. She looked at Yu and said, if this is the case, it would be easy to understand. In the future, Yu and his children may inherit his bloodline. When they see the full moon, they will transform into violent monsters, and thus lose their rationality. What should I do? Either don't have children, or after giving birth, let the child not look at the moon at the full moon. So Kate gave advice. I see. Yu nodded and kept this in her heart, but then she realized that she was not testing Miss So-Kate's divination ability. Was there any mistake? Why did she do future divination for herself and remind herself of the things she needs to pay attention to after having a child in the future? Ah, we red devils finally have to have the descendants of the power hidden deep in our bodies. So Kate said with anticipation that many people in the red devils usually set themselves as seals with some dangerous and taboo power in their bodies. However, most people are just talking and talking, but in the future, after Yu gave birth to a child who would transform into a violent monster, their clan's bloodline will be real possesses the hidden power of this assumption. If ordinary people learn about this situation, they may feel dangerous, ominous, or monsters, but this is the Red Devil clan. With this setting, even the patriarch will be proud of his daughter. Miss So-Kate, then you haven't solved Huai yet. Why did you become the devil's puzzle? I almost forgot. So-Kate reacted, but was also a little distressed. She could not determine whether her divination had made a mistake, nor could she imagine how Huai, who would only burst into magic, could become a new demon king in the future. As he thought about it, So-Kate's eyes turned to Broly and suddenly he thought of a good idea. Divining is actually a deduction of future information using magic to everyone's current conditions. The situation where everyone can be divined depends mainly on the ability of the diviner, and my ability is only enough to deduce the scene of Huai becoming the Devil King, but I don't know how she became the Devil King. However, a person's divination has a limit, but if he can divine the target of divination and the people close to him, he can add conditions by obtaining other divination information, so that he can further deduce the people who divine to the limit. Now, I have collected the future information about Yu, and found that Huai in the future is also living with you. Therefore, you only need to divine more people close to Huai, and you may get the truth that Huai can become the Devil King we want. After saying that, So-Kate asked Broly directly, would you like to divine me? Of course, I also want to know how I became the devil. Before Broly could speak, Huai came behind him, pushed him on the chair in the divination seat, and then leaned in his ear and said in a very ate tone, don't worry, when I become the devil, I will treat you well. There is a saying that men become bad if they have money, but the meaning of this sentence actually means that after having enough confidence, people may become complacent. It just so happens that Huai is a person of this type. Although she does not have enough confidence to support her confidence, she already has herself in the future. Huai now, after learning that her future will become a real demon king, her self-confidence is very exciting. As the eldest daughter from a poor family, the feeling of inferiority hidden in her heart during the process of getting along with the boy was wiped out at this moment. Even now, Huai thinks that becoming Broly's wife or something is completely okay, and she will still be the one who is pressing on Yu's head and the big wife in the future. Good. Seeing that the other party's happiness value was increasing, Broly did not object and agreed. So, this is the third divination today. So-Kai used all her strength to see how fickle the boy in front of her was, and how many sisters she had found for Huai and Yu. Show me up, openly opening up the harem's little ghost, future. The crystal ball lit up, and the light of the crystal ball lit up to the extreme. The crystal ball was extinguished and turned grey. So-Kate stood up and suddenly sat back on the chair beneath him. He looked at the scene in front of him and asked in confusion, Miss So-Kate, what have you seen? I saw nothing. So-Kate replied, looking at her scrapped crystal ball, she felt a little crying. What does it mean if you didn't see it? Huai was a little dissatisfied, and she was also full of joy and wanted to know how she became the devil. What I didn't see is that this child is too powerful and is no longer the existence I can tell the future. How is this possible? So-Kate, aren't you the world's strongest fortune teller who can accurately predict the actions of the Demon King? Huai didn't believe her words. The Demon King himself is not strong in combat ability. Forget it, in short, you only need to know one thing, that is, the boy who wants you to and becomes his wife in the future, his current power is above the Demon King. Moreover, it may be the kind that is far beyond the Demon King, otherwise it would be impossible to destroy my top-level divination crystal ball. So-Kate was still feeling a little distressed as he said that this crystal ball alone occupied a lot of her wealth. Then in this way, don't we know why Huai will become the Devil King in the future? Yu asked, and Huai had already shown her discomfort. She didn't know how she became the devil, so she didn't know how she should act. Although she had said she wanted to join the Demon King army before, it was completely sensible. After all, even she knew that the relationship between her Red Demon clan and the Demon King army was very poor. I'm afraid that if I go to the Demon King's army, it's just a sheep entering the tiger's mouth and going to die by myself. No, I think I have solved the truth that Huai can become the Devil King. However, so Kate said this. So, how did I become the devil? Hearing this, Huai immediately got up and asked. Huai, you actually became the devil by relying on your parents. So Kate pointed directly at the girl's nose and said. Ah! Yu exclaimed. No, why did I become a demon by relying on my parents' kings? After a moment of silence, Huai slapped the table with great dissatisfaction. Miss Sokate, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, then I will go to the village to promote the unreliable news that your divination is not reliable and even slander the guests. Do you want to know the truth? Then, please take a look at your previous divination content. Faced with Huai's threat, Sokate remained motionless and took out a spare crystal ball and showed evidence. Come on, look carefully at the scene of you becoming the Demon Queen. Did you see Broly behind the chair? Look. Under Sokate's example, the Pixel Wind's divination scene gradually became clearer than the real, and she pointed the camera at the Demon King soldiers under the skeleton throne, but gave a close-up of the eyes of these Demon King soldiers. The soldiers of the Demon King army looked at them in awe of Huai's power, but their eyes were actually directed at Broly behind Huai. I also thought of this possibility after failing to divinate for him. I read the future scene that Huai had just divined, and then I discovered this detail. Rather than saying that the future soldiers of the Demon King army are fearing Huai, who is the future, as the Devil King, it is better to say that they are fearing him standing behind you. So Kate pointed at the boy. So, Huai's ability to become the Demon King is not due to Huai's own power, but to Broly's power. After Yu summarized the words of Miss Divination, Sokai nodded. How is this possible? Huai's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe this statement. How is it impossible? Otherwise, with your current strength, ask yourself, can you really become a Demon King? This. Huai was shaken, and she found that she could not refute such a thing. The identity of the Demon King must have enough power to support it. The current Demon King is a powerful group support ability, and you should be a powerful future husband. You must forcibly push you to the position of the Demon King, and use absolute power to suppress the Demon King army, so that you can have a job as a Demon King. In this way, Huai, you seem to have said before that you want to defeat the Demon King and replace the Demon King to become the new generation of Demon King, right? And if Broly, you know that Huai has such a wish, would she want to realize it for her? Just like before, Huai made a wish to accumulate enough skill points to learn explosive magic as soon as possible. And just after her birthday, you brought us more high-level monster food bentos. This is the details that Yu noticed carefully. I think I can. Broly thought about it and felt that he was really possible to do this. At the same time, he realized that Master Akia only had to solve the current devil, not the next devil. If you know that Huai has the desire to be a Demon King, you may really push the other party to the position of the Demon King. So, can I still not escape the identity of the dependents? Huai people are irritated. Chapter 219 Gifts from the Girls of the Red Devils. Father, Mother, I'm going to leave the village and go outside to take an adventure. On the third day after divination, Huai, who locked herself in the room, finally cheered up and said this to her parents. Hey, sister, you are finally going to marry your brother-in-law and go out to settle down with your brother-in-law. From now on, will you settle down your brother-in-law's old age? Xiaomi asked curiously, and Hust, who was ironing clothes, and Ernie's, who was folding clothes, pricked up his ears and looked over. What does it mean to be the old man who must be your brother-in-law? I am not sure if Broly will become my partner in my life in the end. Can you please stop spreading rumors? Huai retorted loudly, but Xiaomi tilted her head but asked, then are you going out alone to take risks? Not this, I'm going to the new adventurer town Axel with Yu and Broly. Huai's answer suddenly became weaker, and Xiaomi directly put her hips on her hips and said, isn't this going with my brother-in-law? I'm following, I admit that, but I'm not a dependent on my parents in the past. I just want to go to a bigger place and find a stage, post, suitable for mastering the explosive magic to display my abilities. After knowing that she was dependent on her seniors, Huai did not choose to surrender. Although she accepted Broly's invitation, she planned to go to Axel, she just wanted to find an opportunity to work in a big city. She definitely didn't want to follow Broly and lie down there to lie down. Okay, we're very relieved to have Broly and Yu take care of you. In this regard, Piao Sanlang and Wei Wei were not worried about their daughter's situation. Sister, come on after you go to a big city. Xiaomi gave a thumbs up and encouraged her. I will. Hui felt that her family's smiling attitude was a little strange, but she nodded and accepted her sister's kindness. By the way, this is the magic prop that your classmates, Sticky and the others asked me to create. They should want to give Broly a goodbye gift. If you go to the academy to say goodbye to your friends later, let's take it over and bring it to them together. Piao Sanlang thought of something and took out a pair of leather gloves. Although the production period was only a short 3-day period, this glove was also a piece of 10. It is divided into excellent dragon leather gloves for warm props in winter. Hey, they want to give Broly gifts. Hui was stunned, and then her face looked ugly. She was holding gloves and immediately ran back to her room. After a while, she left with gloves and went to the academy. She had made an appointment. Xiao He was not taken away because the family environment improved. Xiaomi probably wouldn't treat her cat as reserved food, and Hui left with confidence. Hui, you are here, everyone is waiting for you. When she came to the academy, Yu came over when she saw her. To be honest, she was still a little worried about Hui's situation. It's just a farewell meeting. Is it necessary to be so serious? Hui said this, but she was still very moved to be seen off by everyone when she left the village. For this is a custom glove that you asked my father to make. After seeing Jian, Hui handed the magic props her father gave her to the girl. Jian took the gloves and was very happy, so she immediately ran to Broly and sent the warm gloves out. Broly, thank you for your lunchbox these days. This is a gift everyone has prepared for you. It contains the red dragon skin I have collected at home, plus the precious materials and money provided by others. The red dragon gloves created by you. If you wear it, your hands will not be cold in winter. Thanks. Broly was handed a pair of gloves. Although his hands were not cold in winter, he still thanked the group of Red Devil girls. Also, this is a gift I personally gave. I would take off the black background and white cross-shaped eye mask on my eyes today and hand it to Broly. It has an enhanced version of the demon sealing power effect, and is a suppression prop that truly hides power and is used to increase handsomeness. I can explain the usage of eye masks, but in fact this is a prop that stores magic power, but the stored magic power is very small compared to Broly's personal strength. Thanks. After Broly took it, he thanked you again. No, isn't our farewell today? Why are you all giving Broly gifts? The girls around the boy, especially if they were enough, leaned over to put a blindfold on Broly. The well-developed breasts were almost printed on the boy's face, which made Hui immediately dissatisfied and complained. Ha, don't worry, I have gifts for you too. She would take out her eyes in her arms, but she handed them to Yu and Hui respectively. Of course, the eye masks given to Yu and Hui are not magic props, because she doesn't allow her to prepare 3 magic props eye masks with enough pocket money. Is there any difference in treatment? After hearing that all she got was an ordinary eye mask, Hui became somewhat dissatisfied, but the increase in happiness value proved that she was still very happy in her heart. RQ thank you RQ. Unlike Hui's happiness, she can see at a glance that this is a gift she rarely gets from her friends in her life. In addition to the gifts that they would give, other girls also had gifts for them. The big dog owner, Sticky Shop, jointly gave Hui a magic wand as a farewell gift. And you were given an earring that could better hear the sound of the wind elf. In fact, it was a prop similar to a magic wand that enhanced the wearer's affinity with a certain elemental magic. We will definitely come back to visit you if we have time. Said in a QAQ. When we leave, we may never see each other again, but I, Hui, will always remember you. Hui also said with her nose twitched. Hey, don't say that we seem to be dying. In response to this, other Red Devil girls complained about it, but still said to them goodbye. Goodbye. Broly was also affected by the separation emotions. He was reluctant to say goodbye to the group of Red Devil girls opposite, and then used telection magic to instantly teleport into Axel, in the backyard of Wiz's magic prop shop. The ultra-long distance teleportation magic can only locate 3 coordinates. Broly has already set 2, one is the backyard of the Axelve magic props store, and the other is the doorstep of Yu's home in the Red Devil's hometown of the Red Devils. In other words, as long as he transforms magic energy enough, he can travel between Axel and Red Devils n times a day. Thinking of this, the faint sadness that separated from the group of Red Demon girls was gone. By the way, Broly, this is my gift. After landing leisurely, he also took out a gift. Do you have a gift for me? Broly was a little stunned. After taking the book in Yu-Yu's hand, he found that this was a complete collection of monster dishes, and the author was Mr. Huo Shao Chicken Silk, the first chef of the Red Devils. Aren't you very interested in cooking? I saved up money and bought this book. I hope you like it. Yu-Yu said. Well, I like it very much. Broly nodded. Although he liked eating rather than making food, it was a gift, and he was willing to accept Yu-Yu's kindness. Here, this is my gift. At this moment, Huai also took out the gift she had prepared hastily. You have it too. Broly was stunned for a moment, and his hand was stuffed with an old windproof goggles. This is when I was a kid an important prop, you can see things clearly under the water by wearing it. Don't you fly in the air often? It's just right to wear this one. Huai said this and became a little nervous inside. The gifts given by others were all new and they were prepared in advance. Her gift was an old thing that he had to use as a gift for everyone after he knew that everyone would give the boy a gift, and she was a little worried that the boy would dislike him. Of course, if you don't like what I've used before, after I find a job here and make money, you can buy you a new pair, and this one should be used as a replacement before replacing new goggles. Huai added. No, this is pretty good. Broly pulled the goggles on his face and thought it was okay. Chapter 220 Who is the Parasite? There was no trouble when Axel's family welcomed two new girls. Whether it was Akia, Darkness or Wiz, they had already learned about Yu-Yu and Huai's situation through the boy's mouth every day. When Yu-Yu and Huai came home, they held a grand welcome banquet, which made Yu-Yu and Huai a little flattered. Of course, after learning that they were all boys' future wives, Huai slapped the table directly, but Yu-Yu had no reaction except for a little blushing. I can't stand it. It turns out that you are a fickle person. Well, little radish, thank you very much for bringing me here. After I move out here, I will repay you, but if you do your wife's business in the future, forget it. Huai seemed very angry. After saying this, she returned to the room that Broly prepared for her angrily. Darkness and Viz looked at each other, while Akui raised her hips and said angrily, what the hell is going on with that girl? Following my lovely disciple, she got angry because he had more wife things. Didn't she know about this before? Damn, I slapped the table here and said that my cute disciple is a fickle little radish. Did she take me, my future master and mother-in-law seriously? Huai's attitude made Akia very dissatisfied. She felt that her mother-in-law's status was provoked. She complained to the departing girl while drinking. Calm down, Akia, haven't you known it long ago? Is that a little arrogant child? Wiz persuaded him. Broly, you have to take good care of her and show your masculinity. Akia didn't care, and said to Broly. I don't seem to have told Huai and Yu-Yu about other wives. Broly thought about it carefully and realized that this thing he had ignored. Although, I often talked about Akia and the other two in front of Huai and Yu-Yu. But because no one came to ask about his relationship with Akia and the other three, he did not take the initiative to introduce the situation. To be honest, I thought you were Broly's sisters. Yu-Yu whispered on the chair next to her. So, do you want to slap the table too? Akia looked at her with bad eyes. No, I think it's a good thing to have too many people. Compared to Huai's excitement, Yu-Yu quickly accepted the status quo. Yu-Yu is such a good wife. The girl's obedience was not surprisingly favored by Akia's mother-in-law. Broly, should we coax Huai? After Akia was drunk, Yu-Yu came over and asked softly. I really have to apologize. Broly nodded. Ha, I just planned to say sorry, but I want me to accept the fact that you opened the harem. Do you think this is possible? Unfortunately, Huai did not accept his apology, saying that she would move out soon after she found a formal job here. In this regard, Broly could only choose to respect the other party's choice, but he had a Buddhist mentality of being lucky if he gained it and losing it. However, it is mainly because Huai's happiness is not high, and Broly is not the kind of person who especially likes to use a hot face to touch his cold butt. After not getting positive feedback from Huai many times, he made a corresponding attitude of respect. Of course, if Huai's happiness value is high enough, it might be another matter, but there is no if. Without creating enough intimate feelings, Broly sighs when he looks at Huai is destined to be measured from the perspective of simple happiness. Although he prefers Huai to treat more than ordinary people, that's all. Broly cannot blame Master Akia for this, and it is even more impossible for other people who are also wives and have a closer relationship with him to be wronged. Half a month passed quickly. When Yuya was getting along well with others and began to work as a pharmacy apprentice in the Wiz shop and run the very wealthy family industry of Vitality Pharmaceuticals, Huai continued to suffer setbacks while looking for a job. There is no way, her personality is too arrogant, and she can only burst magic, and she can only release the amount of burst magic once. Even if you work as a blaster in a quarry, your efficiency can only achieve the effect of a magician who masters the explosion technique to blow up the stone. Of course, this does not mean that the power of burst magic is not good, but that it is not very suitable because it is too good. Combined production industry. Oh, Parasite Huai, have you found a job? Akia was lying on the sofa and grilling the fireplace. When she saw Huai coming back with a tired look on her face, she greeted her warmly. Who do you think is the parasite? Huai stared at the lazy Akia on the sofa with an angry look. By the way, when will you move out? In response to this, Akia just asked a question, which made the angry flame in Huai feel like she was poured with a basin of cold water. When I find a stable job. She replied in a low voice. But as far as I know, you are doing odd jobs now. When will you find a stable job? Akia came over and asked with some malicious intentions. Now it's just because it's winter, there are no entrusted tasks on the Adventurer Guild. By the time next spring, I will definitely find a suitable team to be active in the Adventurer Guild as a powerful Red Devil magician and make a lot of money. Huai defended herself. If you say that, you still have to eat and live for free in our house and be a parasite for a long time. Ah, I've said that I will pay back the money to pay the meal and accommodation fees at that time. But Akia, you guy, who is doing nothing and drinking all day long, is the real parasite in this family, right? Akia's pressing step by step made Huai burst out, and she pointed at Akia and said. What parasites? I am Broly's master, and supporting the elderly is a virtue that everyone should abide by. I am just being supported by my lovely disciple. Damn it, you shameless old woman. Humph, you are the bad guy who is not famous but is dependent on my family. Ha, this is not your house, but Broly's house. I live here as his ordinary friend. Broly is my lovely disciple, and his home is my home. As for your ordinary friend, who will live in someone else's house for free for so long? Ah, these two people started arguing again. The others who went home one after another saw Huai and Akia fighting after coming in. And they are no longer accustomed to fighting like this. It was originally Darkness and Akia, but when Huai came, Akia was very upset when this girl who didn't want to be her disciple's wife, and she would cause trouble for Huai every time. To be honest, if Broly hadn't been and insisted on being kind to Huai, Akia might have started to bring Huai's leftovers, and even built a doghouse outside the yard for her to live in. According to Akia, a guy like Huai who is ungrateful should not be treated too politely. Huai, why don't you change your mind? As long as you promise to be Broly's wife like me, Master Akia will not make things difficult for you. I don't want it. If there is such a vicious master and mother-in-law on my head in the future, I would rather die. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk, alas, don't worry about them, let's make dinner with me. Darkness greeted you and felt that in terms of parasites, Akia and Huai were basically in a slight stake. Even Huai, who really goes out to find a job, is better than Akia, who is drunk and dreaming at home. Of course, Akia also has a role to play. Occasionally, when her family goes out, she will throw some extra long gain buffs on everyone, which can be regarded as a family mascot that provides great buffs. However, as a lich, Wiz did not have the chance to gain buff with divine power, such as Akia. Chapter 221, The Siege of Snow Spirit, General Winter Incident. Let's go and fight against the Snow Spirit. On a day of burning fire in winter, Broly came back from the Adventurers Guild and proposed an outing issue. Hey, so suddenly? The girls were a little surprised. I heard from the guild that as long as you attack the Snow Spirit, you can make spring come soon, and I want spring to come soon. Broly explained the reason why he wanted to attack the Snow Spirit. Isn't that a rumor to attack the Snow Spirit and let spring come soon? The weather was too cold, and even Darkness didn't want to go out. No, this is really not a rumor. Seasonal changes and magic are closely related. Snow spirits are the fairy condensation of winter magic on the snow. If you attack a sufficient number of snow spirits, it may really warm the climate in some areas in advance. As the Witch of the Ice, Wiz has a deeper understanding of the magic of ice. It is theoretically based on popular science that the rumor that the snow spirit can make spring come early. So this is true. Yu's eyes widened, while Hui pricked up her ears. It's true in theory, but the number of snow spirits that need to be conquered if they want to change the climate is too large, so no one will really go out to fight snow spirits in the middle of winter. What's the matter with the task of hanging on the guild-commissioned panel to fight against the snow spirit? Darkness couldn't help asking. That kind of commission is usually hung up by people who expect to arrive early in spring. Just like someone will hang a sunny doll in front of the window on rainy days and pray for the weather to turn sunny. It is just a kind of moral behavior that expects something to be realized. Next to it, Akia added that she usually spends time in homes, markets, and guilds, and her understanding of the world is no longer the same as before. It's time. Then are we going to fight against the snow spirit? Yu asked. To be honest, when the weather was relatively cold, she also wanted to stay in the warm room and didn't want to go out. Broly, you future wives don't want to go out with you to fight the snow spirit, so let me go out with you to fight. But Hui on the other side suddenly said. Hey! Yu was a little surprised at her enthusiasm, and then heard Wiz next to her say, Ms. Hui is preparing to let spring come soon, so it's better to find a job early, right? That's right, that's it. Do you have any opinions? I don't have any opinions, I'm just worried about your personal safety. Ha, I've seen snow spirits before. I can cover them with the temperature of my palm. What danger can I get from attacking them? Hui was a little puzzled. The danger of attacking the snow spirit is not the attack on the snow spirit itself, but the fact that after attacking too many snow spirits, it may attract the ice and snow monsters behind the snow spirit. What is that? According to rumors, it was a special monster that had been active in the wind and snow. It was composed of countless super vengeful spirits, which were frozen to death in the ice and snow. Its strength was unfathomable. There were already many adventurers who did not believe in evil and ran to fight against the snow spirit in the middle of winter, so they were killed in the ice and snow. Hui was telling the legend about the snow spirit seriously, which made Hui sweat in the warm room, and the girl was a little scared. Of course, these are just legends, and no one has verified the authenticity of this information. Hearing this, Hui breathed out. However, this may also be because all the people who are trying to verify are dead. But Miss Lich's next words made Hui's face regained its solemnity. Although it's a legend, I think every legend is not groundless. To be safe, Broly, I think you shouldn't go out to fight against the snow spirit. After continuous failures in finding a job in Axel and the various tricks of Akia in other restaurants, Hui has also grown up a little and will avoid risks that she cannot cope with. Oh, can this be the reason why the parasite lady who lives in our house is afraid and wants to continue parasitizing in our house openly? At this time, Akia came over and was sarcastic. Akia, I'm not afraid. This is for Broly's safety. Hui grinned her teeth and retorted. My cute disciple is very powerful. Even if there is a terrifying monster behind the snow spirit, he can handle it easily, and you don't need to worry about his safety. Akia said confidently, and then expressed his opinion to Broly. Broly, the master agreed to attack the snow spirit, and I also want to catch some snow spirits back. As for someone who is afraid, if you don't want spring to come soon and find a job, you can also not go, anyway, there are many of you. Akia made a pun, and after she decided, everyone in the Dabi Pavilion eventually participated in the crusade mission together. The woman wearing a winter cold-proof suit came to the depths of the snowfield outside Axel with Broly. A fairy like the snow spirit is easier to discover only in areas covered by heavy snow that are rarely visited. Not long after arriving in the depths of the snowfield, Akia, who had an insect-catching net, found the snow spirits hiding inside in the snow. They looked like white glutinous rice balls, looking very cute. Catched. Akia just waved her net and grabbed a snow spirit that wanted to fly away. She took out the glass bottle she brought and stuffed it into the bottle. Populate milk and sugar to stir. According to the stirring method, you can get a magical milk smoothie, and you can also get a magical milk ice cream. Broly. When you go back, the master will make you this delicious. Akia, who was holding a bottle of snow semen, said this. In a sense, she is a goddess who knows how to eat and makes her own food. He has outstanding talent in enjoyment, and his only disadvantage is that he will be lazy without external pressure. However, when there is pressure or want to pressure someone, Akia will become much more normal, and now she looks at Huai with some provocation. Huai was a little angry, but she had no choice but to attract food. For her who knows how to treat her, she had no way to deal with it. But Broly was even taking this trick. Humph, don't forget that he wants spring to come earlier, and if he wants spring to come earlier, he has to conquer more snow spirits, which requires my burst magic. What's the use of burst magic that can only fire one shot? Akia sarcastically. Who said I can only launch one shot? Now I can launch 2 shots. Thanks to his frequent part-time job as a blaster in the Axle Quarry, Huai's magic power has grown. But it is a scam to support launching 2 burst magic. If she really uses 2 burst magic, she will be instantly unconscious because of her magic. Broly took the net bag that Master Akia gave him when he came out, and then looked at the little snow spirit floating in front of him who was not aware of the danger. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth, and the movements were guided by Connor, and he ate the little snow essence directly. It had no special taste, it was cold and cool, and the taste was denser and softer than cotton candy. By the way, a cool magic power rushed into his body. It is digested in the body, but it is quickly digested. Broly savored it carefully and didn't think it was delicious. Explosion! Over there, under the severity of Akia, Huai took out her wand and released the bursting magic at the place where the snow spirit gathered. She wanted to prove herself in helping to conquer monsters, and prove that she was definitely more useful than Akia. With a rumbling sound, the snow in the depths of the snow field was blown away, and dozens of snow spirits were melted together. Did you see it? Just one blow, I attacked so many snow spirits. Huai used a staff to support her body, resisting the urge to fall, and then said provocatively to Akia. Miss Parasite is very good, but I see how you deal with the monsters that will appear next. After the explosion, the wind began to blow up in the originally windless environment, and a blizzard suddenly moved from a distance. Here, it's the monster behind the snow spirit. Whis took out his staff, and the same was true for Yu. After a while, a human-shaped monster in the shape of an ice-armored warrior appeared in the storm and blizzard. So, General Dong really exists. Darkness drew his sword, with a look of anticipation on his face. But, this seems not to be the undead, right? It is indeed not the undead, but people's cognition is captured by magical goblins. After meeting some conditions, they will be transformed by a large number of snow spirits in winter, special monsters that use magic to transform them. Akia knows more about this kind of rumor, and the origin of the ice and snow monster in front of her was probably created by the reincarnation she had reincarnated before. First, we create a legend and then spread the legend. After people in this world have identified with the legend, the magic power of this world will react, and we can really create some special monsters. In fact, the principles of the birth of indigenous gods are similar, but they require a long period of cognitive accumulation and magic power accumulation until the divine nature is formed. Essay, Miss Parasite, as the person who eliminates the most snow spirits, you are now completely targeted by the presence of the Winter General. Now it's time to launch your second burst magic to solve the ice and snow monster on the opposite side, provided that you really have the ability to launch the second burst magic. Huai. He looked at Yu for help. Miss Akia, it's not the time to talk about this. Yu didn't want something wrong with Huai, so she persuaded Akia, who was sarcastic. On the other side, General Dong moved, and was very fast, rushing towards Huai. Don't worry, I will protect you. Darkness launched a sarcasm with 3-point determination and 7-point joy on his face. General Dong, who was sprinting towards Huai, turned a corner directly. The crackling sound of fencing sounded quickly, but it was not that Darkness easily resisted General Dong's attack, but that General Dong suppressed Darkness with his extremely fast sword skills. Chapter 222 Reasons to let Spring arrive early. As a special monster condensed by people's cognition, General Dong has 2 criteria for measuring his power. First, it condenses the number of snow spirits that General Dong has existed, and second, people's imagination of the legendary ice and snow monster. General Dong, who appears in front of them now, is a special monster whose swordsman's strength is no less than that of a human sword master. The continuous slash of the ice sword in the opponent's hand directly suppressed Darkness to the point where he could only make a difficult defense. Curse of weakness. Fireball. Even if Hui's and Yu's magic support came later, it was just to let General Dong draw out his second ice sword and turn on the double sword mode. This guy's magic power is too high. Every time he slashes, he has a very strong magic flow. Our magic will be shattered directly by its slashes. Wind blade technique. Not only that, with the continuous gathering of snow spirits around it, its strength is also increasing. In the wind and snow environment, if it cannot be eliminated with one blow, it may continue to repair physical damage. Most of the magic attacks were shattered, and a small number of them hit General Dong and caused some damage to him, but it was useless. Because of the damaged part, it quickly recovered from the ice and snow. This is a field monster that can achieve almost invincible abilities in its own field. No wonder, no one has ever had any rumors of defeating it. Wiz said. Miss Wiz, isn't this guy not having any weaknesses? Ask for a long time. The weakness is that it's enough to completely eliminate it with one blow. Wiz put the staff in front of him and shouted to darkness. Hold that, Winter General, I want to use the magic of chanting spells to enhance its power to solve it with one blow. No problem. Darkness responded and continued to mock him. Ice Crystal big guy, don't underestimate the Cross Knight's defense, look at the sword. The darker than black, darker than darkness, here is my will to destroy, the arrival of the awakening, the end of the fall of the absurd church. This is... Huiwei widened her eyes. Explosion magic. Yu said what she wanted to say. Wiz is that he used the burst magic that was more proficient than Huiwei. Magical array patterns appeared above General Dong's head, and General Dong seemed to feel the crisis of destruction at this moment. It looked up at the burst magic array pattern condensed on its head, crossed its ice sword, surrounded by ice magic, but before the burst magic was about to form, it used a cut-off magic sword technique similar to the shattering magic pattern itself. The cross-crossing ice sword energy slashed through the formation pattern of the burst magic, causing the voice of Wei-Eyes, who was in charge of the burst magic, to stop singing. Obviously, he did not expect that General Dong could interrupt the casting in this way. When everyone was surprised, General Dong shifted his target and rushed towards Wiz. Darkness wanted to stop it, but an ice thorn pushed her out first. General Dong lowered his body, and the ice sword that dissipated in his hand condensed again. When he came to Wiz, he raised the ice sword and prepared to behead the Lich Miss who was the most threatening to him. Miss Wiz. During this period, Yu tried to use magic to block General Dong's attack, but it was useless. The ice magic around General Dong's body was too strong. The fireball technique was extinguished before it even approached the fireball, and the wind blade technique was the same. Yu closed her eyes and didn't want to see the scene of an acquaintance being killed, so she also missed the scene of the boy coming to Wiz in an instant, opening his mouth to bite General Dong to sway the ice sword. It's just Borneal, not very delicious. After chewing the fragments of the ice sword twice, Broly spit out the ice residue in his mouth. When General Dong was still preparing to continue the attack, he grabbed the opponent's head with an ice-armored helmet with one hand and directly floated up the opponent. Han Bing seemed to be preparing to freeze his hand along the contact position, but the warm magic pattern on the fire dragon glove stopped this, making Broly, who wanted to use his energy to directly smash the monster, unable to help but stop destroying the other party. Master Akia, do you want to take this thing back? General Dong was struggling but it was useless. Huiwei and Yu were both shocked and looked at General Dong who had previously fought against many people and easily suppressed them, but now he was struggling with powerlessness at the boy's hands. Wiz and Darkness didn't feel surprised. The dangerous General Winter might be a terrifying monster to them, but it was a large toy for Broly. I don't have a big enough bottle, and it doesn't look good, so I don't want it. Akia is a little disgusted with General Dong's appearance. In comparison, the snow spirit in the initial form is much cute. Oh. Broly understood and let go of General Winter in his hand. Before the other party landed, he continued to fight, and a single energy cannon drowned the other party. After the light of the energy bomb passed, a clean frozen soil road appeared on the snowfield with no end and no end. The monsters formed by the gathering of snow spirits, and the blizzards that kept blowing in the environment, were stopped directly under the bombing of energy bombs. How about it, if Broly wants to solve the snow spirit, do you really need your burst magic help? Akia's words hit Huiwei a little. Broly's energy bomb just now was completely beyond her burst magic. As long as you eliminate more of these monsters, spring will come sooner, right? Broly held the net bag and put some scattered snow spirits around him, and couldn't help asking. Broly, do you hate winter so much? Yu was a little curious, but she was also helping to trap the remaining snow spirit. I don't hate winter, I just want to celebrate your birthday earlier. Isn't your birthday in spring? Broly said. Hearing this, everyone else saw it. It seemed that they didn't expect the reason for the boy to attack the snow spirit, but just wanted to celebrate Yu's birthday as soon as possible. But even if spring comes early, my birthday will not be early. Yu was moved, but her birthday was a fixed day and would not accelerate or slow down as the seasons changed. She had to remind Broly. Hey, is that so? Broly's net bag was empty, and there was clear ignorance in his wide eyes, as if he only knew this for granted. However, this time the attack on the snow spirit is not considered to be completely unrealized. Back at the warm home, Broly was not disappointed when he looked at the soaring happiness value and the ice cream made by Master Akia with snow essence. In addition, the amount of each snow spirit that was nearly 100,000 Eris's attack also made their family a big profit. Chapter 223 Spring is here, I don't have spring. Spring in the Axel region arrived more than a month early. The ice and snow melt and the plains are revitalized. Adventurers have also become active from the slow state of winter. My spring has finally arrived. Huai was very excited early in the morning and put on the full costume of her own great magician. Why is this guy so excited? Akia bit the cheese bread and asked Yu next to her. Huai joined a team of adventurers and will form a team with them today to go out for commissioning. If that team recognizes Huai's abilities, then she will have a formal job. Yu answered Akia's question, then put the toasted bacon on the buttered bread slices, add lettuce, fried eggs, squeezed tomato sauce, and cover with a slice of bread, and then put the prepared burger. He handed it to Broly next to him and poured him a glass of milk. So, this guy is leaving this house soon. Akia was stunned for a moment, and she felt a little reluctant. That's right, after I officially join the adventurers team, I will no longer need to be ordered by you, a lazy guy. Huai nibbled her DIY burger and pointed at Akia and said loudly. In order not to be a parasite, she voluntarily became a homemaid in this family. For labor, exchange for the right to live here, and daily meals. From that time on, Akia didn't call Huai parasite, but as the hostess of the family, she would be domineering to the Red Devil girl, directing the other party to do this and that and pick on her. Huai was fed up with Akia's difficulties, and she became a little excited when she thought that she would get rid of this bastard woman in a short time. Haha, just your ability and temper, don't let someone drive it out. Akia said sarcastically. Do you want me to go with you? Broly asked after eating the sandwich and drinking the milk in front of him. No need, I'm not a child, I can solve the problem by myself. Huai, 14 years old this year, directly rejected the boy's kindness. She believed that her previous failures in employment were all due to the issue of professional mismatch. Nowadays, adventurer, a profession that often needs to fight dangerous monsters, is considered a profession that is very suitable for him and is a professional counterpart. I want to show my strength here and let the name of the great magician Huai stand at the top of the Axel adventurer industry. Master Akia, please help Huai with some blessings. Huai was about to leave alone, and Broly had no intention of forcing the other party, but just turned his head and said to Akia next to him. Broly, you are the most caring about it, but unfortunately someone doesn't understand your goodness. Akia praised her disciple and hooked her finger at Huai. Hey, the red-eyed maid over there is here to give you some blessings. Ha, I don't need your blessing. Huai refused. Who wants to bless you? If I hadn't been afraid that you would die outside and not cleared the accounts of eating and drinking before working at home, I wouldn't have given you any blessings. Akia spoke politely, but she still walked over and added a bunch of buffs to the girl. Akia's blessings are very powerful, and they can increase ordinary people to the level of professionals. Putting Huai on her body means she temporarily has a numerical bonus of low threshold level for the whole profession. You have so many blessings. When I go out to find you to wish you a blessing on weekdays, you haven't given me so many blessings. Darkness started to complain. Sure enough, Miss Akia still likes Huai. Wiz also said with a smile. Ha, I like this little-breasted little kid? Hell, I just don't want our servants to overestimate their abilities to go outside as adventurers and come back, and they will lose their arms and legs. Akia retorted loudly. Who do you think is small breasts? Bastard, I will definitely return all over, and I still have a stable job as an adventurer. I will no longer be led by you, a guy with sagging breasts, and I will be directing my work. On that day, Huai went out with a pride and angrily, and when she came back with a stick. When Yu asked her how she was working and teaming up to complete the entrusted task, Hui confidently raised her thumb on her right hand and said that there was no problem. Today my explosive magic showed my power. My teammates who formed the team praised my explosive magic for being very powerful. The captain asked me to cultivate for 2 days, and said that in 2 days, I would give me a reply to joining the team. But 2 days later, when Hui looked over again, she found that the team of missing magicians had found a lower-level magician to take over her position. Sorry, your burst magic is so powerful that it doesn't match our team that often receives hunting commissions, so. Hui was eliminated, and the explosion magic directly blew the target monster to ashes, causing the profits of the team she joined to significantly reduce. After calculating the expenses, there was even a loss. The captain of the adventurer team naturally declined Hui. However, there was still a settlement with Hui for the commissioned remuneration for the last task, and as for the cost of the loss, there was nothing we could do about it. I actually lost to a lower-level magician. In the next 2 days, Hui fell into self-doubt. However, she quickly cheered up and continued to find other teams in the Adventurers Guild. However, I'm sorry, a powerful Red Devil magician like you, a new team like ours really can't accept it. Please go and find other teams with high standards. Cleaning up the orchard in spring into ethereal weeds, but as a result, a burst magic destroyed half of the orchard. Eris earned was not enough to compensate for the orchard's destruction, and Hui was fired again. I'm sorry, compared to the great magician who only has one blow and needs to draw energy to protect safety after the fight, our team hopes to have a more comprehensive auxiliary caster. This is a difficult challenge, the entrusted team gave Hui a reply. Of course, the team that often receives high-level commissions also said that if Hui is willing to learn some practical middle and low-level magic, then they are willing to help Hui overcome the problem of upgrading in the early stage and become a companion for growing up and adventure together. However, this proposal was rejected by Hui, and people's energy was limited. If they learned other magic, their energy was destined to be dispersed. This made Hui, who dreamed of reaching the peak of explosive magic, could not accept it. Therefore, the situation became like this: Hui still couldn't find a stable job that suited her. The commissions that mid and low-end adventurers usually receive cannot use her burst magic at all. For adventurers who challenge high-end difficulty commissions, Hui's burst magic is a good countermeasure card, but adventurers who can challenge high-end difficulty commissions are of high-end difficulty commissions are of a high-end difficulty commission. Compared with explosion magic, an intermediate assistant brings greater benefits. It can be said that except for some extreme attack missions, Hui, who is useful, Hui's general use is too low at other times. After a long time of searching for the team to run in, she was rejected and she was rejected. In the end, Axel lacked a team of adventurers who had a magician. When they saw Hui in the guild, they subconsciously avoided it. The girl finally realized something. In life, you cannot be strong everywhere, and sometimes you must learn to rely on others appropriately. Chapter 224, Lying Flat is a Kind of Wisdom. Do you want to join the Acusis religion? So, is that why you suddenly ran in with a scarf and took a bath with us? Darkness complained. Yes, I decided to throw away the unnecessary competitive spirit and integrate into our big family from today. Hui admitted it. Don't force yourself. Don't force it. Hui's face was as red as steamed shrimp. After experiencing a lot of failures and setbacks, the Red Devil girl finally lowered her proud head to reality and responded to Akia's joke. Hui, welcome home. Yu was very happy and welcomed Hui. Miss Hui, do you want to scrub the bath? It's very comfortable and can relieve muscle fatigue in the body, although I am a zombie. Wiz, who was lying on the bathtub, asked that after being infused with a large amount of life energy, her body was temporarily restored to a living state. Briliz was riding on her waist, holding her white shoulders with both hands to help her stretch the corpse stagnation of the muscles near her shoulder blades. I won't need this for now. I feel that my body is still very relaxed. Hui's face was a little stiff and refused, and her eyes kept staring at Broly sitting in Viz's back, worried that the boy Loach might suddenly turn into a giant eel, and then use the stinging skill against Viz from behind. Humph, Hui, you are really a innocent little girl, but if you want to join our big family, you must go through the step of being scrubbed and massaged by Broly. Only by confirming the degree of fit for physical contact can we ensure that everyone's future life will be a happy situation. Or, you never thought about taking the step of being made an adult by my disciple, but you were forced by reality to come and say something nice to us, and then you also wanted to jump repeatedly between becoming a wife and not becoming a wife? Akia lay on the edge of the bath, staring at Hui's body size wrapped in a scarf from bottom to top, and then asked with a squinted look. No, although it's really bad for me to jump repeatedly before, I'm now ready to be enlightened. Hui quickly retorted that only those who have been beaten by society can understand that being good to oneself is never a matter of course. Then, let's prove it to us, your awareness. Under Akia's forced force, Hui, holding a scarf, still lay on the bathing bed. After Yu, she became the fifth woman in the world to be scrubbed by a master of cloth. The girl's face was buried between her arms with redness. Her shy reaction was similar to that of Yu when she had just experienced a bath. Broly helped her rub it with a shampoo. The rubbed Hui is no different from others, and she makes strange patient sounds in her mouth. After getting used to it, slowly relax, and the patient voice will turn into a comfortable and soft hum. In the end, the body is relaxed and the eyes are blurred. It was not until I was turned over and rubbed the other side that I let out a scream and my whole body became tense again. Do you do this every time you take a shower? You even rub the front? Hui was a little incredible. Let's relax. Anyway, you will be honest in becoming a wife in the future. There is nothing wrong with getting used to it in advance. Darkness comforted Hui. Inhale deeply and exhale again so you won't be too nervous. Yu teaches her experience of being scrubbed. Are you giving birth? Hui complained and felt a little relaxed. Hui, you have to eat more on weekdays, you have lost a little bit. Broly suddenly said that compared to the plumpness of others, Hui felt a little barren when rubbed, and she could completely feel the shape of the bones under her flesh. Hui. After a while of silence, it erupted. If you have to worry, aren't you a small person? She was rubbed and sat angrily among a group of plump women. Seeing that the people around her are developing better than her, she couldn't help but feel some people lowered their knees and spit out bubbles in the water. It doesn't matter, Hui, small breasts are also rare resources. Yu came over to comfort her. Ah, are you provoking? So what if you have a plump body? The two lumps in front of you are completely fat, okay? Oh, someone couldn't eat grapes, so he started saying that the grapes were sour. Akia mocked her. Bastard, I just haven't grown up yet, and I will definitely develop in the future. Hui immediately refuted. But, I remember Miss Wei, who also seemed to have flat chests. Wiz gave a fatal blow. Ah, you guys, big-breasted monsters, I'll fight you. After a while of fighting, several floating corpses floated on the water. Thank you, and you are willing to accept me. Hui suddenly said. What can't be accepted? After getting along for a long time, everyone is already friends. Darkness replied. But no one has ever refused to accept you, it's just that you have a bad temper and don't want to get along with everyone. Akia complained. But this is not a matter of course. Who would have been willing to share his partner with the women who have met several times at the beginning, and directly, hello everyone, and successfully accept the result of becoming a member of the harem? Hui sat up and asked back. What's going on now? Is it a real blow to you? Darkness asked incisively. There is indeed some reason, but more importantly, I am familiar with you. Hui did not deny that she had succumbed to reality, and lay back into the water and said, it's great to lie flat and rely on others. In the face of cruel reality, choosing a lifestyle that makes you feel most comfortable, lying flat, choosing to rely on others is a kind of wisdom. Do you want to join the Acusis religion? Ha, I don't want to join the Acusis church. Although I want to rely on Broly, it doesn't mean I don't want to work hard anymore. Hui, do you know that you give me the feeling now, like the kind of girl you want and want? Yu said something. To be honest, I feel this way myself. Hui didn't refute Yu's words, and she felt that she was a little bad. So, Broly, I am so good, do you still want me? She looked at the boy crawling out of the bathhouse and was shaking her tail and asked. Yes, why not? Broly did not hesitate at all about this question and gave a positive answer. Hui happiness value rises. From then, I will be one of your wives. Hui glanced over her eyes, avoiding the boy's gaze, and said with a red face. Although my relationship is not very romantic, it is better to be straightforward. Even though I am not as good as I imagined, the boy next to me seems to have never changed his attitude towards him. Good. Chapter 225 Mobile Fortress Destroyer. Explosion. On the vast wasteland, a mushroom cloud rose, and a group of dangerous monsters were wiped out in the terrifying explosion. Woo, it's so cool. Huai, who had released the magic of bursting many times, had a flushed face and her body fell to Broly's body next to her. As Broly held her and injected the life energy converted from the chi into her body, Huai's exhausted magic and physical strength quickly recovered. Let's go on. Huai, who was recovering from her state, said so. Hey, don't be sore in your spells standing and casting spells. I've attracted so many waves of monsters, so I'm very tired. Darkness quickly called and stopped. Isn't Broly helping you cheer up and restore your condition? Huai was puzzled. It's also tiring to be restored to my state after being pumped up. Broly's energy is only restored to my vitality, but there is still a strain on my body's muscles. Akia didn't come out with us to level up. All right. Huai was a little disappointed, so she accepted today's leveling, and it was time to end. At this time, more than half a month has passed since Huai decided to bow to reality. How can you make you happy? At that time, after taking a shower, Broly asked her. At that time, Huai thought happiness was the case when a man and a woman had sex. After reminding me, I realized that Broly would satisfy some of the wishes of my future wife. Of course, it's okay to talk about desire and ambition. And Huai's answer naturally did not change much. I dream of becoming the world's #1 explosive magician. I think I will feel extremely happy after I realize this wish. Okay, then I'll make you the world's #1 burst magician. After Huai expressed her happy conditions, Broly made a direct promise. Just kill other burst magicians in front of you, Huai, you are the world's #1 burst magician. Although the boy's proposal later made people ashamed, fortunately, the way to realize her wish was still on track after discussion. In summary, it is constantly improving the burst magic levels, and these include but are not limited to, leveling up monsters to gain skill points. Release burst magic multiple times to reduce the skill points required to upgrade burst magic at the next level, and increase the upper limit of your own magic power while constantly exhausting all your magic power to restore your magic power. Of course, this is an improvement to oneself internally and externally, such as carrying a bunch of advanced magic potions and ores from Mana Mine. Or buy Krypton Gold, buy precious skill potions as water to drink, and spend a lot of money to create a set of top equipment that greatly reduces magic consumption. However, since the materials for top equipment have not been collected, the latter is still in a state of progress. The burst magic that can only be used once is useless, but if you can use it as an ordinary fireball technique for multiple times, Huai will be the world's #1 burst magician. Huai said this, and Huai also agreed with this very much. She was like being kept. Oh no, the fact is that she was kept. She got the huge resources that Broly accumulated in this world and invested heavily in her personal dream. What Huai needs to do every day is to be taken to a place in the wild and release her explosive magic risk-free, targeting the dangerous group of monsters attracted by darkness. Because you have a history of repeated jumps, I need you to sign this contract of God, witnessed by the great goddess of water. Let me see. I, Huai, myself swear that I will voluntarily become a slave to love, and exchange my entire love for Broly's investment in my huge resources. Once I, Huai, myself became the world's #1 burst magician, I didn't want to fulfill my responsibility to become Broly's wife. Broly and his other wives and masters will have the right to get back 100 times the amount of resources I have invested in before. If there is no resource payment, the person who violates the contract will become a slave to the other party of the contract and cannot resist any orders of the contract owner. The contract main party has the first priority, Broly and Akia, and the second priority, Darkness, Wiz, Yu, and other wives with countless names. Note 1. During the contract, if the contractor performs unchaste behavior, such as being attracted to other opposite sexes, it will be regarded as violating the contract content and will also become a slave to the contract owner. Note 2. The contract is risky, please be cautious when signing the contract. The great goddess of water Akia warmly reminds. No, I've given him a bath. Do you still need to sign such a terrifying contract? Use it, of course, you don't know the money Broly is going to invest for you, it's enough for me to buy how many wines I have in the wine cellar. When Akia learned that her disciple was preparing to invest in Huai's amount of money to realize her dream, she was very jealous. And, if you don't even dare to sign such a contract, will you still dare to say that you will definitely become my lovely disciple's wife in the future? In this way, under the influence of Akia's jealousy, Huai signed a contract with terrifying consequences in exchange for this unparalleled resource investment. Broly, there is news about what we want to inquire about. When she got home, Miss Lich gave her good news. The next day, on the desert wasteland in the west of Axel, a huge terrifying golem like a spider wandering aimlessly in this desert area where life does not exist. The mobile fortress destroyer, the people who made this thing were from the ancient kingdom, but for some reason, it destroyed the ancient kingdom that made it, and for hundreds of years, it never stopped its own activities in this world. The cities that have been destroyed by several moving cities are golem weapons of the world's natural disaster level. According to some ancient documents, the legendary Corona Stone should be loaded on it. In other words, as long as I knock down the spider-like thing, we can get the materials to make equipment to reduce magic consumption for Huai, right? It should be. After Viz confirmed, Broly flew directly to the mobile fortress destroyer, which was indeed a natural disaster level destruction weapon, but unfortunately he encountered the Saiyan who could destroy stars. Akia didn't even use the spell removal technique to destroy the defensive magic on the fortress, so Broly just used his fists and feet to remove the destroyer of the mobile fortress. Without the mobile fortress with 8 giant legs, it is similar to the crab whose legs are removed, but the mechanical interface of the broken legs and feet is creaking on the ground. Everyone walked inside and found the remains of the man who made the mobile fortress and the other party's personal notes. Through Akia's story of reading the notes, everyone learned about a scientific researcher Lao Deng's story of a ridiculous project that cheated funds. I originally wanted to cheat my funds and continue to live leisurely in this kingdom, but who knew they really found me a Corona Stone? In order not to be regarded as a funding liar and criticized by the king, I could only use my abilities to make this big guy. On the day it was made, this thing went wild. Although I made this thing, I don't know why it went wild. So, my squandering kingdom was destroyed, and because I could not go down from here, I could only wait to die after the food here was consumed. Everyone. Of course, for the sake of the romance of huge machinery, I wrote a self-destruction program in the control system of this thing. As long as someone makes this thing unable to move, this thing will enter the self-destruct countdown, bang. Of course, there was no explosion. Broly just took off the leg of the destroyer of the mobile fortress, and the huge golem itself has not stopped moving. There are even some small golem outside, and they are beginning to repair the broken leg of the mobile fortress. Akia, can't you do anything about it? The maker of this thing is the reincarnation who was sent to this world by you. Darkness asked. You ask me what can I do? The golden finger ability was sent to me by the heavenly realm, and I don't know the principle of realizing the ability. In the end, the mobile fortress destroyer still exploded, but before the explosion, he adopted the suggestion of Ihuai's father Piao Sanro. The coronal stone that had not been burned with self-destructed magic patterns was removed from a large piece of coronal stone with core energy. Except for those who can use teleportation magic, only Broly, a Saiyan who completely ignores the self-destruction of the Corona Stone and produces the threat of terrifying explosions, can do this. There are a total of 6 Corona Stone materials, which will definitely make the best equipment to reduce magic consumption. However, there should be still remaining Corona Stones. Broly, what else do you need them to be made into? Chapter 226 The Royal Family's Summoning. The mobile fortress destroyer was suddenly attacked, and the news shocked the adventurers of Axel. When the news was confirmed, the upper class of the ancient kingdom of Bells was also alarmed. The royal family wants to invite us to the royal city and listen to us talk about the attack on the destroyers of the mobile fortress. On that day, after Darkness came back from the house, he told everyone at home that the royal family invitation was invited. Ha, why? Is it because the upper class of this country who is afraid of the power of my lovely disciples and is afraid of this? Akia understands conspiracy theories and immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. I don't deny that the Belziger royal family has such concerns, but there is a huge threat from the Demon King army outside. The Belziger royal family should want to understand Broly's power more than fearing Broly's power. Of course, they should now regard the success of attacking the destroyers of the mobile fortress as the overall power of our team. Darkness also did not deny that the royal family was afraid of powerful forces, but he still analyzed the ideas of the people in the ancient Bells kingdom from the perspective of the royal family. Yu is going to have a birthday tomorrow, and I'm going to celebrate her birthday. Broly said. That is, the upper class of this kingdom thinks what we are, and if we want to understand the situation, they should come and ask us for advice. Akia also shouted. This is right, so I'll just tactfully reject the invitation from the Belzegur royal family for everyone. However, in the future, the Belzegur royal family may be dissatisfied with the issuance of the entrusted bounty for the successful crusade against the mobile fortress. However, our team has money, I think it's... Wait, what did you say? The iron lump we solved has a bounty. Akia interrupted and asked. Of course, the destroyer of the mobile fortress, but the three kingdoms all have a headache. Once that thing approaches the city, it will cause great damage to the city. Therefore, the three kingdoms have long-term rewards for the destroyers of mobile fortresses. No matter who it is, as long as the destroyers of mobile fortresses are destroyed, they can exchange this reward in one of the three kingdoms. How much is the bounty? Akia asked hurriedly. It's about 200 million. Darkness answered. However, if the destruction of the mobile fortress was not attacked in the desert, but was attacked on the way to a bustling city, there might be more bounties. I told Teacher Pyukin that tomorrow is Yu's birthday. Teacher Pyukin promised the school to give them a day off and let them attend your birthday. Hey, is this okay? It was not possible, but after I had enough to say something about the red bond and growth friendship to Teacher Pyukin agreed. Yu's mouth twitched, and she could have imagined that they would have made some of the Red Devils' second speeches they said to Teacher Pyukin for the holiday. Of course, a little speechless, Yu was still very moved. The companions in the academy were actually willing to ask for leave to celebrate her birthday. Broly, go to the royal city with your master. Just as Broly and Yu and Huai were chatting about when they would come to Axel's side tomorrow, Akia came over and said to the boy with a request. 200 million heiress, just went to the royal city and was asked some questions by the royal family of this country. There was no problem. But, Master Akia, I still have to prepare for Yu's birthday tomorrow. Broly was in a bit embarrassed, customizing cakes, dressing up at home, preparing gifts, etc., and there are still many things to do. Broly, listen to me, these things can be left to Wiz and the others to prepare, and you can even go to the Adventurers Guild to issue a commission to help, but our family has a very serious situation now, that is, the economy is not very good, and we need money. Akia pulled Broly aside and whispered, but Broly was still a little hesitant, and he promised to give Yu a great birthday party. Listen, tomorrow Yu's friends are coming here. As the hosts, should we receive them and treat them to eat and drink, and all these are for money, and because of a certain gold-swalking beast, our family is now in a state of extreme shortage of money. Hey, although I did eat a lot of resources, it would be a bit too much to say that I am a gold-swallowing beast. Also, my friends are good at them, because of friendship, so they came to celebrate Yu's birthday. Why did it become like they were willing to come here to play in Axel? Humph, no matter whether it is love, friendship, or other feelings, only by maintaining sufficient material conditions can it last for a long time and develop better. A good snobbish statement. Huai really wanted to complain, but she found that she didn't seem to have the qualification to complain because she was attracted by material conditions. It's okay, Master Akia is right. If I can treat them well and be able to do it, I will be very happy. Yu said. Okay, Master Akia and I will go to the royal city. Broly nodded. I should go together, too. Darkness quickly said that she didn't dare to let Akia and Broly go by herself. If the Belzegur royal family made both of them unhappy and Akia, the brainless man, directly instructed Broly to take action, it would be a big event, and the kingdom might be destroyed. The news of the royal summoning came in the morning, but Broly, Akia and Darkness went in the afternoon. During this period, in addition to choosing a decent dress, Darkness also explained to the two that the etiquette must be given to meet the royal members. It's so troublesome. You have to know that I am a real goddess. The human king is the one who needs to bow to me when facing me, let alone other royal families. Akia complained. Yes, but now you say you are a goddess. Do you think others believe it? This is just to avoid unnecessary trouble. You don't want to look at the winery that can make wine, because the royal family disappears and the country is closed down, right? This sentence worked very well, and Akia soon became an amazing lady with good aristocratic etiquette. Broly, if there is chaos in the country, many people may lose their happiness, including us. Broly. It is easy to destroy order, but it is troublesome to rebuild order. Broly hates trouble and hates everyone's unhappiness. Moreover, Darkness taught him etiquette, and he had studied hard. Unlike Akia, he had nothing to complain about. Chapter 227 Test It. This is His Highness, the first princess of the Belzigo kingdom, Lord Belzigo Staliha Soder Alice. Now, she allows you to come forward to meet. In the context of the medieval era, the process of meeting an important royal family member of a country was very troublesome. After Broly came here with darkness, it took more than 10 minutes just to register and confirm the identity information. When preparing to meet the princess, the noble guard named Kuria Senfernia who heard that he was related to darkness and was required to inform him in advance, and they were allowed to enter after obtaining the approval of the princess inside. After entering, they could see the girl on the chair opposite. The other party still needed to whisper and pass the message to the maid next to them before they could come forward to introduce their identities. It's so big. Akia, who was complaining about this just now, was a lady after coming in. For the sake of 200 million heiress, the goddess also showed a very polite attitude. After darkness finished giving a noble ceremony and explaining their identities, she came forward to introduce herself. Below is Akia, the captain of the goddess squad. As for the child next to him, he is my disciple and the deputy captain of the goddess squad, Broly. Here, I feel extremely honored to be invited to meet the beautiful princess. Extremely honored. Broly reread Akia's last words as if he was a repeater, and bowed to the little princess who looked small above. Your Highness, the princess said that you are all warriors among adventurers, and there is no need to be polite. After the girl opposite whispered to the maid again, the maid continued to pass on the message. Your Highness wants to confirm that the attacks of the destroyers of the mobile fortress are all done by you, right? After the maid finished speaking, Kuria, who was the escort, interrupted and reminded her. Please think about it before answering. If you dare to deceive Your Highness, you will be severely punished. We know, please don't worry, the mobile fortress destroyer is indeed attacked by our team. Darkness bowed and replied. So, how did your team attack the destroyers of the mobile fortress? Please let me know. The maid said again. This is a long story, but if His Royal Highness is interested in knowing it, I will tell you in detail. Before coming, they discussed how to attack the destroyer of the mobile fortress, and Akia volunteered to say that she would tell the story. Now, Akia tells some adventure stories that have never happened before, but sounds very exciting. The 12-year-old Princess Alice originally maintained the dignified posture of a princess, but when Darkness heard the story, she showed the fearless spirit of the Cross Knight, and resisted the mobile fortress alone. When the huge arm as big as a tower attacked, I couldn't help leaning forward and showing a nervous look on my face. When the goddess team was about to be destroyed in the story, when Akia's powerful group Healing Milk was raised to reverse the situation, the little princess's eyes at Akia were filled with little stars. Darkness listened to Akia's words and the corners of her mouth twitched, and she had the urge to directly expose Akia's fabrication and beautify her own lies, but her reason calmed her down and knew that she could not destroy the situation now, otherwise it would be a crime of contempt for the royal family. In this way, with the joint efforts of our team members, we successfully defeated the terrifying huge golem mobile fortress destroyer. After the siege, you don't know that we were almost killed by the self-destruction of mobile fortress destroyer. It was really thrilling at that time, but fortunately I had some magic left in the end and used all my strength to protect my partner. The ending is after the climax of the story. At the end, Akia did not forget to add some important scenes to herself. Hey! The little princess breathed out. This was a rare and wonderful adventure story she had heard. Baba Baba! She clapped and looked at the blue-haired goddess with admiration. Miss Akia, she is really a powerful person. The little princess's voice was very crisp, and she could hear her admiration for Akia in her words. Where is it? Akia is a person who cannot help but praise her. She is easily wafty when she is praised. By the way, I'm so powerful. Can the kingdom give us a little more to the bounty for the destruction of the mobile fortress? Now, she directly showed the goddess's philanthropy and asked for a favor with the little princess on the opposite side. Irregular. Kuria immediately scolded Akia. Kuria, it's okay. But the little princess stopped her. Your Highness, although the story this person tells is wonderful, it is because it is too exciting that makes people feel a little strange. When you think about it carefully, you have some doubts. What's the doubt? First of all, she is just a high priest. What kind of high priest can have the ability to heal multiple companions of seriously injured adventurers in an instant to a complete level of complete integrity? Secondly, the main attacker she mentioned was the little boy next to her. I really can't believe that such a little boy could break the golem's arm as thick as a tower, just by punching a few times. Kuria is a little princess controlled. Although Akia's story is wonderful, the little princess is attracted by the story, so she casts admiration for Akia, which makes the personal guard feel particularly unhappy and she just picks on it. Hey, what other high priests can't do doesn't mean that I, Akia, can't do it. I'm a dignified water. Before Akia could finish her words, Darkness, who came over, covered her mouth. Darkness looked at the princesses looking at the face, and smiled and said, although our team captain was a bit beautifying the role she played in the fight against the destroyers of the mobile fortress, the strength of our team deputy captain she said was true. I guarantee this in the name of the Darkness family. The state religion of the ancient kingdom of Bells is the Eris god cult, but if you hear someone dare to pretend to be the goddess of the Acusis religion, there must be a problem, even if Aquia is really the goddess deity. Darkness shifted the topic to Broly. Originally, Broly was yawning behind him, but he didn't expect that he had something to do. As everyone saw him, he quickly stepped forward and raised his fist to stand up for his master and Darkness. I'm very awesome. Alice looked at the boy who was younger than her opposite and suddenly became suspicious of the authenticity of the story Akia told just now. It's no point to say it, unless I'm asked to test it. The female guard stepped forward and said. Kuria. The little princess was a little worried. Don't worry, Your Highness Alice, I will be responsible. Kuria knew that her little princess was a kind person, and might be worried that she would hurt the little boy in front of her, so she comforted the other party. It's just that I can't tolerate it. Someone may deceive you. She said this and looked at the boy. How do you want to test it? Broly asked curiously. I want to test this way. The female guard approached and suddenly pulled out the knight's sword at her waist. Some surprises, he slashed towards the Saiyan boy's head. Chapter 228 Replica Self-Destruction Scene. This sword will stop by your head. Kuria's slashing speed was very fast, but Broly saw the contraction of her arm muscles. After practicing with Darkness for so long, Broly suddenly saw that the opponent was already retracting his strength while the slashing out, and predicted the final stay of the knight's sword. If it were before, Broly would definitely not move. Anyway, this slash could not cut him. Even if he cut him, he could not break his defense, but sometimes, showing your handsome side depends on your own initiative. This is Teacher Pyokin's teaching. The Red Devil's teachings on showing off their handsomeness have had a profound impact on Broly. Standing still may be regarded as a fool who cannot react. So, at this time, I received the Red Devil's education. Broly chose to raise his hand. Before the knight's sword stopped and swung, he grabbed the long sword body that was moving slowly in front of his eyes. Kuria didn't see the boy's movements clearly, and the knight's sword in her hand suddenly stopped, and she found that her sword was pinched by the boy with 3 fingers on his left hand. He pulled out the pinned sword with force, but the sword did not move at all, and there was no movement to make the boy holding the sword's body shake his arm. Kuria's face changed and she realized that the strength of the boy in front of her might be far above her. Did I pass the test if I do this? Broly asked, and returned the sword in his hand to Kuria. I'm rude. Kuria, who took the sword, was silent for a while before apologizing. Ha, now, can you believe the crusade story I just told? Akia pulled Darkness's hand away and asked proudly. His Excellency Darkness said just now that Miss Akia's story has a beautified part, and I want to know more about the real situation of the destruction of the mobile fortress. I don't know, can you tell me? Princess Alice looked at the boy and asked seriously. She liked the wonderful stories in the storybook, but she hoped to learn about the more realistic golem attack process. After all, a princess like her who inherited the power of her ancestors is destined to go to the battlefield in the future, just like her father and brother, to go to the front line to fight the Demon King's army to protect the ancient kingdom of Bells. Okay, but I'm not very good at telling stories. Broly scratched his head and began to tell the story of the unbeautified version of the attack. Simply put, my companions and I found the mobile fortress destroyer, and I removed the foot of the golem of the big spider. After making the other party lose its ability to move, take some materials from its energy core, and then the thing explodes. And the power of self-destruction is probably just blowing out such a big mushroom cloud. Bro used his hands to gesture, but it was obvious that it would be difficult to restore the self-destruction situation of the destructor of the mobile fortress at that time with just using both hands. Puff. Looking at the boy's dancing and joking movements, the little princess couldn't help laughing, feeling that the description of this tender gesture was very interesting. Broly. Are you ridiculed? If you have space here, I can restore the self-destruct scene at that time. According to the education of the Red Devils, you cannot weaken your momentum when others laugh at you. Broly said it seriously. Ah, Broly, this kind of scene cannot be restored. Hearing his words, darkness quickly stopped him. She didn't want the royal city to be blown up. Hey, can this kind of scene be restored? Little Princess Alice was a little surprised, but her eyes were a little shining. The pasture here is where the knights of the kingdom are trained on weekdays. Sometimes His Highness Alice will also train her combat abilities here. Even if the explosion scene you mentioned is very large, I believe this place is enough to meet your needs and will never affect the royal city. When Princess Alice wanted to see the scene of the destroyer in the mobile fortress self-destruction restored, Broly and others were teleported to the grassland of the kingdom training ground by the magician next to the little princess, and Kuria pointed at the green grassland that could not be seen at the end and introduced it. Then I agree that after I restore the self-destruction scene of the mobile fortress destroyer, the kingdom will give us a bounty of 200 million eris. Kuria raised her eyebrows and wanted to scold the boy, but Princess Alice took the lead in speaking, this is no problem. It is unquestionable that the destroyer of the mobile fortress was attacked, and it is also necessary to offer a bounty to the siege. So, I'm starting. Broly carefully recalled the self-destruction situation of the destructor of the mobile fortress at that time, and condensed an energy bomb in his hand. Alice looked at the green light ball on the boy's fingertips a little curiously, and saw the other party throwing the green light ball about the size of her fist into the distance. Boom! There was no magic fluctuation, and the earth began to tremble after the green light ball sank into the distant ground. A scene of a replica of the self-destruction of the mobile fortress appears on the grassland of the kingdom training ground. It's almost that. Broly commented on the mushroom cloud rising over there, thinking that it should be not much different from the self-destruct scene at that time. Can you go back and get the money? After the explosion was over, he asked the little princess next to him. The little princess was a little stunned, looked at the smoky basin and responded subconsciously. If you have a high reward for siege commission, you can come to Axel to find us. After receiving a bounty of 200 million eris, Broly did not forget to mention it to the little princess before leaving. Good. The little princess nodded and agreed. Move instantly. It was not until Bro used teleportation magic to teleport away with the people that the little princess watched. He ordered the female guard chief, go and notify my father and brother, and tell them that the new brave master in another world may have come to this world. Yes, your highness the princess. Kuria responded and retreated seriously. Are you a brave man from another world? In the side hall where only one person was left, the little princess started to murmur herself. There is a tradition in the royal family of the ancient Bells kingdom, that is, to combine with brave men in another world, thereby optimizing the royal bloodline. If nothing unexpected happens, if the new brave man who appears in this world is a man, then as the most powerful and female ancestors of this era, he will be a member who shoulders the responsibility of optimizing the royal bloodline. Is his name Broly? His trick is so strange. I don't feel the magic fluctuations. By the way, he is an adventurer. If I want to go out with him, my father and brother should agree, right? But will he agree? The little princess sat on the chair, shaking her little feet, thinking about something strange in her mind. Chapter 229 Red Devil's Negotiation Disorder. Father, call me back, what happened? When the ancient Bells kingdom fought against the frontline fortress of the Demon King's army, the eldest Prince Jedith walked into the conference room and asked when he saw his father. This is sent by your sister, please take a look. The ancient King of Bells handed over the letter in his hand. Well, has a new reincarnated hero from another world appeared? After reading the letter, Jades was a little surprised. It's not certain yet, so you have to go back and investigate. The ancient King of Bells shook his head. But I'm leaving, what should I do here? Jades hesitated a little. Spring is here, and the Demon King's army also needs spring plowing. It will not launch a large-scale attack at present. Even if it really attacks, we can still stop it with the help of the fortress. Now, the important thing is to understand the information of the new brave men. The Demon King's army brought great pressure to the ancient kingdom of Bells. Under this situation, a new reincarnation brave man from another world appeared, which is a good thing for the ancient kingdom of Bells. The first prince, Jedith, soon returned to the royal city through the teleportation magic circle. After meeting his cute sister Alice, he hurried to the training grassland without even changing the armor full of battle marks. His Highness Jades, the boy who was suspected to be a brave man in another world at that time, just caused this situation casually. Seeing the pasture that had become a crystal basin, listening to his sister's personal guard Kuria telling what happened at that time, a glimmer of light gradually popped up in Jedith's eyes. The ancient royal family of Bells had a tradition of absorbing the bloodlines of brave men in another world, but this does not mean that every brave man from another world will be looked down upon. Only those individuals who have strong power and who confirm that their power can be passed down through their blood will be targeted. There is no doubt that even if the person who can cause the destruction effect of the field in front of him is not a brave man in another world, he will definitely have a strong bloodline. This is the spouse they need for when they are adults, which may need to go to the front line to fight against the Demon King army. Of course, the brave men in another world who were reincarnated by the goddess are the best choice, because they often have no involvement with this world with much interest. Once they become members of the royal family, they will really integrate into the royal family and become the power to protect the ancient kingdom of Bells. Go and investigate the situation of the boy and see if he suddenly appeared in this world. There is a characteristic of the reincarnated brave men in another world, that is, their appearance is always unfounded and they have characteristics beyond ordinary people's understanding. This is the case for the ancestors of the ancient Bells royal family, and the same is true for other brave men in the different world who once joined the ancient Bells kingdom. Jades returned to the royal city, and the little princess ran over to find him. "Brother, do you think I can be an adventurer in the future?" Members of the Bells ancient royal family were born with the responsibility of protecting the kingdom. Children born with children would undergo qualification tests when they were young. Any children who were tested to inherit the strength of their ancestors and had combat talent would be trained in combat. This kind of training may not last until adulthood. When the frontline war is in a tight position, royal family members with extraordinary strength must go to the front line with weapons to fight for the kingdom. For example, when Jedith himself was 11 years old, he carried a sword and went to the battlefield with his father, and began to kill the Demon King's army. Although her sister Alice is known as the best heir of the ancestors in the history of the royal family, she is still a little girl after all. Even though he defeated the evil dragon 2 years ago and became the youngest dragon-slaying warrior, he still looked forward to a different free life. Unfortunately, such a wish is destined to be impossible to realize. Born in the ancient Bells royal family and with such a rare fighting talent, it destined that my sister could not have too much freedom in her life. Jade stretched out his hand, rubbed Alice's little head with some pity, and said softly, "If it is confirmed that the boy is a reincarnated brave man, I think my father will agree to let you be an adventurer for a while." "Is that so great?" Looking at the joy on my sister's face, Jedith sighed in her heart. This only freedom that is possible is still full of utilitarianism. It is a calculation that combines the royal family with the powerful brave individuals, thus creating feelings and combining them together. The world is cruel, my sister is naive, but Jade sincerely hopes that there will be a survey on that boy this time. A good result. After all, even freedom is full of utilitarianism. It is enough to let my sister experience a different life than to go to the front line to fight the Demon King army. Broly didn't know that the day after receiving the bounty, members of the Belzeegu royal family were investigating his affairs because of the extraordinary power he showed. After receiving enough people from the Red Devils, Broly took enough funds and served as the host, together with Yu and Huai, to entertain these Red Devil girls who came from afar. And if you can see this group of Red Devil girls, the Red Devil style that could be used in the village seemed to be a little stuck after coming to Axel. Yanran seemed to be a squatting person at home who had just left the house and came to another place, and then became uncomfortable, especially when he was introducing himself to a stranger and then staring at him with strange eyes. Just get used to it. The outside is different from the village. People outside are a little abnormal. Huai was next to her, and she was popularizing the science of Kayan and the others. "Hey, who is the abnormal person?" Next to her, Yu wanted to complain, but was afraid of hurting this group of friends who came to celebrate her birthday, so she could only hold it in. "You just need to treat the people here as the enhanced version of Yu, and then communicate with the people here without letting the enhanced version of Yu feel shy." Huai said again. Yu. Why has she become the template object for communicating with abnormal outsiders? So that's it. The communication method taught by Huai is actually quite effective. "Boss, please give me this package with painted black temptation, ahem, a chocolate crepe." The girls of the Red Devils quickly learned how to communicate with ordinary people from the outside world. I think it's very necessary to write a textbook book that the Red Devils should communicate with outsiders abnormally after leaving the village. I can touch my chin with a thoughtful look. However, when the red devils become adults, they generally do not choose to live outside the village. The reason why they don't leave the village is mainly because of the unique way of thinking of the red devils themselves. They can always use their own thinking logic to make some simple things complicated. This makes ordinary people feel a little crazy. As for letting the red devils think and act normally, to be honest, this may be harder than killing them. After all, they are all self-pretentious and truly powerful individuals with deep secondary diseases. The reason why these red devil girls can quickly adapt to the outside world is thanks to this generation of abnormal red devil girls like Yu, which made them somewhat adapt to the way they get along with and communicate with normal people outside when they were in the academy. Of course, in the eyes of these red devil girls, such normality is definitely an abnormality of the red devils, but they are a little used to it. By the way, Hui, how are you doing here now? Suddenly, someone asked about this. Chapter 230 The royal family entrusts to the military supervisor princess. Yes, I remember Hui, you are not going to be in it. Now, judging from your clothes, you should be doing well here by yourself, right? This. Hui's pupils were trembling. When she left the village, she was talking too much. At this moment, she was asked about any pot that didn't open and what pot was, but it made her a little difficult for her to respond. Why don't you talk anymore? Are you not doing well? The mushrooms are a little curious. Talent, not. Hui immediately retorted that she would have a good reaction when she saw her, but she just pushed the blindfold, looking like she had seen through the matter. Then let's share your situation with us. Maybe we will graduate from the college in the future and come to play with you, or even come out to settle outside. The girl who was eating chocolate crepes began to have a good impression of the outside world because of a crepe, and said to Hui. Actually, the life outside is extremely terrifying. If you want to live outside, you have to be prepared to be attacked by various terrifying human-shaped monsters to attack your wallet and take away most of your money. And you can't use magic to attack those guys. Hey, is that true? Don't listen to Hui's nonsense, but the consumption level in Axel is indeed higher than that in our village. If there is no house, you still need to rent a house. Yu felt helpless to explain. However, as long as everyone is looking for a job seriously, they can basically live outside. She added again. Where does Hui live now? Don't say it. Our home. Hui knelt on the ground, but the other red demon girls looked at her speechlessly. Just say it, when I came out, I am ambitious, but now I am hiding it and telling us strange things. It turns out that you have not achieved a self-reliance outside yet. The sticky curl started to complain directly. Broly rubbed his eyes. He seemed to be dazzled just now and felt that a feather arrow was inserted on Hui's back. But even if you rely on your parents, you will be an unspecial people, this is not a shameful thing. Another girl from the Red Devil tribe said that there are too many nits in the village who rely on their parents, so they all think that it is normal for Hui to rely on her parents outside. Broly, don't you mind if I come here to chew on you in the future, right? I could get close to the boy and asked as if I was joking. I don't mind this, but I may not be here by then. Broly is still generous to his friends. Where are you going? If you have enough, you will be curious. Go home. Broly answered. Isn't the home here yours? I have another home, and I'm going back when the time comes. When the girl was making noise there, she could hear the material of the novel from Broly's mouth. However, after the noise, everyone knew about Hui's situation. When they continued to travel in Axel, they had enough but said nothing. In the evening, a big cake was transported by Broly from outside. Everyone sang a birthday song for Yu. After Yu was moved to a confused manner, the birthday banquet ended perfectly. Oh, I almost forgot to mention a gift. Everyone else brought a lot of gifts, and the most special thing inside was the necklace given by Broly, which was also a magic-reducing equipment made of Corona Stone, but it was regarded as a birthday gift of Yu, who was also a magician. Others also have this kind of equipment, but they are temporarily placed by Broly to Uncle Piasan Lang. Broly asked the other party to wait until the time comes before taking it out for the others. Of course, except Hui, after all, her birthday has passed, and she has a complete set of Corona Stone equipment that reduces magic consumption, although it is being produced. I had a lot of fun. We're back. We'll come here to play again if we have the chance in the future. The next day, the Red Devil girl who had slept in the other hall for a night waved her goodbye to Hui and Yu. After using teleportation magic to send them back, life in the other hall became calm again. But not long after, a special commission from the Belzigean royal family was sent here, and the little princess came here with the guards and magicians to deliver it in person. Is the reward very generous in striking the Demon King army? Broly looked at the Belziger royal commission in his hand and was somewhat surprised. As the countdown on his return time entered, he was actually ready to attack the Demon King, but he didn't expect that before he started to take action, someone suddenly came to send the commission. As long as you can accept this task, the ancient Bel's kingdom will not treat any hero unfairly. Kuria used as a verbal substitute in the little princess and seriously gave the royal family's promise. Yet, little Princess Alice responded next to her, her face was a little red. She already knew that as long as the boy opposite her took the commission, no matter whether the commission can be successfully completed, as long as the other party shows strong enough combat potential, she will represent the royal family and the other party. This is also the reward entrusted by the army of the Devil Kings, and it is also the obligation and responsibility of the Bel's ancient royal family to protect the country by the reincarnated heroes in another world. We have accepted this entrusted. Anyway, Broly will do the defensive army, and make more money by taking more commissions. You are ready for the so-called generous rewards and wait for the news that the Demon King army was attacked. Broly said, then sent Princess Alice and her entourage out of the house. Bang! Looking at the door that was closed in front of him, the little princess looked at her guard in confusion. Am I turned away? Kuria was speechless, and the boy was a little excited. He invited them out without waiting for them to finish his words. Dong 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 dong. The door was knocked again. What else is there? Broly, who opened the door again, poked his head out of his mind. He was doing a big cleaning at home, so it was not convenient to keep the guests inside. Ahem, His Highness Alice will stay in Axel during this period, but there is no place to stay yet. I wonder if it is convenient for you here? Kuria asked tactfully. The hotel in Axel's side has a one-night stay fee of more than 2,000 eris, excluding food costs. If you want to stay with me, you can give me 6,000 eris in one night. I can pack out 3 rooms for you. This restaurant that was purchased was very big. Some time ago, the Red Devil Girls group could even stay there. After hearing Kuria's words, Broly directly quoted a honest price. Hey, do you still need to charge money? The weak female magician asked. If you don't charge money, can you give it back to you for free? Broly stood at the door and asked with his waist on his back. His movements and postures were exactly the same as those of Akia when she was a bustling city. Okay, then we'll pay to move in. Kuria had no choice but to take out her wallet and start taking out Eris. What, the little princess is here to stay in our house for a while. The girls who came back from buying things from outside learned the news were somewhat incredible. Master Akia, don't you often say you want to rent out an empty room to make money? They just happened to want to stay overnight, so I agreed. Then how much did you charge? 6,000 eris one night. It's a loss, such a wrongful injustice. Cough cough, distinguished guest, should stay at 6 Waineris room for one night, prepare a premium room for them. Kuria. What you guy just wanted to say is the sucker, rude, hurry up and apologize to His Highness Alice. There was a quarrel in the other hall for a while, and Princess Alice still paid for a fee of 6,000 eris every day, and she took her entourage to pay for the other hall for a fee of 6,000 eris. After hearing Broly's statement, Akia and others unanimously speculated on the real purpose of the little princess who temporarily lived in her home after receiving the royal commission from the Demon King army. The temporary residence is fake, the military supervisor is real. The commission only states the generous reward, but does not write about the specific compensation. It is probably based on the type of performance payment. Chapter 231, Encouragement of Success and Transformation Artifact. If we are really a military supervisor and pay for our performance, we will have to please each other. Akia said, touching her chin. Hey, why? Yu was a little puzzled, and the commission was done, so it would be fine. Natural, it's so naive. Yu. This world is cruel. There are some things you can get the reward you deserve if you don't do it. Huai looked like a person who had experienced it, and she actually stood on the same point of view of Akia and preached Yu. Yes, human nature is very important. As long as you please the little princess over there, you can ask her to give us a high score, so that the kingdom can pay us more. Akia said in a workplace old-fashioned manner, and waved to the girl sitting on the chair over there with a little curious look at them with a friendly smile. Princess Alice was stunned, but also waved over with a smile. In a few words, Akia decided to please the little princess and get more rewards. After ending this topic, the next topic is to attack the Demon King. I plan to attack the Demon King. Do you want to go with me? Broly asked bluntly. For him, the attack on the Demon King was never a problem, but I don't know if other people wanted to experience the process of attacking the Demon King together. It makes people feel involved and can greatly improve the happiness of their wives. This is the conclusion he got after taking on many missions to attack. Hey, so fast. Akia was living a very good life in this world. When she suddenly heard Broly's plan to attack the Demon King, her first reaction was not to feel happy, but to be a student who had fun on vacation. She heard that the holiday was almost gone and that time was passing so quickly. Ah, is this day coming? My staff is already hungry and thirsty. Huai, who has obtained the new equipment and has increased the level of explosion magic a lot, looked like she had been waiting for this moment and made the above speech. Hey, Broly, are you going to attack the Demon King? Wiz was a little surprised. What's wrong, Miss Wiz? Yu didn't understand why she was surprised. Wits, the 8 major cadres of the Demon King army are here. Darkness explained to her side. Ah! Both Yu and Huai exclaimed. Damn it, the enemy is actually by my side, I should have known it long ago. Huai stared at Wiz's plumpness and gestured. I feel like you are just a big fox, right? Akia complained. After some explanation, Yu and Huai learned that Wiz was just a matter of the famous cadre of the Demon King army. But to be honest, Mr. Yasaka is indeed a good person. Talking about the current Demon King, Wiz gave a relatively positive comment. How can you talk to the enemy? Upon hearing this, Akia was a little angry. Mr. Akia, I'm just telling the truth. Aside from the human-demon position, the old Demon King is a person who is fair in his work and has good leadership. After we Eyes joined the Demon King's army, the other party did not treat we Eyes badly. Even the initial funds of the magic props store opened by we Eyes were provided by the Demon King. Of course, I don't say this to stop Broly from attacking the Demon King. The human and the demon are incompatible, and the Lich Miss knows this. Master Akia, does the Demon King really have to attack him? Seeing that Wiz was feeling a little depressed, Broly asked Akia about this question. Of course, if the Devil King doesn't get rid of this one day, the crisis in this world will always exist, and I will not be able to return to heaven. Akia nodded. Although she didn't want to return to heaven so early, she did not forget the responsibility of eliminating the Demon King. Broly scratched his head and said, then let's make a fight. The devil must be eliminated, but the other party has taken care of Viz, so he has to return his favor. Wiz, go and tell the devil, saying that I want to attack him. Let him prepare for the fight. Solving the Demon King is not complicated. Now, you can easily solve the Demon King city. But in order not to make Wiz feel embarrassed, Broly dispelled the idea of raiding the Demon King city directly. Of course, it would be better if the other party was willing to surrender. For Wiz's sake, Broly could accept the surrender of the Demon King. Master Akia, if the Demon King is willing to surrender, do we still need to solve the problem of each other? However, even if the Demon King is willing to surrender, whether he can let him go depends on Akia's meaning. I really haven't thought about this situation, but if the Demon King is really willing to surrender, the crisis brought to this world by the other party should be resolved. I think I can forgive his sins on behalf of the heavens. Akia thought about it and replied that the Demon King is not important to the heavens, and the purpose of the heavens is just to save the world. As long as the purpose of saving the world is achieved, whether to conquer the Demon King or not is only a secondary matter. This is the top understanding of Akia, as the elite goddess of the heavenly world. That's it. If the Demon King is willing to surrender, I will not attack him. If he doesn't want to, Mr. Wiz, you tell him this news in advance, which can be considered as returning the favors he had been cared for before. At that time, if the Demon King is still attacked by me, he will only blame his lack of strength. The commission to attack the Demon King army was regarded as the commission to directly attack the Demon King. The way to attack the devil is from direct raids to making a decision on what actions to take based on the response. However, Wiz needed to take care of the store, so he handed over the task of sending the message to the hiring clerk. When Barnier received the Saiyan boy's letter of surrender, the whole demon became silent. Wits, do you really think that old man Kyoiki Yasaka will surrender? I don't know, but if I can, I hope he can surrender, at least that won't be attacked. The Demon King army is also flesh and blood, and Wiz also respects the old Demon King more. If she could, she didn't want to see the other party's death. Okay, I believe, I will pass it on for you. As for what kind of decision that guy Kyoiki Yasaka will make, it is not something we can decide. Holding the letter, Barnier snapped his fingers, his body melted into mud, and he left wrapped in the letter. Before receiving a reply from the Demon King, the news that Princess Alice came to Axel was leaked. The Broly's family welcomed various powerful people to visit, all of whom came to make contact with the little princess. Among them, Ardup, the Lord of Axel, was the most active. The other party brought many gifts to the little princess, and even gave gifts to the little princess family, namely the prince and the king. Your Highness, the most beautiful gems in this world can be worthy of you. Please let me, Aldup, offer you these jewelry. Princess Alice was not very comfortable with Aldup's flattery, but she still took over the jewelry sent by the other party. Akia was very angry about this, thinking that Aldup, a bastard nobleman, was interfering with their actions to please the princess. Your Highness Princess, I know the achievements of Prince Jedith, but I just don't have the chance to meet each other. Now I have also brought some gifts to Prince Jedith. Can you please transfer them to the prince for me to show my loyalty to the prince and the kingdom? Aldup said with a smile. Although it was very flattering, it was indeed a sign of loyalty. His eyes were often glancing at a special piece of jewelry among the gifts. As long as the prince receives this special gift, he will receive this country. Hey, isn't this a magical tool for permanent body exchange? At this moment, Akia also saw the jewelry, and suddenly recognized the special artifact, and directly expressed its function. After the words came, the powerful person who was enthusiastic about flattering the little princess went silent and looked at Aldup one after another. When everyone was staring at him, Aldup broke out in cold sweat on his forehead, but he still tried to calm down and asked, "What are you talking nonsense? Why are you so nervous? By the way, this is a gift you want to give to the prince of this country. Giving such things to the prince is not because you want to exchange your body with the prince to replace someone else's identity, right?" Akia said maliciously, because he was too straightforward. The people around him who didn't notice this at the first time looked at Aldup with some suspicion. How is this possible? Aldup took a step back and pretended that he knew nothing. Mr. Ardup, I think I must represent the royal family and understand the situation here. Kuria stood up. Don't you believe me, but a civilian. Kuria didn't say anything. Your Highness Princess Alice, Aldup, are innocent. Aldup looked at the little princess again and said. Don't Miss Sina have a magical tool to identify lies? Aldup. This Lord of Axel was soon taken to investigate by the royal guards. During the investigation, a strange demonic force raided the other hall. But before he even entered the door, Akia discovered it and purified it with divine power. Damn it, you useless guy, can't you even do the little thing of changing other people's memories? On that day, Ardup, who was constrained at home and could not leave, kicked the demon summoned with family props in the basement. The strong light covering that villa is so powerful that my distorted power cannot penetrate in at all. Damn it, if you can't finish things, don't want me to pay you the price. Price. Max said this in a daze, and Aldup just glanced at him and left quickly. He must do something. Before the royal family discovered that he was guilty of usurping the throne, the person who knew the situation was settled. That night, the Broly's family was attacked by a group of masked people. Unfortunately, the attack was suppressed less than a minute after it began. After uncovering the hood on the face of the overwhelmed attacker, he found that this was Aldup's private soldier. Moreover, these people were also subjected to some powerful hypnotic magic. After Akia used the purification technique to relieve hypnosis, she realized what she had done and bowed to the little princess. Aldup originally wanted to send someone to kill the others in the other hall, take Princess Alice to her manor, and ask the demons in the basement to help modify their memories. As a result, the kidnapping failed, and he was also considered a prisoner who committed the crime of endangering the royal family and was directly taken away by the royal guards. However, when he was temporarily detained in Axel's prison, the man mysteriously disappeared and was suspected of running away for fear of guilt. Chapter 232 The Demon King Army in Preparation. Yeah, isn't this Marx? When Barnier returned to Axel, he met a pale young man with a breath of both a great demon, which quickly realized the other party's true identity and greeted him directly. Who are you? However, the pale young man seemed to not recognize him. It's really troublesome, you can forget me every time. Barnier exuded his demonic aura and said, pointing to the iconic mask. I am Barniel, Barniel of the Cliff-Eyed Demon. Ah, it turns out it's Barnier, my best friend. The young man looked carefully at the black and white mask for a while before he thought of it. The face also showed the joy of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Save me! Before the two big demons could greet each other, a faint call for help came from the bag Max carried. When I opened it, I saw that it was not Aldup, but the body of this fat nobleman was twisted into a ball, and the amount of flesh had been compressed. Yet, you dare to summon the despairing demon. You, a human, really have the courage. In your life that you don't have many futures, you will suffer the most desperate and painful things. Barnier saw through Aldup's situation at first sight and said to him with a smile. Banal, do you want to eat? Seeing that Max seemed to be interested in the humans in the package, he started asking enthusiastically. No, I don't like despair very much, just use it slowly. The two demons quickly parted, and Barniel also returned to Axel smoothly, bringing Broly the reply from the devil. This reply letter did not bring information that the Demon King was willing to surrender, but instead brought the situation that the Demon King would face any challenger. We have told the Demon King that we were defeated by you, but the other party had no intention of retreating, but decided to gather the entire Demon King army to face you. Is that true? There's nothing we can do about it. Broly put the reply aside and looked at Huai and Akia, who took Princess Alice out to play in the morning and just came back. I'm going to make dinner, will Mr. Barnier have to eat together? If food is your anger. Broly, I heard that Alice is so miserable. She rarely leaves the royal city. It was the first time she was shopping and playing outside since she was born until recently. Yu looked at Alice with some pity and said. Really, as a royal family, you should eat, drink, have fun, etc. How can you treat such a young child so cruelly? Huai also said indignantly. The Belle's ancient royal family is more responsible. On the contrary, he always believed that the nobles had to be bullying others. This time he did not have to speculate on the Belle's eager royal family that was malicious. I'm not that miserable either, I just don't have much time to play. My father and brother all have great responsibilities. As the princess of the ancient Belle's kingdom, I have to work hard. Princess Alice, who was said to be miserable, didn't feel that she was miserable, but she just occasionally envied other children of the same age. After getting along for a few days, Akia and others got closer with Alice. Among them, Huai and Yu have the best relationship with Alice because of their similar age to the little princess and are already considered good friends. After learning of the Demon King's reply that the Demon King refused to surrender, Huai said directly, Broly, you must get rid of the Demon King. In this way, Alice will no longer have to live the hard life of preparing for the princess. At that time, I will take her to take risks with us. Huai. Princess Alice widened her eyes, but was a little moved. Of course, the premise is that you have to recognize me as the boss. Huai turned her head and added to the little princess. Okay, boss. Princess Alice was a little innocent and actually agreed. In this way, I am not the youngest in the team. Huai thought with her hands crossed. We are so familiar with each other, Your Highness Alice, don't you consider giving us more rewards? Akia approached and asked what would you like? Good wine, the royal family should have many good bars. Can you prepare 1 or 2 bottles for us first? Akia, you're so rude. Darkness quickly stopped him. Good. But Princess Alice felt that there was no problem. Today, Huai and others invited her to eat some civilian delicacies that she had never eaten before. Therefore, it is also worth giving some good wine to Akia, the elder in the family. When Aqua was cheating the royal family of treasured wine from Princess Alice, the Demon King's army also mobilized the army to intensively. Since the person who sent the message was Barnier, and he told him about his defeat in a non-joking manner, the demon Kyoiki Yasaka did not treat the persuasion of the letter as a joke. Even Barnier failed. Who is the sacred guy who wants to attack us? The headless knight Bertia held his head and frowned. The letter didn't say it, just told me that if I refused to surrender, the other party would come to the Demon King city in a week and attack me, the Demon King. Yasaka Kyoiki answered. Damn it, even if the guy who defeated Barnier should not despise us so much, he actually said such words as if he could easily defeat us as long as he thought. The poisonous slime Hans was very unhappy. Although he knew Barniel's strength, he did not think that the entire Demon King army was afraid of someone who just defeated Barniel. Which is, why didn't you come? A fallen angel asked, the oldest cotter in the Demon King army. It's normal for her not to come, because the news that she persuaded surrender and someone to attack us was spread by Barnier. Serena rubbed her brows. She was the only human cotter in the Demon King army, serving as a strategist and responsible for intelligence work. I followed the clues to investigate the enemy's place. Just on Axel, half a year ago, a huge sacred aura appeared in the direction of Axel. This time the guy who wrote the letter may be the new reincarnation brave man in another world. When Serena said this, she glared at Bridia. She asked this guy to investigate the matter of the sacred breath half a year ago, but the bastard directly treated it as a vacation, and there was no information until he was summoned back. The headless knight hurriedly turned his head to the other side. As we all know, the brave may not be strong when they first arrived, but once they develop, they may become a great enemy of the Demon King's army. Now is not the time to blame anyone, I believe in your strength. The old Devil King made a smooth move. I, Bridia, swore that I will definitely destroy all enemies who invade the Demon King city. The headless knight immediately answered. Red Devils. Except for the Red Devils, after all, they can teleport magic, and I can't catch up with you. Bridia quickly patched. The other cotters looked at him, somewhat speechless. Don't worry, father, no matter who the enemy you want to challenge us this time, I will kill it under the sword. The heroic and heroic demon girl said this. This is really reassuring, but it's better to be cautious. During this period, I will also use my own strength to increase the soldiers of each subordinate to the level of cotters. We must be in a prosperous manner to fight the upcoming and intend to attack our enemies. The old devil said. Chapter 233, The Demon King Counterattack, 1. Regarding the appearance, the Red Devils have unique insights, believing that wearing appropriate clothes where needed can increase their handsomeness. Time soon came a week later, Broly put on the Bia Beast suit and, along with Akia, who were also fully armed, came to the outskirts of Demon King City with Viz's teleportation magic. Alice and others were accompanied by others. Kuria was uneasy on her face, but the little princess was not surprised. She was wearing light armor and was holding a big sword with two hands that was somewhat inconsistent with her body shape. Broly, first give the city over there an energy bomb, so that the guys from the Demon King army will know how powerful you are. Standing at the bottom of the slope and looking at the Demon King city on the high slope, Akia said. Master Akia, let's say hello first. What if the devil here has changed his mind? Broly looked at Wiz, and the Lich nodded, willing to ask the other party. Wiz teleported several times for a short distance, and within a few seconds he arrived at the door of the Demon King city. He said hello to the Demon King army on the top of the city and entered smoothly. But not long after entering, some riots broke out in the Demon King city. With a rumbling sound, a huge ice cone stabbed out of the Demon King city. The figure of the Lich Mist slid down from the smooth ice surface. Following closely was a huge purple slime. And the place where the other party climbed was full of poisonous corrosion. Wits, you traitor, dare you come in and persuade me to surrender? Mr. Hans, calm down. I'm just here to pass the message and will not intervene in today's battle. Wiz explained while slid back, but Slime Hans did not intend to listen to her explanation. In desperation, the Lich Mist could only mobilize the power of the Demon King city barrier to wrap the pursuing poisonous death slime with a magic barrier and drop it directly on the ground. Damn it, I actually used the magic barrier of Demon King city. Deal with me? Hans was a little furious. The whole huge slime struggled, but it was useless. Wiz's strength was originally above it, and now after borrowing the magic barrier of Demon King city, the gap in strength became even more obvious. You are not going to do it quickly. The defensive magic barrier in our Demon King city is almost becoming this guy's personal thing. The struggling Hans couldn't help but shouted the fallen angel who was responsible for the magic barrier of the Demon King city before Wiz. Curse Blade. As the fallen angel appeared, a large number of black light blades rushed towards the Lich Mist. But the next moment, the same number of energy rays shot from afar. After the ray penetrated the magic barrier, it accurately shattered the black light blade. Hit the city wall, leaving holes one by one. Boom! The gate of the Demon King city was opened, and the Demon King army, arranged in formation, surged out from it. The poisonous death slime did not pursue it anymore. The fallen angel was a little alert to the energy ray just now, falling in front of the army composed of various monsters. The two people from both sides looked at each other, one slope one after another. Is that the Demon King? The leading demon girl was carrying a giant sword in her hand, but she was very dignified when riding on Nightmare. No, that's the Demon King's daughter, Yasaka Haim. Wei's, who was teleported back, introduced. Have you failed to persuade the surrender? Broly asked curiously. To be honest, I was beaten out by the hot-tempered Mr. Hans before I saw the Demon King himself. Wiz was a little worried, and the giant slime over there began to shrink into a middle-aged street-slip man. Wits in the Lich state is stronger than she was in humans, and my poisonous fog ability is completely ineffective against her. After all, Wiz is now dead. Synthetic Beast Sylvia said. It's not Wiz who should be paid attention to, but the boy who fired strange rays over there and the blue-haired woman. I felt the danger from them. The fallen angel interjected. Hey, the Demon King army over there, do you want to fight directly, or do you want to talk to us first? Broly put his hand in front of his mouth and shouted in the direction of the Demon King army. You helped release the amplified magic. What else is there to talk about? Just as the demon girl was about to lead the troops to launch an attack, the old Demon King stopped her in time. You can talk, but I don't know what you are going to talk to us. The same amplification magic sent the old Demon King's voice over. Of course, I'm talking about the unconditional surrender of your Demon King army. Broly said for granted. I think I should have rejected this matter, right? The old devil was not angry and said something. Reject, that's because you don't know the gap between us. Because you have taken care of Wiz, I'm willing to talk to you before the fight. You're really a guy who is a little bitch. Even if you are a brave man in the reincarnation of another world and are very strong, do you really think you will definitely be able to defeat my devil army? Yes, that's right, my lovely disciple will definitely take you. Before Broly could speak, Akia interrupted and said bluntly. Are you a brave man too? The old devil was a little curious and asked. Brave? No, I'm not a brave man. Akia denied the identity of the brave, coughed twice before shouting loudly, the Demon King army on the opposite side, I'll prick up my ears and listen. Standing here is the great goddess of water, Lord Akia. That's right, I am the goddess of water. If I don't want to die, I will throw away the weapons in my hand and kneel down and surrender. Otherwise, you will welcome the wrath of God of God. After the words finished, the scene was quiet for a while, but soon the Demon King army began to talk. That guy claims to be a goddess. It's the first time I've seen someone pretend to be a goddess after joining the Demon King army for so long. However, no soldier of the Demon King army was willing to believe that Akia was the goddess. I'm such a goddess. Akia argued, but it was useless, but was regarded as a person with a brain problem. Damn Demon King army, eat me a sacred purification technique. After finding that it was useless to argue in words, Akia became a little angry. Starting from the scene is the powerful sacred magic against the undead and demons. In just a moment, the undead and demons inside the Demon King army on the slope were hit hard by the purifying magic. Ah, aren't we still communicating in front of the battlefield? Why are we not practicing martial ethics? Damn it, the group of people below have no chivalry spirit at all. They actually made this sudden sneak attack. No one expected that Akia would instantly purify magic. After supporting the magic barrier, the Demon King army accused Broly and others below him. I am not a knight, why do I talk about chivalry? Then again, the guys who talk about chivalry in battle are the people with brain problems. A group of fools, and fools don't believe that I am a goddess, briefly. After succeeding in one blow, Akia made a fuss. In the devil's army, when the soldiers were all looking at him, Akia even stuck out her tongue and made a face, and then slapped her butt towards the Demon King army. These Higzu operations, which are like a child's provocation, directly made everyone around them subconsciously stay away from her. Darkness and Viz, who knew Akia's background clearly, only felt that such Akia could be believed to be the goddess of water, but there was a ghost. So that's it. I understand. This is the first tactic. Princess Alice and others who didn't know Akia's true background showed a sudden enlightenment at the reminder of the genius girl of the Red Devil, who also didn't believe Akia was a goddess. So, Miss Akia is performing this tactic. The little princess immediately cast her admirable look at the goddess Akia of Zhixi. Ah, is this the case? Yu was not sure, and if he threw away his motivation, Akia did make a beautiful, despicable, first attack. This kind of childish provocative behavior of first-hand purification attack and speech and body movements has reached the Demon King's army there. In other words, most of the grassroots soldiers of the Demon King army are uneducated people. They cannot understand the more advanced provocations of humans, but childish provocations like Akia are just right. That bastard, I want to kill her. There are all immortal knights, get on the horse and charge. The ground was shaking, and the Demon King army was already charging here. Broly, I'll leave it to you. Aqua's dog is a dog that relies on human power. After seeing the scene of the army charging, he immediately retreated behind the boy. I asked my powerful disciples to get up. Leave it to me here. Huai smiled and stepped forward, her staff was already hungry and thirsty. Blacker than black, However, as soon as her chanting started, her mouth was covered by Broly. I'll deal with this situation now. Do you want to be handsome? Huai took a step back and got out of the situation where her mouth was covered, but she was a little dissatisfied. She also wants to make a big splash on this important battlefield. If it's a situation where the fight begins after the negotiation is completed, I won't stop you, but now it's obviously the result of Master Akia's sudden provocation. So what? Huai was a little puzzled. I want to subdue the demon army without causing casualties, let them calm down, and then talk about the surrender. Huai was speechless when she learned the boy's thoughts, but this was indeed not something her burst magic could do. Broly, you are really kind. Yu's eyes shining brightly, and she praised her directly. Hearing this, Princess Alice's eyes were also shiny and she looked over. Kuria couldn't understand. Broly scratched his head. He didn't know what kindness was, but he felt that it was not good to directly destroy the group of demon kings rushing over under such circumstances, and it seemed a bit inappropriate. Broly is a piece of white paper with few colors, and the people around him are always easily affected by his personality. During the long time of getting along in this world, Aqua taught him some despicable but useful things. Similarly, others taught him something honest and useful. Now, Broly has a certain moral concept. I saw Broly flew over the sky so that all the demon kings could see him. Welcoming some long-range attacks from the Demon King army, we used the combined air version of the absorption touch skill on the Demon King army below. The aura was absorbed and spread, covering the Demon King army that was charging. Soon, some Demon King army that were charging towards him suddenly felt weak. BA. With the charge of the Demon King's army, the weakest goblin fell, and a domino-like fall began, but it went from weak to strong. Chapter 234, The Demon King Counterattack, 2. How is this possible? Bertia had fallen down from the same headless immortal war. He could clearly feel that his magic and physical strength were being plundered by an invisible but terrifying force. The closer you get to the boy hanging in the sky, the faster the loss of this magic and physical strength will increase. Now, except for him and Yasaka Haim, the teams that charge are all on the way to charge, and the remaining two of them who have not yet fallen are just struggling to hold on. The long sword was pressed on the ground and looking up at the guys floating in the sky was the limit they could achieve now. As for attacks and other things, why should they attack the guy floating in the air, who can't even lift a sword? Broly manipulated his absorption aura and carefully removed the fallen Demon King soldiers from the effect of absorbing aura. Just as he was about to speak, two more figures shot up from the hillside, and fired some attack magic at him from a long distance. Don't get close to that guy, defeat him with ranged attacks. The fallen angel who did not charge with him observed the situation and shouted at Sylvia, a synthetic beast that grew wings. But the next moment, the fallen angel saw the superior magic cursed lightning he had made. The boy hanging in the sky just approached the other side and quickly dissipated in front of the other party. Similarly, Sylvia's magicus is the attack. Can even the magic power that has already formed magic be forcibly destroyed? The fallen angel's pupil shrank. Without further ado, Sylvia quickly moved and flipped in the air, but wanted to avoid the invisible attack. How did he do it? When Broly raised his hand to aim at the fallen angel and Sylvia, Miss Kuria, the little Princess Alice's guard, also asked. She couldn't understand how the boy did this and caused all the demon kings in the charge to fall down. Are my disciples powerful? Akia was a little proud with her hips, as if she was the one who did this. This is the absorption magic. Broly can absorb other people's magic and physical strength with this unique absorption magic. Wiz is not very good at explaining the lich skills, so he can only use absorbing magic to explain the situation in front of him. However, this ability to release and absorb the touch in a range is mainly driven by Broly's own powerful energy. Unlike conventional absorption touch, Broly's absorption aura does not rely on skill to absorb other people's energy. Instead, he relies on his possession of more powerful internal energy than others, so that he can forcibly plunder other people's energy. To use a metaphor, the absorption touch is a thief who is technically stealing money, while Broly's absorption aura becomes a situation where a bandit holding AK-47 is robbing energy, chi, on multiple individuals. If you want not to be robbed, you must either stay away from the bandits or be stronger than the bandits. But in terms of Broly's personal strength, in terms of this world alone, there may not be any biological individuals who can be immune to his absorption of aura. No, we can't avoid his strange tricks that make our bodies pass away. We have to deal with each other before the magic and physical strength are exhausted. Two figures that were flying quickly and dodged, after discovering that they could not get rid of the invisible attacks that allowed their magic and physical strength to pass away, they wanted to rush over and fight Broly to the death. But like Bertia below and the Demon King's daughter, when approaching Broly, she fell down directly because of the aggravation of the passing magic and physical strength. Now, you guys have calmed down, right? Demon King Army. Most individuals have fallen into a severe coma. The guy who was not in a coma had no strength to complain. You call this calmness? Fortunately, there are also members of the old Demon King and other Demon King army who did not join the charge or did not make extreme actions. These people took on the role of the complaint. Since you've calmed down, let's listen to me. Ahem. Everyone from the Demon King army, now you should also realize your weakness, right? Know your own weakness, understand your own weakness, and accept your own weakness. This is definitely not a shame for you, the weak. Hearing the boy's words, there were also members of the conscious Demon King and the Demon King army. This is the first time that someone has used the term weak to describe them. But looking at the people who were falling all the way, they really couldn't refute the Saiyan boy's words. Here. After that, Broly forgot the words, so he could only take out his arms and go to the Red Devils to ask for the little note written by this Red Devil girl who wanted to become a great writer. After reading the note, Broly said smoothly, "Here, I sincerely hope that everyone in the Demon King army can surrender, accept my kindness, and not continue to resist stubbornly, surrender to the strongest man in Wampa Star, surrender to the will of the real strong man, and live." Broly turned the note across and added, "I hope that the members of the Demon King army who have listened to this speech can inform the uninformed compatriots." Yasaka Kyoiki. As a devil, he is in a very complicated mood. After living for so many years, he has seen an outrageously powerful reincarnated brave man. But it was the first time he saw him as such outrageous. Master Demon. The confidant beside him called him and knelt down on one knee. "I wish to die for you." One person knelt, everyone knelt, but the guards and confidants around him were all the same, willing to fight with his own life for the old Demon King in front of him, and he could not see the terrifying enemy who hoped for victory. "Come on, you want to die, but I still want to live like this old bone." That being said, Yasaka Kyoiki still asked Broly a question. "Before surrender, I want to know if that blue-haired woman is really a goddess." Broly. "Some are difficult to answer." After a while of silence, he nodded and said, "Master Akia is indeed a goddess." "Okay, then on behalf of the Demon King's army, I surrender to you, Lord Broly." The old devil nodded, but said again, "However, I won't surrender yet." Broly looked at the old devil with some confusion. "Mr. Demon." The confidants and guards didn't understand what was going on. 3 times apart 100 years ago, a lonely brave man came here and attacked the Demon King who was entrenched here at that time. According to the original trajectory, the brave who attacked the Demon King will be summoned and commended by the goddess, while the lonely brave will only go home. However, after struggling to conquer the Demon King, he did not receive the goddess summoning, nor did he receive any commendation after conquering the Demon King. He was left in this foreign world, a lonely brave man who had nowhere to go, could only settle in the Devil's Castle. The old Demon King told a story on his own, and at the end of this story, human adventurers came to attack the Demon King. After discovering that the Demon King was being attacked, they were unwilling to take action against the brave men who attacked the Demon King. The brave man who wanted to treat the brave as a Demon King, but eventually led to his destiny being a little bad, had a sudden burst of mentality and turned into a new generation of Demon Kings. This is the story of our clan. After a long time, we hate humans and so-called gods. Therefore, I want to ask the tragic ancestor why he was abandoned in this world? When Broly brought the old Demon King's problem to Aqua, the goddess of water looked confused. Why don't I know the brave man who once attacked the Demon King? It's the brave man with the ability to upgrade quickly. The devil reminded. It's useless to say this. I have so many brave men who have been reincarnated. How could I remember them all? Akia couldn't remember it at all. Wait, so the truth is, Akia, have you forgotten that brave man? Darkness and others, who also listened to the story of the Lonely Brave, soon realized that the so-called Lonely Brave was probably forgotten by Akia. Is it necessary to be responsible for your goddesses after they are reincarnated as brave people? In theory, we have to be responsible, but so many brave men who challenged the Demon King died, who knows which one will succeed? Akia's voice became weaker and weaker as she realized that the world would have a more terrifying Demon King. Is it useful to say sorry now? Akia asked carefully. The old Devil King smiled. Next moment. It's darker than black, darker than darkness, condenses the resentment of our ancestors for 300 years. Let's die for me, Goddess Akia, multiple burst magic. Broly, save me. Nobita Akia cried. Go, energy bomb. Broly decisively threw away his energy bomb towards the already formed explosion magic. The old Demon King is not a combatant, but his skill level has been greatly increased in his long life, especially his ability to cast spells quickly. The collision of multiple burst magic and energy bombs formed a terrifying explosion energy ball under the hillside of the Demon King city. Broly supported the energy barrier to block the aftermath of the explosion. Akia held his waist and shivered like a child who made a mistake. By the time everything was settled, the old devil had already fallen to the ground. The 300 years of resentment of this clan obviously could not increase the power of his explosive magic, nor could it be impossible to defeat Broly, the Saiyan. It's so dangerous, so dangerous. Akia, who had recovered, patted her chest and wanted to stand up like nothing happened, but was stared at by others. Why do you think of me like that? Darkness didn't say anything, but spitted on the ground in front of her. Chapter 235 The Resurrection Demon King. Zikuya, she dare not take responsibility. Following Darkness, Huai also walked forward and spat on the ground. Master Akia, if you are really a goddess and the story of the lonely brave man is also true, then it is really your fault. Yu also stepped forward and said. Miss Akia. It was Viz's turn, and Akia's eyes were already filled with tears, so she glared at her. Will you, a lich, accuse me? Oh. Wiz sighed, shook his head, and said nothing, but his eyes no longer had the respect he used to be for the identity of Goddess Akia. Broly. Akia looked at the boy with her lips pursed, and Broly comforted her, it's no big deal. Even if Master Akia is wrong, it's not Master Akia's fault, but the world's fault. Broly's attitude of ignoring her relatives made Akia feel much better. Now that everyone looks down on her, her cute disciple is still willing to stand on her side. Okay, Master Akia, I'll collect a corpse for the old devil. After comforting Akia, Broly walked towards the old devil's corpse. Although the old devil attacked Akia without authorization, Broly could understand the other party's behavior and did not feel particularly angry. Of course, the reason why I was not angry was because Akia had nothing to do, and it was the other person who fell to the ground and died now. I hope your resentment will be calmed down. After making a hole, Broly used the funeral ceremony of Acusis to perform a pre-burial ceremony for the old devil. The demon girl looked in pain. Looking at her dead father, she raised her head and stared at Broly, but her eyes were filled with hatred. The same is true for other members of the Demon King army who are still awake. The old Demon King is not just a majestic leader to them, but also an elder who cares about them. The death of the old Demon King has caused the hearts of these members of the Demon King army to grow. Hatred. Broly felt these hatred gazes. He looked at the devil's daughter with hatred eyes, and looked at the angry eyes of the members of the devil's army. Broly frowned, thought about it, and then slowly raised his hand. If he were alone, he might not care about the hatred of these individuals, but he would leave this world later. In order not to bring additional risks to his wife, eliminating these hostile people is a very simple choice. The slight moral concepts that have been produced will not affect the choices Broly will make after he simply thinks about it. Even if the root of this matter may be Akia's fault, so what? Broly will not only not blame Akia, who is also a master, but will even help Akia clean up this mess. However, as a party who is in the wrong, Broly will not suffer much from the death of this group of demon kings. Just as Broly was about to send the energy bomb to the demon king army in front of him to end their lives, Akia was first and could not stand it by darkness and Huai around him, with contemptuous eyes and condemnational words. Look, Broly is more sensible than you. Can you be considered a good master if you do this? From now on, I think you have to stay away from Broly a little bit, so as not to be ruined by you. Darkness's words were very sharp, but the members of his wife nodded one after another. Ah, you all say that to me. Me, the worst thing is that, I just resurrect that guy. Resurrection technique. A dazzling light was thrown directly by Akia towards the dead old demon king. The goddess's power appeared one step ahead of the power of destruction. The old demon king in the burnt corpse recovered at a speed visible to everyone. Yasaka Kyoiki opened his eyes in confusion, looked at the sky above his head, and subconsciously asked, "Is there a blue sky in the world after death?" Broly put down his hand, and the demon girl's eyes turned from hatred to joy. After some explanation, the old demon king understood who had resurrected him. In this way, the grudge between me and your clan will be cleared. Akia said with her waist on her back. She was going to use the grace of resurrection to offset the resentment of the Demon King clan. The old devil. To be honest, he didn't hate the goddess Akia very much. After all, he was not the ancestor of the brave man back then. The reason why he attacked Akia was that he was already old and didn't have much time to live. Instead of dying in a corner of the world one day in the future, it is better to challenge the guy who is suspected of a god, launch a revenge attack on behalf of his ancestors, and then die vigorously. And his death was indeed as he expected, a magnificent situation, but after being resurrected, looking at his daughter who was crying happily on her, the old devil regretted her impulse again. Fortunately, all of this was saved by a resurrection technique. Okay, Lord Akia, our grudges are over. The old devil agreed to Akia's proposal. And otherwise, is the so-called story of the loneliness and brave man really true? No one can confirm this kind of thing, right? After obtaining the agreement to reconcile, Akia started to think about it and began to question the authenticity of the story of the lonely brave man. Obviously, she did not want to admit that it was her dereliction of duty as a goddess, which caused such a result. It would be great if Mr. Barnier was here. He should have known the brave devil who was 300 years ago. Was said. When Cao arrived, Cao arrived. Some clay was raised on the ground, and Barnier, wearing a black and white mask, made a brilliant debut. Yes, we know that lonely boy. Although he finally married the beautiful daughter of the Demon King, his life was not too miserable, but there was a fact that he was forgotten in this world by an irresponsible goddess. Barnier said something and pointed at Aqua. That's right, some irresponsible goddess is just you. Damn demon, do you have any evidence to say this? Even if you know the other party, the devil's words are not trustworthy at all. Akia immediately denied it. Humph, I knew you, the unscrupulous goddess, would say this for a long time, so after predicting the fate of the Demon King army, we went back to hell and used the Shadow Stone to bring some memories of being with that lonely boy from our body. Barnier took out the Shadow Stone, used magic power to activate it, and played the recorded memory screens. These memories were the lonely brave men who successfully fought against the Demon King in the past. Faced with the scene where they could not go back and question the goddess, no one responded to him at all. Even when he died, the other party wanted to know the answer. Ah! Akia called and robbed evidence of the black history, while Barnier laughed without caring at all. For things like this, we have as many as we want. After that, we must take this dark history of the goddess of water, Akia, to the headquarters of the Acusa's church, and to the Akanrita to play the tour of your believers, so that their faith in you will be broken. Barnier avoided Akia's attack, but said very devilish words. Broly, please help me kill that demon. I don't want to be abandoned by my believers. Akia cried again and asked Broly for help. Mr. Barnier, let's make a deal, about I want the things that I have in your hands. Broly looked at Barnier and said to the big demon. What price do you pay for? Things like goddess black history are very expensive. Barnier asked with a smile as he played with the photo stone in his hand. I'm feeling angry. At least 10. Make a deal. In this way, Broly and Barnier reached a deal. The Demon King army, Princess Alice and others were all a little stunned. Where am I? As time goes by, the unconscious Demon King army soldiers gradually awaken. And when they woke up, they learned directly that the Demon King army was going to be disbanded. How can this be done if the Demon King army is disbanded? Some soldiers were unwilling to accept this result, but after learning that the old devil had died in battle once, they had nothing to say when facing the Saiyan boy who easily defeated them. If you don't want to disband, you have to die, and there is no third choice. My devil, I still want to follow you, even if it's just a servant. Some soldiers of the Demon King army were confused, but they expressed their opinions. I am no longer a devil, you should pursue your own life. The old Demon King waved his hand and directly rejected these followers. Most of his life was spent managing the Demon King's army and governing the Demon clan. Now that he died once and came back to life, the old devil only wants to take his daughter to experience a life different from the devil. The world is very big, and Yasaka-kyo wanted to go and see it in the morning, but he was bound by the identity of the Demon King in the Demon King city before. But now, the Demon King army has been defeated, and he has no identity as the Demon King, and he can finally do what he wants to do. However, before giving up the identity of the Demon King, some words must be explained to our subordinates. After the devil army is disbanded, humans will definitely kill us. In the days to come, please try to hide in places that humans cannot find. This is what he has to do in the end. The cadres of the Demon King army are fine. Even without the existence of the Demon King army, the cadres themselves are strong enough and are not afraid of human pursuits. However, other demons are different. They must hide before humans can react. Synthetic beast Sylvia took away the goblins and prepared to hide in the dangerous ruins. The headless knight Bertia took his undead group and planned to return to the dark dungeon full of undead. The fallen angel lamented that his former home was gone, but was stopped by Akiya when he was about to leave. Akiya asked about the reason for the other party's depravity. The answer was that the fallen angel of the Demon King army cadre could not stand the 007 working environment where the heavenly world had not had a vacation for many years. After the Demon King appeared in this world, he took the task down to the world, not to solve the problem of the Demon King, but to avoid the living of the social animals in the heavenly world. In this regard, when he thought of solving the problem of the Devil King in this world, he would return to heaven to work hard for years. Akiya actually empathized with this fallen angel. Come on, as a goddess, you can still throw your work to us angels, and we angels are the real situation where there is no vacation. But the fallen angel sneered at Akiya's empathy, believing that Akiya, as a goddess, could not understand the situation of the angels. The two had a dispute and soon advanced to Akiya was a little angry when she was said, and she threw a divine purification technique on the head of the fallen angel. No, I don't want to go back to heaven, I don't want to work all year round. After the wings of the fallen angel were purified and whitened, the rules of the heavenly realm also felt the existence of the lower realm, and directly opened the gate of the heavenly realm and sucked it back. Before leaving, the angel's struggle and despair were so real that people thought that he was going down to hell, not returning to heaven. Is it really that scary in heaven? Was asked. Upon hearing this, Akiya didn't know how to answer. For her, the heavens are still fine. Although it is not as wonderful as the earthly world, being in heaven as a goddess can continue to increase her divine power. Wait, why haven't I been inspired by the heavens yet? Akiya suddenly reacted and was a little confused. Can it be that the guy who sent me over, she wants to replace me? Akiya understands conspiracy theories and soon thought of a possibility. Isn't this very good? Heaven doesn't sound like a good place, so you can stay in this world. Darkness said. It's not good at all. Once an angel usurps my divine position, my divine power will gradually disappear. Once it disappears, I will become immortal. Maybe I won't even have the current strength. Without the current strength, I am a useless person. Woo 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 woo, I don't want to be a useless person. Akiya cried, and she had a very clear understanding of herself who had lost her divine power. It's okay, Akiya, I will take care of you. Huai patted Akiya on the shoulder and said something that surprised Akiya. Huai, I didn't expect you to be such a good person. When Akiya was a little moved, Huai showed Yupa a malicious smile. Of course, but then I will definitely call you Parazitoya. She saw that this genius girl of the Red Devil race was not very good at all. Akiya. Looking at Broly, Broly, you won't let this happen, right? Akiya found that now, it seemed that only Broly could rely on herself. Master Akiya, I will return to my own world in 2 days. Broly scratched his head, but said something that made Akiya feel desperate. Hey, Broly, where are you going? Yu said curiously. Go home. Broly answered. But our home is not in Axel. I'm talking about Wanpaxing's home. Yu was silent, then he widened his eyes. So, what you said in the village before, from Wanpaxing, is all true. Chapter 236 Broly's wishes and returns. Broly suddenly broke out about returning to Wanpastar, which immediately made Akia unable to return to heaven, and it became less important. Yu and others surrounded him and asked about the specific situation. Broly scratched his head and had a good relationship. In his daily life, he would occasionally mention to Yu and the others about leaving the world, and no one believed him at all. Now Akia has resurrected the Demon King and sent the fallen angel back to heaven, proving that he is a goddess, so he valued his words. So, Broly, are you trying to abandon us at the beginning and end? Darkness asked. Miss Darkness, what's going on with your look of expectation? Yu asked. Ah, no, I'm just sad, I don't feel expectant because I'm about to be abandoned. The words of Shaking M are not trustworthy. Then Broly, are you back? Wiz asked. Of course, I can't come back in a short time. Broly nodded, but said again. If you want to return to the world you have been to, the Crystal Palace prompts that the level is not enough now. It's good if you can come back. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I just said, don't be too fussy. However, Echo was calm and completely forgot about herself just now, and she was also a little anxious. So, are you willing to be my wife? Broly asked directly. Ah, why did you suddenly say this? The girls blushed a little, but they all received invitation prompts from Crystal Palace. Yes, but before I leave, you have to promise to be my wife. Broly nodded. There are still 2 days left, and everyone's happiness value can be mentioned. Huai joins the Crystal Palace, Yu joins the Crystal Palace. But at this moment, 4 sounds of joining the Crystal Palace sounded one after another. Broly. On the surface, they were just asking a question, but they all agreed? Oh no, and Master Akia didn't agree. Wait, Broly, how could the number of you, the official member of the Crystal Palace, be 14? Without waiting for Broly to ask Akia, Huai noticed the information on the panel of the Crystal Palace in front of her and questioned it. Because I have other wives in other worlds. Broly answered for granted, not realizing that this was a serious problem. However, except for the first wife who has never met, the other wife is like Huai and I am very important friends and partners. Huai. Broly, can I ask, why do you want to find so many wives? Yu raised her hand and asked a question. I started out to eat, and although I am now also to eat, I am very happy to find you and make you my wife. Is there any necessary contact between finding a wife and eating something for food? Under Huai's questioning, Broly explained the reason for finding his wife. The few people who learned the reason became silent. Broly's motives are too pure, so it is difficult to treat the other person as a scumbag who deceives his feelings. Huai looked at her Crystal Palace panel. After agreeing to join Crystal Palace to become an official member, the happiness points she received were almost 8,000. Then she clicked on the redemption mall on the panel and looked at the price of the food inside. She suddenly couldn't even tell Broly not to find more wives in the future. It's so miserable. With Broly's appetite, just this little happiness point can you eat for a few meals? Huai had this idea, and the others had similar thoughts, and did not realize what was prompted on the Crystal Palace panel that happiness is the true meaning of this message from each other. As Broly, who paid more in his relationship, the happiness value generated by his wife's behavior is relatively low, but the happiness value generated by his wife Darkness and others is very high, and this is a separate calculation. This time, is the real freedom of food? Seeing the happiness points of more than 600,000 converted from the happiness values of the 4 wives, Broly thought so. Broly. Forget it, you should continue to work hard to find a wife in the future. Huai could feel the feeling of not eating, but she actually cheered him up. Okay. Broly nodded. Before you go back, have a few more meals. Darkness said. Broly nodded in response to this. So, Broly, will you leave this world too? Akia looked at him with tears in her eyes. Broly. After returning to the Axel's villa, Princess Alice said she wanted to go back and tell her brother and father that after she had news about the defeat of the Demon King, how to help Akia return to heaven became another question that Broly had to think about in addition to the type of food that she had to prepare to bring back. I know how to generate magic from water, so I don't need to bring water anymore. I'll bring all the food. Space props are useless. My portable space does not recognize compressed space props. The amount of food there is as much as the volume of food. When Wiz and others helped Broly and wanted to use various methods to fill the most food in his portable space, Akia couldn't help it. Hey, don't you think of a solution for me? What can you do? You can't purify yourself back to heaven like you did to purify the fallen angel. Damn it, although you are telling the truth, if Broly returns home, I will be really finished. I don't want to be called Parasisha by you. Or, Akia, go to Lord Eris's church and pray and let her help you. A word woke up from the dreamer. Darkness's words made Akia suddenly realize that there was still this way, but then she thought of herself, and through the goddess work that was tiring to the younger generation to do, and she suddenly became a little nervous. Fuck, if it's because of this, Lord Eris is unwilling to help you, then it's all your own fault. Under Wiz's reminder, Broly invested the happiness points he had just obtained in his portable space, expanding the 20 cubic meters of space to 80 cubic meters, but he packed a lot of food that tasted good, was full, and had already prepared in the space. Eris, I beg you. It was all my fault before, please help me. The next day, Aqua came to Eris' church and confessed to the statue of the god inside. In the goddess space, Eris was in his idle state and happened to see the scene through the statue. However, she didn't take Akia's words seriously, and just thought that it was a mortal in the lower world who was joking. Until Akia, who was repenting for the useless repentance of the statue, was a little angry and said that she wanted to tell the story of the dark history of the world that she had asked herself to buy. The gate to the upper space where the goddess of luck Eris was located was opened instantly. So, you are really Senior Akia? The white-haired goddess on the throne held her forehead. She never expected that the two people who were blessed at the beginning were really a match between the brave and the goddess. Hey, it seems like you saw me in the lower realm. Akia was a little surprised by Eris' reaction. The goddess of luck turned her head and couldn't say that she was the thief she used to be. So, Senior Akia, is there anything you need to ask me? My disciple and I have already attacked the demon king of your world, but the door that promised to welcome me to return to heaven was not opened. There is no way, I can only let you open the door. How is this possible? How is this impossible? It must be the angel who sent me down. She wants to seize my throne. Akia said confidently. Upon hearing this, Eris became a little serious, but in order not to make an erratic incident, she decided to confirm it and said to Akia. Since that's the case, it's better for me to send my senior back to my goddess space. If it's really an angel's problem, I'll help. Good. Akia nodded, took Broly and came to her own goddess space under the teleportation of Eris's divine power. Mr. Kazuma Sato, although you have not saved anyone, there is no doubt that your behavior of saving others is true. Judging from this, you are the one who can go to heaven. When Broly and the two goddesses came here, Miss Angel was receiving a teenager in sportswear. Miss Angel, Sato Kazuma was extremely moved. He did not expect that his family would laugh at him in the world after his death because of his shameful way of death. However, the angel lady he met in the world after his death so gently confirmed his good deeds and comforted himself. So, Mr. Kazuma Sato, are you going to heaven? Miss Angel asked. I want to go to heaven, the world is no longer suitable for me. Sato Kazuma said decisively that he would not be reincarnated in the human world. Then, the gate of heaven is opened for you, I wish you a happy life in heaven. The glory of heaven shines behind Miss Angel. Thank you, gentle angel miss. The young man's figure turned into a small ball of soul light and was taken away by the light of heaven. Before the glory of heaven dissipated, Akia rushed over and grabbed Miss Angel's collar. Say, do you want to replace me, so you didn't open the heaven gate for me after I defeated the demon king? Mr. Akia, please calm down, there is absolutely nothing like this. Miss Angel was directly Akia grabbed and shook her left and right. Senior Akia, please give this angel a chance to explain. After much persuasion, Akia let go of the gentle angel. Humph, I will give you a chance to quibble. After confirming your crime, I will definitely go to the heavenly office and sue you as the lowest angel. It's so, Lord Akia, when you and Lord Broly defeated the demon king, I was receiving some deceased, so I didn't open the gates of heaven to attract you as soon as possible. After I received the deceased, you resurrected the dead Demon King in the lower realm, making it impossible for me to determine whether you defeated the Demon King. Therefore, I cannot open the gate to guide you. Miss Angel explained that Akia was unable to defeat the devil and return to heaven because she got a bug in the resurrected devil on earth. So, Lord Akia, have you and Lord Broly defeated the Demon King? Of course I defeated. Akia's face was a little unnatural. But the devil is still alive. Miss Angel reminded. After the devil was defeated by us, he was inspired by me and had already changed his mind in the lower realm. Akia cannot mention the mistakes in her work, but she can only say that. Ah, is this okay? Miss Angel was a little stunned. Of course it's okay, if you don't believe me, you can react. Miss Angel did as she did, and reported Akia's reply, and soon received a reply approved by the heaven. You really deserve to be the goddess elite Lord Akia. The way you can relieve the Demon King of threats the world is amazing. Miss Angel sincerely exclaimed. So, can I return to heaven now? Akia asked. Certainly. Miss Angel nodded and immediately lifted Akia's divine power restrictions. Strength, my power, they are back. Akia was filled with unparalleled divine power, but she was stronger than before, and this was the reward from the heavens for her to handle the devil's affairs. Then, Lord Broly, as a brave man who assists Lord Akia in solving the disaster of the devil, according to the agreement before his reincarnation, you will also be rewarded from the heavens, but you don't know what wish you have to realize. Miss Angel looked at the boy and said. Broly, don't be polite, just make the conditions. Akia reminded him, as if he saw that someone close to him had the chance to grab the wool from his company and tried his best to encourage his family to pull it to death. In order to prove the criteria of the conditions, he even pointed to Eris next to him and said, even if you want this white hair to be your wife, the heaven will agree. Eris. Broly looked at the goddess of luck and found that her happiness value had hundreds of points, which was improved after knowing that the world devil he managed was defeated. So. Broly looked at Miss Angel and said, I hope Master Akia and other angels in the heaven will have enough holidays to rest in the future. The two goddesses and the angel Miss were both stunned. Mr. Broly, are you sure it's this wish? Master Akia is a person who is afraid of fatigue. I mentioned the angel by the way, and this is indeed my wish. Broly replied that compared to the gain of more than 10,000 happiness points, he hoped that Akia would live a more comfortable life after returning to heaven. Mr. Broly, you are a gentle person. On behalf of all angels, I thank you for this wish. The angel Miss bowed slightly, and the light of the heaven fell from her head, but the great Lord of the heaven had already agreed to this wish. From now on, the goddesses and angels in the heavens have a vacation. Broly, you kid. Akia was very moved. Knowing that this was a wish for her, she hugged Broly and rubbed her face with her face on the boy. Master Akia, are you willing to be my wife? Broly was rubbed with his face, but he asked. Hey, you want to invite me to be your wife, too? Akia was a little surprised. Master Akia, don't you? Broly looked at her nervously. No, I'm happy. Akia joins the Crystal Palace, and the official members of the Crystal Palace have arrived in 15. The Crystal Palace has been upgraded, the Crystal Palace level LV3 is enabled, and the communication device in another world is created by opening the permissions. With the time left, let's go back and have a big meal with Darkness and the others. Akia said, holding the boy's hand and trying to teleport him back to the world. But the next moment, Broly's figure disappeared directly. After coming to heaven, Broly's last stay time was completed directly. He returned to Wampa Star. Take a leave tomorrow. The next world is either the realm of empty space or the game life theatrical version. Chapter 237. After the construction of the communication device in another world is completed. The sudden return made Broly a little stunned, and what made him even more stunned was his old father, Paragus, who was now combing the huge Bia Beast's hair in the Bia Beast pit. Woo roar! Seeing Broly, a huge beast's head was poked out from the pit. A huge mouth could probably eat a giant frog, but he put his head close to Broly and rubbed the Saiyan boy affectionately. Hey, don't turn over suddenly. The old father Paragus couldn't react. The Bia Beast, who was turned over, sat under the huge pit, pushed the big green blanket covered by it, and struggled for a while before flying out of the pit. Hey, Broly, are you back? Paragus, who was holding a Bia Beast hair comb made of a stone in his hand, was very excited when he saw his son, but the proportion of family affection caused was not much. More often, they could have a big meal every time their son came back. Yeah, I'm back. Touching the huge head of a beast, Broly nodded to his father. When asked what the other party was doing just now, he received a simple answer from his father Paragus like an old farmer. When the Bayan is combing her hair, she will fall off some softer hair. Using the fallen hair, she can make better clothes. I won't talk about this anymore. Broly, you are back very quickly this time. How about it? What's the gains from finding a wife in another world this time? I gained a lot. This time I found 5 wives, all of whom are excellent people. They gave me a lot of happiness points. How many? More than 1,008 million. Broly answered. The happiness value of Master Akia alone is twice as high as the happiness value of darkness and the 4 of them. It can be called a super happiness monster. So much. Paragus widened his eyes, thinking how many pork chop rice bowls could he exchanged for? By the way, have you brought water from other worlds? Suddenly, Paragus thought about his son's carry-on space and asked again. According to the exchange price of the Crystal Palace Mall of my son, you only need to carry water from other worlds 3 times to open up happiness points in your carry-on space to make a comeback. I learned the magic of making water in that world, so I didn't bring the water back, but I changed it all to food. Hey, the magic of making water. It's this, water is generated. Broly raised his hand and shouted. So, what about water? Paragus looked left and right, but he couldn't help but ask. Strange, why is there no water? There is no magic factor in Wampa Star in this world, and magic driven by magic factors cannot be used. After the boy had doubts, Crystal Palace immediately gave a prompt message. Broly. Then why didn't you say it earlier? This Crystal Palace does not have intelligence and the host does not ask questions, so this Crystal Palace will not answer any questions on its own initiative. Broly. Looking at his old father, I felt embarrassed to explain why the water did not appear. It doesn't matter. With so many happiness points, changing the water is enough to drink. Paragus saw that his son was a little disappointed, so he comforted his son. He didn't want to be beaten by his son in a bad mood, so he immediately came back. Wait, I seem to have a way to make water. When Broly thought of something, he cast the only magic he learned in Siking's world that he could release without magic. After discovering that the absorbed touch could still be used normally, he immediately had an idea. He converted his chi into magic power, and then used magic power as a source of power, and stuffed it into the magic generated by water. During the operation of the magic, the water-generating magic with the power source soon started to operate normally, gathering thin water vapor in the atmosphere, and smashing a puddle on the ground in front of Broly. The water came out, but it seemed that the water came out a little. Why? Broly asked about the Crystal Palace in consciousness again. Wampa Star has low atmospheric humidity. Crystal Palace gave another stern reminder. Water is clean water. Paragus was lying on the ground and drinking water. After finding that the water was very clear and odorless, he was very excited. However, Broly was a little disappointed. In Siking's world, the level of water-generating magic is enough to summon a pool of clear water, but on Wampa Star, because the environment has no magic factor and the low atmospheric humidity, the release effect of water-generating magic is directly reduced countless times. However, it is enough. In the following time, Broly did not beat his old father, but took out the food he brought back from the Crystal Palace space, sat on the ground with his father, and talked about his experience in another world. During this period, Paragus heard that Broly was almost in another world. After seeing the full moon in that world, his forehead was sweating. When Broly asked whether the Saiyan clan would become a monster after seeing the full moon, Paragus directly admitted it. After the sun's light is reflected by the moon, it will produce a light wave called bruise. This light wave can reach more than 18 million Hz at the full moon. And we Saiyans can use our eyes to receive the power of this light wave and react to the tail, and thus transform into giant apes. After transforming into giant apes, our combat power will increase by 10-fold, but the price is to lose rationality. Of course, the royal family and the rigorously trained Saiyans can maintain their rationality after transformation, but such Saiyans are a minority. Speaking of this, Paragus paused. Broly, I believe you can control this power, but you are too strong, I can't do it and you stop you when you lose your rationality, so you don't go to see the full moon. Broly nodded, not caring about this, just asked, does I not transform as long as I cut off my tail? Yes, but almost no Saiyan fighters will do this. That is a tenfold increase in power. As long as you master it, lower-level warriors can challenge King Vegeta, although they are the King Vegeta under normal conditions. Broly has no idea about power. Since he was 3 years old, he has not encountered an enemy stronger than himself. However, Broly could understand his father's desire for power. After all, he could be chased by Wampa Spider. He probably didn't have his life on this planet, so his father would have lived a hard life. Just hunting is a problem. He skipped the topic and continued to talk about what happened later. At my wife's suggestion, I invested the happiness points I received into the expansion of the internal space of the Crystal Palace, and this time I brought back 80 cubic meters of food. The long-term choice, but why should it be 80 cubic meters? Shouldn't it be 200 cubic meters? Paragus was a little puzzled. According to his son's gain this time, the portable space should be expanded to 200 cubic meters. Because after Master Akia agreed to be my wife, I came back directly, and the happiness points transformed from her were not used at all. Broly explained. It's a pity, but it's better to add them to mobile charging, so that you can travel through another world faster. Mobile charging has been clicked one level again, and now only needs to move a light year distance of 1/64 to add a little energy to the energy slot that travels through the world. If it was still flying around the star on Wampa Star like before, it would only take about half a year before Broly could go to a new world to find a wife. By the way, my Crystal Palace has been upgraded to another level, reminding me that I can build a different world communication device in the inner space of the Crystal Palace. It is said that timely communication can ensure the happiness of members of the Crystal Palace. And only 100,000 happiness points and 10 cubic meters of internal space of the Crystal Palace can be built to connect the worlds I have been to. Broly talked about the newly emerging authority of Crystal Palace, and asked his old father for his construction opinions. My opinion is Jian. After becoming your wife, those people will continue to provide you with happiness points, but this requires them to be in a state of being happy. Since timely communication can ensure their happiness, a mere 100,000 happiness points and 10 cubic meters of space are nothing, and you will get your money back in a few years. Paragus said visionarily that he thought that he could recover the money, so build it early and enjoy it early. I think so too. Broly nodded seriously. No, then why are you asking me for my opinion? Paragus was a little puzzled. I thought you didn't agree, so I called until you agreed. Broly's words made Paragus feel a little silent. He felt that his son would feel uncomfortable if he didn't beat him up after he came back from another world, right? Where did this come from? If you think about it carefully, Broly is so rough, it seems to be related to his early education for his son. It turned out that it was my own sin, it was okay. Broly planned to build a different world communication device, but before that, he had to take out 10 cubic meters of materials in the space. But because they are all cooked food, they may become bad when taken out, so for the next period of time, Broly and his old father Paragus were very full every day. It was not until after eating all 10 cubic meters of food that another 100,000 happiness points were spent, and the communication device in another world was built. The world of Shimaji, Fujimura Okawa, who is already a college student, suddenly popped up in front of him when he was bored in class in the classroom, and the information that the communication device in another world has been established was displayed. Fujimura Okawa was a little surprised and clicked. Communicate with members of the World Crystal Palace for 1 minute/10 happiness points, and communicate with members of the World Crystal Palace for 1 minute/1000 happiness points. Join the Crystal Palace group chat room, charges based on text numbers, 1 word, 1 happiness point. Crystal Palace provides translations Indiana various languages. If you do not send messages, there will be no charges. Are you now added to the Crystal Palace group chat room? Ilya, who was undergoing an operation, read the information on the panel and decided to join. In the cold castle of Einsbaron, the only one of the Crystal Palace panels, which had something to do with her parents, was the partner who had accompanied her through her painful days over the years. Not only Fujimura Okawa and Ilya chose to join, but when the construction of the communication device in another world was completed, a total of 15 wives from the 3 worlds joined almost at the same time. Broly, why did you leave suddenly? Akia, the great goddess of water, spoke. Yes, the food we prepared was not available at all. Eris loyal believer Darkness spoke. When will I come back? There have been many friends who have spoken. In the Crystal Palace group chat room, Akia and the others were the first to speak. For them, Broly had just left for a few days. However, For others, Broly has been away for a long time. If it weren't for the Crystal Palace panel, if you can change things, the information about the addition of members will occasionally pop up, and maybe you will have no sense of existence long ago. Of course, those who really care about Broly will still check the boy's happiness every day to confirm whether the boy is doing well. May I ask, is Brother Broly here? Sakura, who was saved by Brother Broly, spoke. Exist. Broly sent a word concisely. Ah. Sakura stood up directly. What's wrong, Tenkan? The teacher in class was a little confused. It's okay, teacher, I just suddenly thought of something happy. Sakura explained and sat down quickly. Mathematics teacher. If this girl hadn't had excellent grades, she would have asked the other party to go out and stand up now. He actually dared to think randomly below while he was in class. Sakura calmed down, and the next moment, a large string of missing words were sent out. Of course, in addition to her, the nickname was Wampostar. Broly's speech also caused many normal or abnormal nicknames in the group chat room to send out a bunch of greeting text messages. Damn it, why can't I speak? When killing the Red World, Ests was a little crazy. Who asked you to change all the happiness points? Main was speechless. When it is easy to obtain materials, each of them holds a different number of happiness points, but Ests spent all of them. If it weren't for the happiness points that could not be transferred, Ests would have borrowed points from others. Broly, are you doing well? Chi Tong spoke. See the status. Broly said concisely. But your state is unhappy? Tozaka family's genius magician Rin Tozaka spoke. Speak with happiness points. You guys ask too much. I can't answer all of them. Broly said word by word. Really save. The genius girl of the Red Devil clan, Ime, spoke. I'm living a good life, don't worry. I want to ask if everyone is doing well. As soon as the question is posted, the following is a series of good living speeches. People with full happiness points say more, but those who don't have enough happiness points, such as Ests, can even ask people around them to help send messages. Ilya dived and followed for a while and found that everyone was very enthusiastic about the person named Wampostar Broly. After thinking about it, she also asked. May I ask, do you know my parents? My father is Kiritsugu Emiya and my mother is Alice Fear von Einsbaron. They have not been home for a long time. Ilya, who was imprisoned, spoke. Hey, are you Uncle Emiya's daughter? Fujimura Okawa, a college student, beautiful girl. The beautiful girl behind her was embarrassed to reveal her nickname and take the initiative to spend 100 happiness points to change it, asked. Ah, do you know my dad? Of course I know each other. He lives next to my hometown, and the house I bought from our family. May I ask, why didn't he come back? Ilya asked quickly, but looking at her few happiness points, she decisively launched a one-to-one communication with the nickname college student Fujimura Okawa. Fujimura Okawamoto was about to respond, but he found the other party's one-to-one communication invitation. After choosing to accept it, an anxious lowly voice sounded in his ears. Hello, I'm Ilya, I want to ask about my father. I'm not very clear about your father, but I can call him for him, but wouldn't you just call him directly? Fujimura Okawa said quickly. I can't contact him. Hearing this, Fujimura Okawa reacted that Ilya's nickname was imprisoned. Okay, I'll call your father now. Fujimura Okawa said immediately. Your goods have arrived, please sign for them. Ding. Kiritsugu Emiya, who was working in courier work, suddenly received a call. Kiritsugu Emiya remembered that this was the girl from the neighbor Fujimura family. Hey, this is Yumi Ride, is there anything wrong? Uncle Waimei, I'll just tell a long story. Your daughter Ilya contacted me and wanted me to ask you, why don't you go home? BA. The phone fell to the ground, and the expression on Emiya Kiritsugu's face, which was a little bit unfamiliar, broke the defense directly. Hey, why don't you talk anymore? Could it be that you abandoned your daughter? Fujimura Okawa said a little dissatisfied. The next moment, various inquiries from Kiritsugu Emiya came, but fortunately, his phone was of excellent quality and it didn't break because he was thrown. In the world of Moon, Ilya contacted her father indirectly through the communication function of Crystal Palace through Fujimura Okawa. After learning that his father was also restricted by the Einsbaron family, the girl's mentality was a little shattered. The group chat room was lively, from the beginning of greetings to Broly, to chatting with other wives. No, Akia, goddess of water, what's going on with your nickname Broly's favorite master and wife? It's literally, Broly likes me the most. Of course, after the speech stage of each other's curious inquiry, Akia's act of changing her nickname directly made the harmonious chat content in the group chat room begin to smell like gunpowder. However, this is no longer about Broly's business. He spent no extra points of happiness on his speech in the group chat room. After completing the construction of the communication device in another world, he continued to fly around Wampa Star. The happiness points are tight again. The food freedom on Wampa Star is simply the flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. Chapter 238. As soon as you travel through time, you will see your wife beating her. After the alien communication device was built, Broly's life on Wampa Star was no longer boring. Although food cannot be eaten with his stomach, if he only drinks water resources, he has already taken care of it. Broly lives a day flying around the stars every day. When he is tired, he comes back to the cave to rest. During the rest, he will click on the Crystal Palace group chat room page and watch the chat between different wives. I only occasionally say a few sentences, but I dare not say more, just because every word on the group chat room has to be sent to it with happiness points. Broly, are you going to eat the Wampa spider today? Paragus walked in and asked, carrying a broken Wampa spider in his hand. Okay, I'll eat. Broly nodded. The space-time energy trough was about to fill, and 80 cubic meters of food had been eaten clean long ago. Now, the happiness points have reached more than 10,000, and we must consider leaving some normal food for our old father, and we need Wampa spider to supplement the food gap. Of course, the taste of the Wampa spider is still bad, but now Broly's so-called eating the Wampa spider no longer refers to the kind of thing that eats the juice in the other person's body. I saw Broly walked forward, put his hand on the ferocious Wampa spider, and used the absorbed touch directly. In a short while, the Wampa spider on the ground lost his life, and all the energy in his body was absorbed by Broly, turning into energy in the boy's body. This way of eating cannot enjoy the taste of food, and it also requires that the food itself cannot die before being eaten. But the advantage is that Broly can use their lives to fill her stomach without having to taste the taste of Wampa spiders. However, it is not correct to say that his stomach is not correct. It should be said that he fills the energy needed by his body every day, and directly bypasses the part of digesting food and feeds it into the cells of the body in one step. Unfortunately, Broly tried to teach his old father this trick, but Paragus still couldn't learn it after learning it for a long time. I don't know if it was because he was too naughty or because the Dragon Ball world was not allowed. Broly, are you full? If you are full, let's do daily combat training. The Saiyans are strictly speaking, fighting crazier, but Paragus has many unbeatable individuals on this planet. Until Bro used his trick to manipulate the dream and brought him into the dream and experienced a false value that was blessed by his son. After fighting with his son once, Paragus became obsessed with this game, crossed out, combat training. It is real to be weaker than his son in reality. Only by relying on false blessing power in dreams can Paragus barely regain his dignity as an old father, and this is also the training, game, event he is most looking forward to now. You still fight. Your physical fitness at the same level is not as good as mine. Broly didn't want to fight. This kind of thing was indeed very interesting at the beginning, but after fighting too much, Broly found that his old father's fighting skills were just like that. The tricks are too rigid, and there is no newness when you experience them too much. Every time you go to Ada with each other in your dreams. It is better to fight with him than to fight with yourself copied from your dream. At least you have enough combat skills. Although it feels like you fight with your left and right hands, at least you don't have to listen to Lao Deng's father fighting, and you will talk about the past glory, relying on force to conquer the planet and defeat various enemies. This way, you add more values to me in your dreams, and I promise to come up with some new tricks. Under Paragus's tragedy, Broly started his dream of fighting, but when he discovered that his old father's new trick was just to rely on words, saying that there was food over there to deceive himself, and then he accidentally beat him up and then took action. Meng woke up directly. Broly dragged his old father out for a single practice, and in a few minutes he dragged him back. However, at this time, Paragus looked like he was bruised and swollen. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you. The old father said vaguely, he should know that he should not be able to walk by the river often, so he would not be able to get a kick in his shoes. He was too proud in his dreams and could not help but be beaten in reality. Time soon came to the end of IG 742. Broly was almost 11 years old, but he was still as in the past, and his body had almost no changes. After leaving enough food, under the touching gaze of the old father, the Crystal Palace's time travel function was activated. And on the day he traveled through time again, Kiritsugu of Emiya, who was carrying a gun and cannon, rushed into the Einsbaron family's residence. But he did not take Ilya away. As a child of artificial humans and natural humans, Ilya has many physical defects. Without the help of Einsbaron's human body transformation technology, it would be difficult to live to adulthood. The Holy Grail manufacturing technology has flowed out, and ambitious people around the world will soon re-engage the fake Holy Grail war. Kiritsugu Emiya, if you want to get back the custody of your daughter, go and win at least one false Holy Grail war for the Einsbaron family. Only in this way can your daughter be free. Kiritsugu Emiya, who has been transferred to a courier, became a magician killer again at the age of 40. This time he participated in the Holy Grail war, not for justice or for justice. He fought just for his daughter, but he took the script of the great hero of Omiya. In a false Holy Grail war nearing Africa, Kiritsugu Emiya summoned himself. I didn't expect that as a repressive agent, will I expect a different life. A male hero who is indifferent and emotional, can be described as a precise combat machine, looks at the Lord of the Lord with the same face as himself, and after learning the reason for the fight of Kiritsugu in the World Health Museum, he said something like a whisper. Lend me the power, I must win this victory to get Ilya out of her fate of becoming a little Holy Grail. Human Emiya Kiritsugu stretched out his hand, and the heroic Emiya Kiritsugu looked at him coldly, but in the end he still stretched out his hand, holding the hands of the two old fathers together. No one remembers when this war began. He only knows that the blue sky and the warm sunshine only exist in distant stories passed down by humans. In today's world, the remaining dead bones after the elves die are like snowflakes, falling from the gloomy sky, corroding the earth, and killing all the weak lives that come into contact with them is like a curse. The whole text is opened, constructed, and activated with the combat algorithm for the unknown. This feeling is the heart. As a machine, I have gained life. I want to bet on everything about myself in these 251 seconds. On a desolate land that was destroyed again, the huge mechanical body wrapped in the girl-like body and slowly rose to the sky. With such big wings, are you mocking me? Looking up at the huge mechanical structure above her head, Jipril felt dissatisfied and quickly took off to a level with her. A mere iron doll is quite courageous. Have binge. What? I haven't told you my name yet. This is me, and it's definitely not a doll. Rick has given me a precious self. Zyubi, whose skin began to be melted by the high-loaded elf power, spoke up to refute the words of the girl in the Tianyi species in front of her. So that's it. My name is Jipril. I'm so happy to know you, and then, it's time to say goodbye. Jipril didn't care about this kind of thing, but the individuals in front of him were indeed a little different. Boom! The artillery fire roared, and the girl of the Chai type wrapped in a huge mechanical body took the lead in attacking the girl of the Chai type who looked like an angel. The difference between the two seems to be that the CK girl in the huge mechanical body is the dominant one, but only Zyubi knows that once the opponent's Tianyi Gen is given a chance to breathe, he is likely to be defeated in an instant. She could only rely on the powerful firepower of her own race to keep the other party busy avoiding her own attacks in order to gain more time. Of course, my own defeat is already doomed. The time I have bought is just to transmit the data of my heart that I love Rick back to the command body. I must not die until the data is transmitted. A large number of energy balls were bombarded on the ground, but a black energy beam suddenly shot from the side. The combat algorithm quickly calculated and concluded that as long as you abandon the left half of the body, you can continue to fight, but pass control. There was a precious ring given to her by Rick. Pass control deflected attacks to protect the ring, but the deflected attack hit the important core of her right half of the body. Hubby broke away from the huge structural mechanical body condensed by Quandiangkai and fell directly from the sky. Finally, you made a typical mistake and made me use so much effort to get you done. Jipril landed in the distance, and she was not sure if the aircraft had another counterattack. What are you talking about when you make a mistake? The core position of the body was damaged and could no longer continue fighting. Hubby looked at the ring on his finger and didn't think it was a mistake. I apologize for the fact that I called you scrap iron before. I hereby admit that you are a threat that must be eliminated, an enemy worthy of my all-out effort to fight and kill. The black sky strike energy began to gather on top of her head as Jipril spread her wings. Just before the launch of the sky strike energy, Broly's figure appeared next to Hubby. The Scion looked at the mechanical girl with a broken body on the ground, and the prompt message from the Crystal Palace made him quickly understand the situation. Who hurts you? His wife has improved his favorability with him. Broly immediately looked serious and looked at the enemy who dared to treat his unfamiliar wife like this. Then, another Crystal Palace prompt message appeared, discover the guide target Jipril, the current happiness value is 0. Broly. Chapter 239 Captive of the Juvenile Body Wing Species. Have you reached your support? But there is only one body. Just such a power is not enough to make me retreat. Jipril didn't see clearly how Broly appeared, but this was not important. After being alert to perceive the surrounding environment and found that no other machine types had arrived here, she felt relieved. The horror of the machine is the collection when the group appears, just 1 or 2 bodies are nothing. The Broly people were a little numb. Now that they had just traveled to the new world, they saw a wife they didn't know were beating another wife they didn't know either. The wife, who seemed to be preparing some powerful tricks in the distance, seemed to have gained a huge advantage and was ready to kill his wife at his feet. What should I do if both parties are recognized by Crystal Palace? Broly thought about it and decided to stop it. The distance guide object wanted to kill the guide object here. Miss Jipril over there, can you please stop first? Broly asked politely. What are you, the new guy, saying? Oh, I understand, you are delaying time, you are really surprised by the iron lumps. You even learned to delay time with words. Jipril was not surprised by the fact that Broly called her name directly. It was no secret that the synchronous thinking of the Jikai Chronicle was not a secret. However, she regarded the Scion boy as Jikai Chronicle and sighed that the other party used verbally to delay time. I don't know who you are, but the target of the Tianyi seed opposite is me. Please escape as soon as possible. Hubby was originally ready to protect the ring on her hand, but the boy's sudden appearance broke her mind. According to the covenant signed by Rick, new victims are never allowed to appear, and the appearance of victims is equivalent to the failure of this game of ending the war. She struggled to support her broken mechanical body, and the propeller at the broken leg lit up, so she was about to transfer her body to another place. She wanted to buy some time to escape for this strange boy who suddenly appeared. But after taking off for a while, it fell from the sky due to damage to the energy lines in the body. Broly. He could only run over and catch the falling mechanical girl, so he didn't have time to control Jipril over there. Sky Strike. Jipril also condensed enough energy at this time, and the terrifying sky-hitting energy hit Broly where he caught hubby the next moment. Jipril's body, whose strength was exhausted, shrank rapidly. She looked at the two figures that did not avoid her attack in the end, and she felt a little sad. Ah, that iron lump is really powerless. If I had known it, I would have gone to cut her head directly. Jipril looked at the energy ball that had not yet dissipated from her sky strike. She only hopes that the two hit Jikais were strong enough, and it is best to have a complete head left so that she can take it back as a spoil for collection. Please, that Jikai named Zyubi, please have a head left. Jipril's prayer has worked, but hubby not only left his head, but also his broken body just now. The energy barrier that Broly held up easily blocked the Skywing Seed, condensing all the elves' power in its own elves' corridor, and the number of sky strikes it took. Walking out of the explosive flame, the boy holding hubby quickly jumped in front of Jipril. Jipril, who was in a juvenile state, couldn't believe it. Aren't you a mechanical breed? She asked. What is the mechanical breed? Broly asked in confusion. The guy in your hand is a mechanical breed. Oh. Broly looked like he realized new knowledge again, and the tip of his tail wrapped around his waist shook instinctively. What the hell are you, orcs? Jipril saw his tail and was a little suspicious. But this is unreasonable. How could a weak creature with the lowest sequence level be able to withstand my heavenly attack? In this world, races have levels. Those with a sequence level of 6 or above are called life. Those with a sequence level below 6 are creatures. However, there is a huge gap between life and living things. Generally speaking, the Tianyi species life individuals with sequence level 6 can challenge the legion composed of creatures with sequence level 6 or below. Moreover, in terms of the end of the battle, it is likely that individual lives with a single high sequence level will win. Can you be a mutant individual of the orc race? However, unexpected situations also occur, such as some mutant individuals that may occur within the race may become creatures with stronger racial sequence levels than their own racial sequence. I don't know what you are talking about, but I am a Scion from Wan Pastar. My name is Broly. I just came to this world, and you should have seen it. Broly introduced himself. Saiyan. Jibril had never heard of this race name, but now it seems that she is not the time to explore this. She has exhausted all her strength, and after the enemy resisted her own sky strike, she still looked at her ease. It seems that my life is here? I didn't expect that I would end my life here because of a wandering hunt. In this chaotic world full of killing, their Tianyi tribe enjoys the act of wanton killing other races, but it is not uncommon to be killed by other races by mistake. Jibril accepted himself calmly and was about to die. Death is the fate, but at the last moment of death, she will not give up fighting. I saw that the young Jibril got up from the ground, clenched her fist and slapped her sideways at the Saiyan boy in front of her. Her little fist hit, but it didn't hurt. Jibril looked unwilling to admit defeat and was changed to hug hubby's Broly, grabbed the collar of the neck linking her pocket on her neck with one hand, and picked it up and carried it on her shoulders. You won't die because I won't hurt you, but I won't allow you to hurt her. The young Jibril was carried on her shoulder by Broly, but she was very restless and kicking her hands and feet, but she wanted to struggle off the boy's shoulder. However, this is of no use. Not to mention that her power was exhausted. Even if she had not exhausted, she probably could not break free from Broly's power. So, what am I going to do now? The situation I encountered after traveling through time this time was very special. As soon as I came in, I saw my wife beating her. Although I have stopped it now, there is a piece of wasteland around me. The sky is grey, and the perception of Qi is seriously disturbed. There are traces of Qi everywhere in the atmosphere, which leads to the perception of his Qi being grey. It was like a person with normal visual ability, suddenly being in the fog where he could not see his fingers, which made Broly a little confused. That. A soft voice came from my arms. Broly lowered his head. It faces a camouflage human eye and a mechanical eye that melts the outer skin. Can you let me go? Subby asked. The development of the matter made her a little confused now, but it seemed that she had survived. Do you need treatment? After Broly put hubby down, he asked the mechanical girl. Do you know how to repair the body? Hubby asked remarks. Can you transmit life energy to you? Broly said this and did the same. But it is useless. As the mechanical life energy cannot treat her incomplete body. Chapter 240 Xiaoji is really stewed with mushrooms. You won't die like this, will you? Found that life energy was useless to the mechanical girl, Broly asked worriedly. Please rest assured that as long as the body no longer continues to be damaged, I can operate for 15 working days in my current state. Hubby lies on the ground and returns calmly, as if the incompleteness of her body has not had much impact on her. You mean, in 15 days, you'll die? Broly's eyes widened. Isn't this a bad thing? There is no concept of death in the Jikai species. The data of each individual is common to the connecting body. The individual is the whole. As long as the race is immortal, the damage of a single body can be easily recreated. After struggling for a while, Jibril, who was young in body, gave up her useless struggle. After hearing the boy who captured her, she lay on the boy's shoulder and complained without hesitation in the lowly voice. Maid. Broly's face was full of confusion. His little head couldn't understand the existence of the Jikaishin. How to make it? Back to the self-proliferation factory. There is a design body that is making various components of the body, but it can repair my incomplete body at this moment, but Xiaobi already has himself, but he is a unique type of machine that cannot be replaced by other bodies. The mechanical girl answered Broly's question, and also refuted Jibril, treating her as one of the extended bodies of the machine. Jibril was refuted and didn't feel angry. Instead, she drooled at the mechanical girl on the ground again. The special organism that gave birth to self-awareness is abominable. If my strength is stronger, I can cut down your head and take it back for collection. Ah! Little Jipril's face was full of unwillingness, but the next moment, a cry of pain came from her little mouth. The first one was her little butt, which was slapped by Broly. Broly didn't know why he did this, but suddenly he felt that the guy on his shoulder felt like his old father, so he started to beat him. Woo! Childish body. Jibril bit her lip, her whole face turned red, and she was so angry that she actually made such a shameful sound. Where is the factory? I'll send you there. After Broly hit Jibril, he asked the mechanical girl on the ground again. No need, other bodies have rushed here. After saying that, cracks appeared in the sky above my head, and more than 1,000 combat machine species were transferred out of the subspace. Unfortunately, even after receiving the support command, the time when these combat bodies arrived here was still 2 minutes and 33 seconds later than Hugh should have been destroyed by Jipril. The next thing is left to us. We will send you C-207, no, it was sent to the self-proliferation factory for repair. Here, thank you for your helping hand to this body of Hubby. Our machine will regard you as our ally. If you need it in the future, the machine will repay you. After obtaining the information about the heart transmitted by Zyubi, these cold mechanical bodies now speak humanely. After the fallen machine plant and the broken body on the ground was picked up, these mechanical lives were ready to take Hubby left. I need it now. Broly stopped the other party in time. The male-looking Ji Kaishan tilted his head. In fact, I came to this world for the first time and didn't know anything about it. Now I need normal food and a place to live. Broly put down Jipril, the young girl on her shoulder, and said this to Jikaishan floating in the sky from carrying it to lifting it. I understand, we will provide you with normal food and a safe place to live. This is what Jikaishong said, but Broly was worried about the mechanical girl, so he followed these machinery and returned to their self-proliferation factory. It is said to be a factory, but it is actually an incredibly huge mobile steel fortress. A large number of machine-type species are designed and manufactured from it. Hubby was placed on the transmission belt, with the mechanical arms spread across the steel fortress, and soon the girl's broken body was split. Brand new parts were replaced on Hubby's body. After less than 30 minutes of entering the steel fortress, Hubby, who had a brand new look, walked out of the factory again. If it weren't for the wedding ring on his hand, it would be almost impossible to believe that the other party was still looking broken with most of his body half an hour ago. Thank you again for your help. Subby, who walked out of the factory, came to Broly as a single body, but once again expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. Broly waved his hand, but was busy with his own affairs. What are you doing? After thanking her, Zyubi raised her head and asked questions with some confusion. As you can see, I'm cooking. Broly answered without looking back and took it for granted. So, are you going to eat this Tianyi seed? Zyubi's eyes widened, and the divine light in his pupils flowed, and he started asking. In front of him, Jipril, who was captured by the boy, was stripped naked and threw him into the cauldron provided by Jikaki. There was clear water generated by magic in the big pot, and below was the thruster flames provided by the two machines were burning. The boy stood next to the big pot that was starting to steam, holding some strange-looking mushrooms and pouring them into the pot. Eat her. Broly thought about it and nodded. Yes, I should be eating her. When he wanted to make something to eat, a dish called Zaiji stewed mushrooms suddenly appeared in his mind. After learning about his needs, GK Ishong made a big pot that could be put into a young girl and collected some edible mushrooms. Subby. In this case, is it considered a victim? After thinking about this problem, my brain started to smoke. You can't eat her. Before the downtime, Zyubi stopped thinking about this problem in time and directly stopped the boy. Why? Broly looked at the mechanical girl in confusion. Because she is not delicious, the meat grown in Tianyi is smelly. Hubby came up with a reasonable reason and said. Who do you say is smelly? Our Tianyi seed is not smelly, and your scrap iron is smelly. Hearing Hubby's words, Jipril in the pot suddenly came to the edge of the pot, and his little hand pulled the edge and poked his little head out and refuted it, without the awareness that he was used to stew mushroom soup by others now. You are just a fool Tianying. Didn't you find out that I'm talking to you? Do you really want to be eaten by someone else? Hubby felt that this Tianyi's head was so weak that he actually came to refute her at this time. Jipril realized it later, but didn't want to admit that he was a fool, so he stubbornly said, I'm not afraid if I just cooked me in a pot. She got into the pot and spitted bubbles in the water. She was telling the truth. Even if she exhausted her strength and turned into a young girl, the temperature that just made the water boil was difficult to cause harm to her. Well, if you want to cook her, it must be at least higher than the magma. You don't really want to eat me, do you? Jipril looked at the boy who was sprinkling salt on the mushroom soup in the pot with a gesture of sprinkling salt on the side of the pot, and asked nervously. I'll let you come out after you've cooked the mushroom soup. Broly did not notice any pain in Jipril throughout the whole process. After replying, he exchanged the chopped green onion from the Crystal Palace Mall and threw it on Jipril's face. Under the high heat of the machine Kaizen thruster, the soup of Zaiji stewed mushrooms was cooked soon. Broly tasted it and thought it was pretty good. After all, the mushroom soup came. Do you want to come some? After taking Jipril out of the pot, Broly asked Jipril. You asked me to drink my own bathing water. Jipril said this, but she still felt that she was passing through the bowl of mushroom soup handed over by Broly. This is definitely not because she secretly tasted the soup while in the pot, and thought it tasted good and wanted to drink another bowl, but just to take food in the face of difficulties. Way to quietly restore your strength. A Bondheim, a huge fantasy species life, the apostle of the god of war, and the floating base of the Tianyi species. At this moment, in the highest hall, the corners of the god of war archer's mouth twitched unconsciously, as if he could ignore various obstacles through a long distance and observe the situation of Jipril, who was drinking his own soup. Chapter 241. Are you married? Do you want to drink soup together? Broly served a few more bowls of soup and asked the Chicago family next to him. Ji Kaishan. It's better for Xiaobi to come forward and explain. There is no normal dietary requirement for organisms. If you insist on saying what you can eat, the oil will probably be more suitable than the Tianyizua stewed mushroom soup. Is that good to drink? Broly was a little curious. It is not suitable for normal life, nor is it suitable for normal creatures. Hubby felt speechless, but explained. Is that so? Broly felt a little regretful, so he silently drank his own stewed mushroom soup. A little meat is missing. Do you know where there are prey with delicious meat nearby? Broly asked. Under the elves' dead bones, it is difficult for ordinary creatures to survive, but there should be some cave creatures underground. Do you need us to capture some of them back? Ji Kaizen inquiry. Then bring some back. There was an absorption touch, but Broly was not hungry on Wampa Star, but he was really hungry. Two Ji Kai Zongshangs around him left and went to dig the soil to find meat. You will also repay me and meet my needs, right? Broly looked at Hubby and asked suddenly. Hubby nodded seriously. From a human perspective, you should remember to receive help from others and return it if the other party needs it. So, with the ending of promise to be my wife, let's have a 5-day dating with me. Broly did not hesitate and directly raised his biggest needs. He just checked the time he could stay in this world. The countdown of that number of days really made the boy feel heartbroken, and the world seemed to be extremely repulsive of his arrival. Hubby widened his eyes. Is there any problem with the requirements I put forward? Broly saw Hubby's strangeness and asked directly. There are problems, and there are big problems. Hubby nodded and confirmed his statement. What's the problem? Time is not enough, and Broly is also very straightforward, so he doesn't care about it and asks directly. I am married. Xiaobi raised his left hand and the ring on his ring finger was a little shining. Can I get rid of the person who married you and snatch you from someone else's hands? Broly asked seriously. You want to hurt Rick? The value of Xiaobi's happiness reached 0 instantly, and the hostility was also aimed at the boy. I'm just asking if it's okay. Of course it's not possible. Well, you can see. Broly's disappointment was beyond words. Before his friendship began, he lost a wife. Then will you hurt Rick? Hubby asked afterwards. No, although you can't be my wife, I won't hurt you, nor will I deliberately do things that make you feel sad. Really? Real? Then I'll feel relieved than me. The mechanical girl believed the boy's words, and the steel fortress, which was originally in a state of alert, also started to operate normally again. Happiness value increases. Broly just took a look and ignored it. The increase or decrease of happiness values of those who cannot become their wife is meaningless to him. Broly quickly turned his attention to Jipril, who was drinking the soup. Perhaps because of his first time drinking this mushroom soup, Jipril, who was young girl, seemed a little happy, and the continued increase in happiness also proved this. And she soon noticed the boy's gaze, so she asked, What are you looking at? I'm looking at you. Broly answered honestly. What do you think I'm doing? Jipril frowned. You look good. Broly subconsciously answered. Thank you for the compliment. Jipril thanked her, picked up the bowl and took a sip of mushroom soup, and then she tilted her head, feeling something was wrong. What kind of conspiracy do you guys have? Jipril, who was in the shape of a young girl, immediately questioned. I just want to ask, you won't be married, right? Broly looked at her nervously. Marry, what is that? Jipril looked puzzled. The Tianyi Kropan is a semi-eternal life, and is a full female, and there is no concept of marriage. Marriage is. Seeing the boy thinking hard, hubby seemed to know how to explain the meaning of marriage. She helped her explain it as an opportunity. Marriage is a contract formed by humans for reproduction, but it also means that they want to keep the loved ones they love forever and become a lifelong companion. Human? Why is it a race name I have never heard of before? Reproduction? I remember that was the behavior of biological people. Stay by your side forever, isn't this what collectibles mean? Jibril used his own views to understand the meaning of marriages to look at the boy with some dissatisfaction. I have never been defeated by other guys, how could I get married? Subby. Is there any problem with the meaning of marriage she just explained? Why do you have to be defeated before getting married? Understand? No. Then I will defeat you. Can you marry me in 5 days? Broly understood that she was not married from Jibril's words, and her eyes lit up and asked. Ah, this. Hearing this question, Jibril's little face wrinkled. According to the principles of the Tianyi seed, after defeating the prey, they can get the prey's head as a collectible. Then, it is your turn to be defeated. Others should not cut off her head but collect her as a spoil. It seems that there is no problem with logic. Jibril wanted to refute it many times, but he couldn't. It was the fact that she was defeated and captured, and as a loser, there was nothing to say. After all, it's just that the enemy has not killed her now, so she can only speak. If the enemy chooses to kill her, she can't speak any more than refute. Ah, if it becomes your collection, I will definitely be ridiculed by them if I encounter Azrael and the others in the future. Whoever dares to laugh at you, I will hit anyone. Hey, really? Real? That's okay, I can agree to marry you. Jibril, who was young girl, agreed readily, and thought in her heart. As long as you have fought with the opponent, Azrael and the others will definitely know what kind of powerful enemies they face to lose. At that time, if they fail, they will not be qualified to laugh at themselves, and if they succeed, they will be successfully rescued. Little Jibril, plan.jpg. Do you still want mushroom soup? Broly was very happy to receive the exact answer. This short 5-day tour of another world has guaranteed no air force, so he directly showed his attention to Jibril. Hey, let's have another bowl. Little Jibril held the bowl, not knowing what kind of politeness is. Ahem. In the highest temple, the god of war suddenly started to cough. What's wrong, Lord Artiso? After hearing the movement, Azrael hurriedly flew in and asked. It's okay, I just suddenly discovered something interesting. Hey, something interesting. Azrael had a question mark on his face, but Lord Arteshu on the throne was unwilling to say more, so she did not take the liberty to ask. Where has Jibril been? After leaving the temple, Azrael found that there seemed to be no Jibril's figure here, and couldn't help but ask about other sky wings. Who knows, maybe I ran to the ground to play. Other Tianyisa gave answers casually. Really, the alliance between the goblin species and the forest species has been pushed over, and it has actually run out to play. As the first-time individual, Azrael complained, but she was just a little worried about Jibril's safety. Although she did not take the two major alliances of goblin species and forest species that were pressed near Abondheim, this was based on the fact that Lord Artus was behind her. If Lord Artasus is not there, it would be a bit dangerous to go out alone, because in the two alliances, there are giant and dragon spirit species, which are allies of this high-sequence race. After all, Jibril is only over 600 years old now and is still a child. Azrael, if you are worried about Jibril, you can go down and find her. The girls of the Tianyi crop race said in a word. It's not appropriate to leave now. Azrael sighed. What's wrong with it? Isn't it just that you have to be responsible for the pre-war commander? It's okay to leave it to Raphael. Yes, and compared to you now, Raphael is more suitable for our commander now. Azrael was decisive in killing and could sacrifice any Tianyi seed for the victory of a war without hesitation. She was full of majesty among the Tianyi seeds and was undoubtedly the eldest sister of Tianyi seeds. But since Jibril was born, this Tianyi-type elder sister has changed a lot, from being a decisive commander to a funny sister who is worried about the littlest sister and wants to please the littlest sister. Nowadays, most Tianyi seeds believe that the mature and calm fourth individual Raphael is more suitable for the position of commander of Tianyi seeds than the first age Azrael. Although Azrael is still the most powerful individual among the Tianyi species, the commander needs not only simple power, but also a mind that is always calm, able to make various accurate judgments, and not emotionally active. Obviously, Azrael is a bit unsuitable now. Just when Azrael felt that it was okay and was about to hand over the commander's work to Raphael for the time being and go to the ground to find Jibril himself, the god of war who came out of the temple stopped her. No need to look for Jibril. She is not in danger now, she is just experiencing an interesting thing, and where she is, it is just right for me to observe the anomalies that suddenly appear in this world. Yes, Lord Artiso. Zhongtian Yushan knelt on one knee and responded to the words of his own creator. Zhonglong, can the future you have predicted still give me the answer to the doubts in my heart when there are abnormalities in this world? Let me wait and see. The tall figure walked to the edge of a Bondheim, looking down at the earth beneath his feet with a deep look of expectation. In the distance, the goblin species built defense turrets with the assistance of the giant species, and the forest of the forest species had also spread from the other side. Above the forest, a group of contracted dragon spirit species were hovering, as if inspecting the surroundings of the forest to prevent possible raids from happening by the enemy. Chapter 242 Plan Correction, the strong are practicing, picking up discarded parts. Hubby survived Jipril's hands because of Broly's sudden arrival, but the battle situation changed too quickly. The two alliances of Goblin and Forest Sprul arrived at the confrontation area earlier than expected. There are only 24 of the 32 pass control devices that can operate normally now. It is impossible to install new pass control devices in the center of the battlefield. That area is now staring at by goblins and forest sperm species. It is impossible for both sides to allow the Jikai sperm to arrange something like a trap there. As a result, Rick wanted to trigger a three-party war and deflected the energy of the three-party powerful attacks on the ground through the pass control device to the ground, so as to penetrate the stars to realize the plan to make the Star Cup appear, which has now failed. After calculating the full connected command body of the machine Kai type, this conclusion was drawn. UC 207 PR4 F57T9, request the command body to make corrections to the plan. When Broly took little Jibril to drink soup and eat meat, Hubby made his own request for the full connected command body of the Jikai Sipril in the Connected Thinking Network. After the information of the heart was shared, the request was easily passed by Ainz when the entire Kaf fell in love with Rick, a human being. The plan corrects that the energy can be induced to the ground and penetrate the stars due to physical reasons, but it can still induce energy to the southwest direction of the battlefield. Just arrange a sufficient number of analytical bodies in the southwest direction of the battlefield to allow the analytical bodies to undertake the deflected attack, and a weapon equivalent to assembles the energy after the collision of the attack, which is 77% 88%. Simulation and calculation of the power data of Void Zero Technique, Miscus Blast, and Sky Hit confirm that the attack power of the three is integrated. Even if it can only simulate the effect of 77%, it is enough to penetrate this star. True Classic. Star Killer. The weapon design success rate is as high as 79%. The plan has been revised and the information has been sent back. Please UC 207. No, Hubby, go back to Rick and inform the other party about the plan correction. After Hubby received the information sent back by the full link command body, he was a little silent. After a while, she asked a question on the link network: can the parsing attack analyzer withstand such powerful attacks? 99.9% will be completely destroyed, but there is no need to worry, our machine-type species are just machinery and props, and will not violate the rules set by Rick himself that there will be no victims. Thank you, Ainz. Go, Subby, our whole is the individual is the whole, and the happiness of the individual is the overall happiness. The connection network was disconnected, and Hubby stood up and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Broly couldn't help asking when he saw the mechanical girl's behavior. Go back to the important person. Are you going back to your married person? Hubby did not deny it. Be safe. Broly had no idea of following. Since Hubby had been sure that he would not be his wife, he would not bother the other person. The Saiyan chose to stay at the base camp of Jikai's Hong, but asked Jibril, who had enough food and drink, what could make her happy. What are you happy about? Fighting against the strong, cutting off the strong's head and taking it back for collection. Does this count? In this cruel world, the Tianyi tribes under the command of the god of war are happy because they are like their own creators, all of them are a group of militants. I can't give you my head, but I can still fight you. Broly cannot meet the subsequent requirements, but it can meet the previous requirements. With a fist, he shouted directly into Jipril's right eye. It hurts so much, what are you doing? Jibril covered his right eye that turned into a panda's eye, unable to understand why he, as a prisoner, was suddenly beaten. I want to fight you to make you happy. Well, are you happy now? Broly asked, then punched Jibril in the left eye, and the panda's eye became symmetrical. Jibril with a pair of panda eyes. What is the reason for this? I fought with you. After being fisted by Broly, Jibril was furious and rushed over with a small fist. But perhaps he rarely experienced such a battle without any elves, and Jibril's fist was avoided in an instant. On the contrary, she was hit by 3 more jabs from the Saiyan boy to control the strength on her left and right cheeks, and the strength was not strong, but insulting. Woo! Jibril, who was knocked down, bleated with his nose, got up unyieldingly, and rushed over with his fist again. The situation is different from the perfect individual when other Tianyi species were made. Jibril is an imperfect individual, but because of the imperfection, she has the learning ability that other Tianyi species do not have. After just a while of fighting, Jibril adapted to fighting without the use of elves. From random punching to being have like Broly in a good manner, he took a fighting stance and launched his own free fighting attack on Broly. However, Jibril's small fist always kept a subtle distance from Broly. No matter how she attacked, she would hit Broly with a slight distance. Broly's punch can accurately hit her. From time to time, Jibril will trip over and a dog will chew on the mud. After a while, Jibril, who had just washed clean before putting it in the pot, became dirty. You can't hit it once, you must be torture me on purpose. Anyway, I've lost. Now it's your collection. Do whatever you like. Finally, after being knocked down again, Jibril gave up the fight. Aren't you talking about fighting against the strong? Isn't my control of the fighting rhythm and total overriding combat skills the same as the strong's due performance? Looking at Jibril's happiness value instead of rising but falling, Broly felt that it was unreasonable. In order to make Jibril happy, he took out all his skills in microfussing. In the fight just now, Jibril experienced the situation of being dominated by him, a strong man. But the battle with the strong people I'm looking forward to shouldn't be like this. Jibril felt a little wronged. The seemingly impossible battles she had experienced, even if they were tragic, did not make her feel powerless as she is now. Broly thought about it and felt that Jibril and Darkness might be different. They couldn't enjoy this kind of battle that was abused. They should be like Ests, who liked each other's punches, so they pulled her up from the ground. Let's fight again, I promise to make you happy this time. Jibril. It turns out that no one can stand the battle without any combat experience except for the real shaking M like Darkness. And such things like fighting with others are to make the people involved feel involved. As Broly shows that he is hurt by Jibril's fist, the happiness value of this young girl in the Tianyi species has increased. Now it is certain that the Tianyi tribe likes to fight, but what they like is a battle with back and forth, rather than a battle where they are crushed by absolute power or skills and cannot see any hope for victory. Of course, the current situation is just a situation that Broly deliberately shows. In fact, Broly is just playing a game of the strong fighting with Jibril. Jibril knew this, but happy was happiness because she finally hit the boy, even if the price was to be punched by the other party a few more times. May I ask, what's the significance of your behavior? GKI's Hong, who had been observing next to him for a long time, finally came over to ask Broly this question after both of them lay down. Significance? It's meaning to make her happy. Broly replied. So, is this actually a game that makes the Tianyi tribe happy? Jikai's Hong asked. I'm not happy. What's the point of fighting like this kind of house-playing battle? Jibril immediately refuted. No, you are happy, you can't deceive me. Just when Broly and Jibril had an argument, hubby also returned to a hidden cave. Rick, who was lying on the stone bed, was not awake yet. His sleeves were empty on his left, and bandages were wrapped around his left eye. In order to realize the ghost plan, the man's body was seriously corroded by the elf's dead bones. His left hand was cut off and his left eye was dug out. There was not much life left. After Xiaobi came in, he saw him frowning with his right eye closed, as if he was suffering some pain. She reached out to touch the young man on the stone bed, and the next moment the young man was awakened, with fine beads of sweat on his pale face. Rick, are you okay? Subby asked, and the young man only smiled reluctantly after seeing her beside him. It's okay, but I just seem to have dreamed of the nightmare of you leaving me. Subby. She was almost destroyed and left Rick's side from then on. I have linked the link body. According to the calculation of the link body, our plan will fail. Hubby did not say that he would install the pass control device alone, but just briefly explained the current situation of Rick's plan. But don't worry, at my request, the full link command body has revised our plan. Now I will tell you the revised plan. Winning. Are you really still happy? Of course I'm subby. Look, this is the wedding ring you gave me, and my number is still UC207. Before hubby finished speaking, he was hugged by Rick. You're fine, it's so great. Rick was very smart and had no weak observation skills. He realized that hubby might have gone out alone during the period of his coma. I'm sorry, I'm dragging you down. As a human being, he is very weak. Now he only feels that he is useless and cannot withstand the fatigue of his body and falls into a coma, which will lead to hubby acting alone and doing some adventures. Rick, you didn't drag me down, I shouldn't act without permission. The two hugged for a while, and after their emotions calmed down, hubby told Rick about what happened to him after he was unconscious. After hearing that Chiu Bai met the Tianyizi and was almost killed, the young man's face was very obvious. He breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that the girl was rescued, but when he heard that the person who saved hubby fell in love with hubby and wanted hubby to be his wife, Rick became nervous again. So, hubby, have you agreed? Is Rick jealous? I just don't want to be abandoned, but if you think that would be better, I will choose to accept it and divorce you. How could it be better? Hubby has rejected the other party. Hearing this, Rick hugged the mechanical girl and cried for a while. As he cried, the man fell into a coma again. When I woke up, it was 12 hours later. After listening to the revised plan, Rick was silent for a while, and then said to hubby, Hubby, can you bring the person who saved you and the Tianyi crop he captured here? Yes, but why? First, I want to express my gratitude to my benefactor who saved you. Second, I want to test whether the Tianyizi knows our plans. Rick answered hubby's question. Hubby soon contacted the connected commander, but through the connected commander, he saw the Saiyan boy who seemed to be searching for something in the abandoned parts room in the mechanical breeding plant. What are you doing? Loli's voice came out from the mechanical equipment above her head. Broly heard that this was hubby's voice and answered her question. Jipril wants to collect your head, and other machines said that your head was seriously damaged and replaced, so I'm looking for the head you don't want with her here. Subby. Finished. Then he heard a sound, and then he saw Jipril crawling out of the pile of discarded parts that were about to be rebuilt, holding the mechanical head she had replaced yesterday in his hand. So, at that time, I just had to give you my head and you would let me go, right? She asked Jipril, who was showing joy in her face, from a long distance. Stinky Iron is still looking at this. My name is Hubby, I have already told you. It's okay to call it. If you were willing to give your head without resisting, I'm really not interested in the destruction of your body. Jipril is just a head control and likes to collect various heads. As for the abuse and killing of the weak, she is not interested in herself. Subby. The core of the mechanical Kaishin includes the device that stores information in the chest area, and the head is actually an insignificant limb. If I had known that it would be so simple that I could send Jipril away, I should have beheaded directly at that time. Oh no, it wasn't right. At that time, she had already disconnected from the connecting body. There are visual devices on her head. If she doesn't have a head, she will not be able to tell the difference between the east, west, south and north. If she does not get timely repairs, she may be lost in the wild. His Excellency Broly, my husband wants to invite you to meet me. I wonder if you are free now. Hubby asked about the important matter. Broly. I don't know what I can meet with the other person's husband. We will prepare something for you to eat. Thanks to the information collected by Jakaishin who was following the boy, hubby got the Saiyan boy's preference information, but said to him according to his preference. I have time, where are you and your husband? Hearing what to eat, Broly stood up and asked. Wait, other species of cattle will bring you to our side, but please bring your captives, the Skywing species named Jipril. Chapter 243 War is a Bad Civilization, The Magic Doctor, the Master of the Clever Hands. Jakaizong did not know who the god who created itself was, so he was neutral in this world and did not participate in the battle between the relatives of other gods for the Star Cup. The analytical and copying ability of the Jakai crop is very terrifying. Even the dragon spirit species of the fourth sequence race, Yanlong Dragon King and his subordinate dragon were eliminated by the Jikai crop 12 years ago. Therefore, if it is not necessary, no one in other races is willing to provoke Jikai. This race is powerful, stronger, and even if it hits a hornet's nest, it will be like stabbing a hornet's nest. Therefore, even the most common type of the head of the Jikai species is also a rare treasure for Jipril. So, is this why you picked up a bunch of head parts we were going to rebuild in the abandoned room of the self-proliferation factory? These are all the top-level machines I carefully selected, especially your head. Look, I also applied a layer of anti-rust oil to her. Jipril held the head parts that hubby replaced, looking like he was very cute and had a broken mechanical head in his hand, but it made hubby feel a little unaware of what to say. Wait, would you want to take it away from me, Bar? Jipril suddenly became alert and looked at hubby with suspicious eyes. I already have a new head. After confirming that his head was damaged before and Rick probably couldn't see it, hubby greeted the two of them and said, "Come in with me, my husband is already waiting for you inside." Hubby turned around and walked into the dark cave, and Broly and Jipril, carrying a pile of ragged iron, followed her into it. The dark environment did not affect anyone present, and after turning a curved curve, Broly saw some light ahead. The source of light is some moss attached to the rock wall, which emits some faint light. Of course, the focus is not this. The focus is that Broly saw the mushrooms picked by the Psychodian species yesterday under the rock wall moss. Camel moss, which we humans call it. This is the rare plant that can grow normally in this cruel world, radiating light by ingesting the elves in the soil. The light they emit can provide some environment for crops that can grow rapidly with just a shimmer of light. However, cave moss itself cannot be eaten, at least we humans cannot. Seeing the boy leaning over the rock wall to look at the moss, Rick came over and introduced that it was precisely because of the existence of cave moss that humans could survive in this world with some shimmer crops. I'm Rick, hubby's husband. The young man introduced himself. Broly. Broly also introduced himself, so he picked the mushroom under the rock wall and stuffed it into his own space in front of the owner of the mushroom planting. I'm very happy to see you, and I'm also grateful for your help to my wife hubby. Rick continued. You're welcome, but I'm not very happy to see you. If it weren't for you, your wife might be my wife. Broly was not hostile to Rick, the stranger he had first met, but he didn't have any good expressions to give him. You are really good at joking. I'm not kidding. If it weren't for killing you, you would be dead now. Rick's expression on his face was a little stiff, and the Saiyan boy's words were too straightforward and rough, which made him a weak human like his brain using one's mind difficult to respond. Then I should feel grateful. After thinking about it, Rick teased himself. You should feel grateful. Broly nodded seriously and agreed with Rick's words, but hubby and him were not true love. Broly, are you hungry? Why don't we have dinner first? Hubby interrupted the somewhat awkward conversation. Good. Broly was distracted at once, and the look of expectation appeared on his face. It was not until he saw the couple's food that he was a little calmer. Grilled mushrooms, unknown dried fruits, the rhizomes of a certain plant, there was no meat on the whole stone table, and there was not even soup. Sorry, our supplies are relatively scarce. The only things that can be taken out to entertain the life-saving benefactors. Rick apologized for this. It tastes pretty good. Broly tasted it and found that the taste of these things was okay, but he still prefers meat. However, when the world is peaceful in the future, we will definitely treat you with something better. Rick said again. Broly responded, but he didn't have much expectation, because in 4 days, he was going to say goodbye to the world. This topic is a bit difficult to choose. Rick sighed and decided to be straightforward. His Excellency Broly, I don't know what your clan thinks about the current situation in the world. Rick asked directly, and from hubby's mouth, he knew something about the boy. Although I have never heard of Saiyans, I think I can defeat the Tianyi tribe, and I think it is also a powerful race. You ask me. Broly, who was eating dried fruit, looked at the one-armed young man next to him with some confusion. Right. Rick nodded. Broly scratched his head, but was a little confused when asked. He is not from this world, and he has just arrived in this world. What do you think of this world? It was a bit too strange to ask him this question. However, if you really want to say something, Broly can really say it. There are too few foods in your world, and the weather doesn't seem to be very good. Broly told the truth. Rick. He wanted to talk about the long war between the gods and their families for the power of the only gods, but he was answered with answers that there were fewer types of food and the weather was not good. There is no way. In order to compete for the authority of the only god, a long war was launched between gods, causing the original ecology of this world to completely collapse. It is very hard to live just now. In the past, many ordinary biological species that could be made into food have long been extinct in endless wars. Rick forced the topic to war, and the food he mentioned was just some wonderful stories passed down by word of mouth among the human race. He had never seen it himself, let alone taste it. However, Rick looked regretful, as if he had eaten those delicacies and was sighing for the disappearance of the raw food ingredients. Will war lead to the disappearance of delicious food? Rick's performance made Broly believe it. War is a bad civilization. The sentence of King Attila appeared in Broly's mind and he said it directly. Bad civilization? This should mean to express disgust, right? Rick thought, then nodded, and continued, I think so, war is a bad civilization, so I want to end the war. After the words finished, the scene became cold again, and only Broly was eating. Rick was helpless and could only continue to say, it just so happens that I have a plan to end the long war. I wonder if you are willing to help us. End the war, there is good food. Zyubi added a sentence later, and this sentence is effective. I'm willing to help you. Broly said directly without asking what the plan was. No, don't you ask what my plan is. Rick couldn't help but complain. Normal people do not have the reaction of the boy in front of them. Shouldn't they be curious and ask clearly what's going on? Oh, what's the plan? Broly suddenly felt that Rick was a performing artist, just like Master Aqua, who needed someone to support him when doing talent performances, so he took the opportunity to support him. The war in the world is all caused by the authority of the only god. If you want to end the war as soon as possible, you only need to let the only god be decided. Rick spread out the map he had prepared and began to tell his plan from beginning to end, but this plan was just a plan that needs to be expressed now, not a real plan. To do this, we create anxiety and suspicion by informing the rest of the races about hostile races. After unremitting efforts, the powerful race in the world who are most likely to gain the only god's authority Star Cup has been gathered together by us. The two major alliances in the confrontation area have extremely bad relationships with the goblin species, the leader of the alliance. I'm afraid that just imitating one of the tricks and attacking the other side first will trigger a war between them. Of course, the Tianyi species is high above and there are gods behind it. Once the war between the forest spirit and the goblin species starts, these two races will inevitably allow the Tianyi species, which is stronger than them, to watch the battle, and will definitely pull Tianyi into the water. According to the information I have, the goblin species has developed a marrow bomb, which is a terrifying weapon that can destroy the continent in one shot, while the forest species has developed the Void Zero technique for the group armies combat. Wow, it's so awesome! Rick talked about the information about the strongest trump cards of the goblin and forest sprite next to him, while Broly showed a very stunning expression. But in fact, he didn't listen carefully at all. He just cooperated with Rick's performance and performed an echo. As a god, the god of war must be the enemy that the two alliances fear the most. The trump cards of the goblin and forest spirit will definitely be used on the god of war. By then, no matter which side wins, the war will end, cough cough. Rick coughed and found that his body was weak, so he stopped talking and asked, how about it, Broly, do you think our plan is good? Okay, very good. Broly responded without raising his head while gnawing on the stems of unknown plants. Can you be more perfunctory? Rick wanted to complain, but the answer from the wife-save benefactor in front of him was actually not important. He mainly wanted to know what the Tianyi cervical captain next to him would react after hearing this fake plan. However, it disappointed Rick. The young girl like Tianyi Tian was just concerned about eating, just like Broly. The family is an extension of the gods, and the reaction of the family can sometimes represent the reaction of the gods. Don't you worry about your own god, this captured Miss Tianyi next to you. Rick took a sip of water and took a breath before asking Jipril. What am I worried about? Are those idiot races who have been plotted against a Bontheim who have come to a Bontheim using their self-righteous means to challenge Lord Artiso and succeed? Jipril had just heard Rick telling her plan, but she listened to Rick's plan as a joke. A monkey who doesn't evolve can't even use elves. Stop looking at Lord Artesh with the narrow eyes of your inferior creature. Broly stopped eating, and he looked at his monkey tail, and suddenly felt like he was being scolded by Jipril. Lord Artus is the strongest god. He is a mere forest spirit species and goblin species. No matter what means he masters, he is just a foolish creature who overestimates his abilities. Confidence is the peak. Artesian's confidence is reflected in the attitude of the Tianyi seed, but the Tianyi seed dares to treat other gods as prey, which shows its arrogant attitude. Since your god is so powerful, why is the war in this world not over? Rick is not ignorant of the god of war. On the contrary, he learned through hubby the strength and style of the god behind the Tianyi race, and this question was also something he was puzzled by. The Tianyi tribe and their gods clearly have the power to override other races, but they did not take the initiative to end this big game. The meaning of war. It's not over, that's because Lord Artesio is not interested in the authority of the only god. If you are interested, this battle for the authority of the only god will be over long ago. Gpril's answer made Rick feel a little surprised. Then there was anger, and then relief. The noble god will not care about the life and death of the tiny ants. So that's the case. Rick smiled on the surface, but his only remaining right hand pinched his fist tightly. In the battle for the power of the only god, the god of war behind the Tianyi seed is arrogant. Although he has the power to end the war and obtain the only god's authority, he disdained it. In this way, the reason why this war between gods and their relatives cannot end is explained. The god of war who has promoted everything and gained the power of the only god is disdainful of the authority of the only god, and other gods who care about this authority and want to obtain this authority may not be able to push everything because of the existence of the god of war. The god of war itself is the biggest obstacle to world peace. If you don't go over or defeat it, the war in this world will never end. But it is so difficult to defeat the god of war. In the information provided by Hubby, the god of war is a god with the concept of strongest. And this strongest concept is extremely unreasonable. No matter how strong the existence appears in the world, the god of war who owns this concept will always be stronger than the second strongest. The increase or decrease of the power of the strong in the world has no meaning to the god of war. The god of war with the invincible concept of strongest, I think I will not avoid attacks from weak people, but will only crush them with stronger power. A fire ignited in Rick's heart. Subby, after this planet is penetrated, the elf corridor in the atmosphere will be shut down. By then, even the gods will temporarily lose their power. Is this true? After seeing off Broly and Gpril, Rick asked Hugby this question. To be precise, this can only temporarily make the gods lose the ability to manipulate the huge elves in the world, but the elves that the gods themselves possess can still be used, but they have been greatly weakened. Hubby answered this question and Rick felt relieved. The concept of the god of war is indeed invincible, but in this game that determines the only god, the victory condition is not to defeat the god of war, but to get the Star Cup. He is not a god, he is just a weak human who is struggling to survive, but he will not play this game according to the rules of the god's game. As the weakest, Rick wants to win by stealing the chicken and ending the war. Ahem. Suddenly, Rick coughed violently. Rick! Hubby shouted nervously. I'm fine. He took his hand away from his mouth, and it was covered in blood, but Rick comforted Hubby. But he knew that he was about to die, but he had to hurry up and start the final war directly after completing the layout on the side of the Jikaizu. At that time, the war will end, and even if he dies, he will be at ease. When Rick thought of death, tears couldn't help but shed tears in his eyes. Damn it, he doesn't want to die at all. In this world, there are people who care about him and he cares about him. There have been many separations of life and death, which made Rick understand how much harm his own death will bring to those who care about him. He wants to live, but is there a way? Perhaps he will be able to live after obtaining the Star Cup. But can you really win the Star Cup? Or, can you really survive after you win the Star Cup? The only god is so powerful, but who knows how exactly? Even, as a weak human, is he qualified to touch God's things? Countless thoughts came toward the weak Rick. Even Rick couldn't stop his random thoughts. Rick, don't worry, I know anyone can help you. Hubby was anxiously looking at Rick and suddenly thought of Broly's attempt to treat him yesterday. Although it did not work for herself, it was because she was a mechanical breed. And the treatment that is useless to yourself may help Rick. Zyubi was considered to have been in a hurry to seek medical treatment, but she did not seek medical treatment in the wrong treatment. Broly left after eating and drinking, was invited back again. Looking at Rick who was extremely weak on the stone bed, Broly suddenly had a bold idea and asked Xiang Hubby, if he died like this, would you consider being my wife? No, I will only die with Rick. There was no time for hesitation for a second, so Xiaobi answered. Broly was a little disappointed, and his bold ideas were directly shattered, so he could only face reality. Rick invited him to a meal. Although it was not very sumptuous, he remembered it. I saw that Bro used his energy to condense a mass of life energy and penetrate it into Rick's body. Rick, who was half unconscious on the bed, trembled. There is no elves in the human body in this world. If it is corroded too much by the dead bones, it is equivalent to chronic death. But now, the corroded and necrotic places in Rick's body are like a long drought and rain, and the dead trees are in spring. The corrosive power of the dead body, full of death, could not resist the expulsion of the huge life energy poured into Broly. Rick sat up all of a sudden, feeling quite dying. Zhongjing sat up, and after sitting up, his illness was cured directly. Okay, but I can't do anything about my broken hands and eyes. Dr. Buletin felt Rick's breath and confirmed that the other party had changed from the state of a candle in the wind to the state of a surging fireplace. He spread his hands to Xiaobi and said that he had no choice but to have any help with the incomplete injury. When I was studying under Master Akia in the last world, Broly did not learn the therapy skills. I thought I should have learned 1 or 2 skills at that time. Subby. Rick's hands and eyes were cut and dug. Rick. My hands and eyes were mined by Xiaobi and asked Xiaobi to cut and dig. Grass. I'm not lazy, I just want to write more. Chapter 244. If you can't be a love rival, then be your brother-in-law. Who can predict the future? If I had known that there would be a miracle doctor like Broly who could even cure black and grey erosion, who would cut off his hands and dig out his eyes. Rick comforted hubby, who was a little bit self-blame, and said sincerely to Broly again, and then knelt down, please, I and other companions have also been eroded by black and grey. Please help him treat them too. The moment the ghost plan began, Rick and others had already put life and death aside, relying on the self-harm method of using the black and grey of the elves to erode themselves, making it impossible for other races to easily detect their human identities, thereby achieving the effect of hiding their identities. For those who are eroded by black and grey, even if they have the dye removal liquid provided by Xiaobi, their lives will enter a countdown. This process is accompanied by pain, and all the body organs will gradually become exhausted. Those who participated in the Ghost Project, when the Covenant did not allow victims to appear, were only excluded. This was such a group of idiots. Now that they saw hope, Rick did not want such a group of idiots to die. Will those people give me something delicious? Broly asked. Yes, sure. Rick was stunned for a moment before answering quickly. Okay, I can help with healing. Where is the person? Jipril was left behind. Although he was the character of the god behind the other party, he would probably not attack the weak human, but he was not afraid of 10,000, but he was afraid of it. Unsure of the attitude of the god of war and whether they could detect their side through Jipril, Rick only took Broly to the latest human stronghold. Those who had carried out the ghost plan were transported over, each with thick bandages on his body, and more or less broken parts of his body. We cut off the most severely eroded and necrotic parts of their bodies by black ash, but the erosion of black ash has entered the inside of their bodies. Doing so can only make them live longer, but living like this is very painful, and some people choose to leave this world. Rick introduced the situation of the injured, but his mood became lower and lower. What are you talking about now? We are all fools who want to live to the end. But you, Rick, why are you suddenly coming back? What are you planning? Don't worry, the ghost plan is still in place. That's good. However, Rick, if the plan doesn't work, you and hubby will have to evacuate in time. Yes, a failure is nothing, we are all used to it, but if you die, how can Crony support the village alone? The injured person, who was physically incomplete, said to Rick with a smile. It was obviously a bet on many wills. Oh no, now it should be called the life of the Covenant Willer, but this group of people did not put much pressure on Rick. People will die in the end, even if this time is a result of failure, but it is also the closest time for them to win, peace. No one will blame you, Rick, everything you do is for the survival of the settlement. The words of the Covenant Willers made Rick not know what expression to show. Can you still cure it? Broly urged him, and the stay was too short for him to be patient. Treat, of course. Rick nodded quickly and introduced Broly's identity to his companions. This is a doctor who can treat black and grey erosion. Before he could finish his words, Broly threw his life energy into everyone's body, and the person who was thrown into twitched. When Crony Dora rushed here, she saw a group of epilepsy patients who had an attack. "Rick, what's going on?" "Sister, this is treating the black and grey erosion disease on them," Rick explained to the red-haired girl who came here. "Hey, am I okay?" Not long after, Crony Dora witnessed the medical miracle. The epilepsy-injured people stood up and bursts of screams came out of their mouths. After Crony learned that Rick was cured in this way, she came to Broly excitedly, took the boy's hand and thanked him. "Thank you so much, Your Excellency Broly, thank you for saving Rick and so many people here." "Then how should you repay me?" Broly asked bluntly. "As long as it is something I can do, no matter what you want to repay you, I will promise you." Crony answered without hesitation. "Then, let's agree to you 4 days later." "Okay, et." The burgundy-haired woman agreed, but after she reacted, she was a little stunned, worried that she had heard it wrong, and couldn't help but ask, "What you said is, do you want me to agree with me?" "Yes, is there any problem?" Broly was more nervous than Crony, worried that the third wife who emerged from Crystal Palace would have any married partner. "Crony Dora, current happiness value is 27. No, this." Crony's mind was a little confused. She was thanking others for helping her family and younger brother. Why did she have to promise herself if she suddenly saved her family and younger brother's benefactor? Rick was also a little confused. He was not going to marry a divorce. He was going to be his brother-in-law? However, this seems to be a bad thing. Even if his ghost plan fails, if his sister marries this Saiyan, and has a combat force that can defeat the Tianyi tribe to help her sister, their clan will definitely be better. "Do you have a marriage partner?" Broly asked. "Without." Crony waved her hand quickly. "Then do you have someone you like?" Crony looked at Rick. "It's not so much the person I like, but rather the kind of concern that I worry about my brother's safety." Crony said that she and Rick are not brothers, but they are better than brothers. "Then are you actually lying to me?" Broly asked again. "Things are absolutely nothing. So, can you promise to be my wife in 4 days?" Broly asked the last question. The willful people of the Covenant were a little stunned, and some of the little human girls following in the back were also a little stunned. But soon, someone said, "Please promise, Miss Crony." "Yes, as long as we promise him, there will be no shortage of doctors in our settlement, and we can still treat black and grey erosion diseases." "Is Sister Crony going to get married? But who is this person? Is it the survivor you brought back from outside Rick?" All kinds of words came in, basically without any malice. They were just concerned about what answer Crony, the leader of the settlement, would give. "Broly, what would you do if my sister didn't promise you?" Realizing that the situation was not good, Rick interrupted everyone and asked the boy. "If you don't agree, then she is lying to me, and I hate someone lying to me, so you have to at least take out double the food you originally paid as compensation." "Ah, is it just double the food?" "It's not double food. Do you want me to answer the words that will destroy the settlement here?" Rick's mouth twitched and he quickly waved his hand. "It's not true. I just think double food is not enough. It should be more than double food." Rick took a step back and protected Crony in front of him, and whispered to the sister who had been taking care of her since childhood, "Sister Dora, if you don't have someone you like, I think you can agree. Your Excellency Broly is very powerful, and even the Skywings are not an opponent." Rick didn't say it too deeply, but as the current leader of the human settlement, Crony understood it and believed that this might be the backhand for Rick's failure in his plan, although it was a misunderstanding. Crony looked at the boy who looked like a human but should not be a human, so she nodded. "In order to repay your kindness, I am willing to be your wife." "Crony Dora, willing to join Crystal Palace, do you agree?" Broly chose no and raised his hand. "It's not that I will become my wife now, but that I will become my wife 4 days later. As for these 4 days, I will work hard to do something that makes you feel happy." "Ah, this." Upon hearing this, Crony Dora blushed. Although she hadn't done some things yet, not doing them does not mean she didn't understand them. "Then I will wash my body and wait for you in the room to make me feel happy." Crony said this. "Good." Broly nodded, but before that, he was going to bring Jipril here. Everyone should do happy things together. Rick objected to this, but he was not easy to say no to refuse. After thinking for a while, he suggested that his sister Dora leave with the boy. As for the settlement, he let the most prestigious one among the rulers of the Covenant, and the leader for the time being. At this time, there were only 10 hours left before the deployment of the crafts and directly detonated the frontline battlefield. Hubby hugged Rick, Broly hugged Crony and returned to the frontline cave. Then, let's go out first, and this place will be left for you for the time being. Seeing the Saiyan boy put down his sister and greet Jipril over, looking like he was about to do something happy directly, Rick took hubby to leave the cave. Hey, don't you stay and do it together? Broly asked curiously. No, can this be done together? Rick's expression was a little unrestrained, and he waved his hand and said, it's better to do a happy thing with the person he loves. Hubby and I will not join as outsiders. After Rick said that, he pulled hubby's hand and ran away. In the cave, only Broly, Jipril, and Crony Dora were left. Why did you bring a weak guy here? Jipril asked curiously. She will also become my wife in 4 days. I brought her here to do something with you that will make you happy. Broly answered honestly. Isn't it good to do happy things and take care of her? This child is still so young. Crony was ready herself, but looking at the Tianyi girl who looked younger than Nana, she couldn't help asking. Crony's words made Jipril and Broly look over at the same time. Facing their gazes, Crony suddenly stopped and suddenly thought of the fact that neither of them were humans in front of her. Maybe he looks young on the surface, but in fact he is an old monster from other races many times bigger than himself. Your gaze looks like A's real, and you must be a pervert. Jipril frowned and said that she looked harmless in her young girl. Crony had looked at her secretly many times, which made Jipril think of the head of the Tianyi-seated sister who always likes to pester her. Does it depend on the size of doing things that feel happy? Broly was a little puzzled. Don't you look at the size? Crony asked back. I won't watch it anyway. Broly answered. Crony. By the way, what are you talking about that can make us feel happy? Jipril asked. Of course I'm dreaming. Are you ready? I want you to dream with me together. Broly put his hand on the two of them, and without waiting for the two to answer, he pulled Jipril and Crony's consciousness into his dream world. The breeze blew on the grassland, and white clouds floated in the blue sky. Crony, who appeared here, stared at the scene with wide eyes, and Jipril was also full of curiosity. Where is this? She asked. My dream world. Broly answered. In this world, you can basically achieve everything you want. I will give you some permission to manipulate your dreams, and you can imagine what you want. Broly continued. Then, I want your head. Jipril said immediately. No problem. Broly agreed, and without hesitation, he took his head off his neck and handed it to Jipril. Ah! Crony screamed. Don't worry, this is just a dream. Even if your head is taken off, you won't die. Jipril's head was still saying this, but a head appeared on the boy who took his head off the neck. In Sucking World, the level of the manipulation dream skill learned by Broly and Succubus is second only to the level of the absorbing touch skill learned by Wee Eyes. And in dreams, there is everything. Just as Jipril understood the situation in the dream world and fought fiercely with Broly's copy consciousness body in the dream with the energy sickle, another part of Broly's consciousness brought Crony to the grassland that was isolated from the battle. He didn't know what Crony wanted, so he condensed some delicious food he had eaten and shared it with the other party. Of course, because it is a dream, no matter how much you eat here, you can't fill your stomach. You can only eat the false taste in Broly's memory. How about it, are the cakes and ice cream delicious? Broly asked, but he didn't eat it himself, because as the master of the dream, he could not be deceived by the taste of memory. The more he ate the food here, the more he felt greedy. This was a very uncomfortable feeling when the outside world could not eat it. Crony became a cat and nodded repeatedly when she heard Broly's question. The delicious food she had never eaten before made her so moved that tears almost shed. It's delicious, so eat more. Broly gave Crony another piece of roasted dragon meat. Seeing the other party's rising happiness value, he was also looking forward to the delicious food that could be exchanged for happiness points. What a pity Rick and the others didn't come in together, otherwise they would have been able to eat these delicious foods. Crony sighed a little. Who could know that the boy's happiness would actually bring them a dream? Then I'll take him in. Broly asked. Hey, is that okay? Crony's eyes widened. Certainly. Outside, Broly was dedicated to his work. While carrying the two of them to maintain their dreams, he went outside to look for Rick's trace. When I found Rick, for some reason, the young man was a little panicked, and the mechanical girl was squatting in front of him. "What are you looking for me?" "Hey, Sister Dora and this Tianyi crop, what's wrong? They are in my dream now, and Crony wants you to come in together." "Dream? Is it a similar ability to suck blood?" After hubby's explanation, Broly realized that this world also has races similar to the abilities of the succubus ladies in the previous world. After Rick learned about the situation, he nodded and expressed his willingness to have a dream together, but he soon entered the dream. However, hubby was a little difficult to deal with. She was born immune to mental control and could only look at Broly innocently. "By the way, what were you doing just now?" Broly was a little curious about what happened just now and couldn't help asking. "Rick and I were just about to do something adults, but you suddenly came over and were interrupted," hubby answered. "What's going on with me?" Broly tilted his head, feeling that he was only 10 years old and was still a child, so he didn't ask much. In the dream, looking at the world of blue sky, white clouds, and green grass, Rick opened his mouth wide. Chapter 245, Jipril who jumped into the wrong direction. "So, is this the world without war like this? This is really blue, this grass is really green, this cloud is actually white, and these foods are so delicious." Everything in the dream shocked Rick. Broly looked at this guy and suddenly felt that the other party seemed to be living a miserable life than him. But before Broly could comfort him, Rick cheered himself up, and while holding the food in the dream with one hand, he shouted out that he must make the world peaceful. This beautiful dream made Rick look forward to a peaceful world more. After fighting with Broly's dream replica, Jipril found out that the people here were eating, so he stopped fighting and flew over curiously. After tasting the taste of dream food, I instantly fell in love with these dream foods. For their Tianyi tribe, eating can be said to be an unnecessary behavior. Broly also developed Jipril's taste, first stewed with mushroom soup, and now dream food. "What you said before is true. As long as the world is peaceful, you can eat a lot of delicious food." Jipril suddenly asked Rick. Of course. Rick didn't know it, but he was willing to think about it this way, so he gave a positive answer. "Then is your plan to make world peace? Is there still a shortage of people?" Jipril, who was gnawing the chicken legs and his mouth was covered in oil, asked again. "What's wrong with it? Then I'll join." Hearing this, Rick stared at the Skywing Seed, looked up and down, and reminded him, "We are going to challenge the God of War, and the God of War is the God of your Heaven Wing." "So what? Lord Artiso has long been bored for so many years because there are no challengers. Although you guys don't have much strength, they have the courage to challenge them. I can't say that Lord Artiso is still very happy. As for me, I had not used the heavenly strike on Lord Artesh before. Although I was beaten by Lord Artesh with a finger later, Lord Artesh was not only not angry at the time, but also very happy. He praised me for doing well and said that he hoped that I would grow to the level of defeating him one day." Jipril said the rebellious words indifferently. Of course, in her understanding, even if she adds herself, it is probably not enough for arts to fight. Through Jipril's words and attitude, Rick also deepened his understanding of the God of War. "You gods of the Tianyi species are worried that they will be even less challengers after taking the Star Cup and will feel bored in endless years. Because of this reason, they will not take the Star Cup, right? I heard you say this, it seems that this is really possible." Jipril suddenly realized. However, she doesn't care why her God of War doesn't want to get the Star Cup, the food in front of her is more important now. Rick wanted to be angry and laugh, but suddenly he seemed to understand the mood of God of War. If this world is a board game, then it is natural that the God of War who has been playing the game will be bored. If the war is over like this boredom will definitely accompany the other party for a lifetime, and that will be a longer time. The God of War may be waiting for an opponent who can make him willingly prove that he is the winner, and thus take the initiative to pick up the Star Cup. Rick suddenly felt a little funny when he thought about this. As the weakest human, as a self who often loses to non-human existences when playing board games, he suddenly became empathetic with the strongest god who was superior and had no defeat. But perhaps because of the intuition of a veteran player who can imagine an existence and play games with himself, Rick suddenly affirmed his strange thoughts. "You can join us, but I have to ask you a question. If I let you go back to the base camp of the Tianyi clan and launch an attack Sky Strike as a representative attack of the Tianyi clan, would you agree?" Rick asked this. "Do you want me to take the initiative to provoke a war on behalf of the Tianyi Jin?" Jipril raised his eyebrows. Yes, but you have to make sure that you will not let the victims appear in this process. Rick nodded. In the original expectation, this task was handed over to the front three parties to perform on their own, full of uncertainty. When he was connected to the Crazy Sprout, the Crazy Sprout was willing to assist him in completing the plan. He prepared to hand it over to the Crazy Sprout to carry out a mimicry attack, which triggered a war. And now, Jibril, the Sky-Winged sect, suddenly said what he wanted to join them, and then another change occurred. Plans are always unable to keep up with changes, and real strategists have to adapt to the situation. Rick is undoubtedly a strategist. Compared with the failure rate of the starting lineage imitating the Sky Strike, it would be a great thing if Jibril, a real Skywing, was willing to help him start a war. It's very simple to provoke a war. If we hadn't received the orders of Lord Artaeus before, the lower creatures of the forest sperm and goblins dared to approach Abontheim, we would have attacked them. But what strange request is that you said that I promise not to let the victims appear. This onight's a simple game rule, I ordered it. There are 6 rules Rick set. First, you can't kill anyone. Second, no one can be allowed to die. Third, it cannot be seen through by anyone. Fourth, no means is considered cheating. Fifth, there is no need to pay attention to the rules of other races. Sixth, if any of the above rules is violated, it is considered a loss. Of course, these 6 rules do not include Rick himself and other humans who carry out the ghost plan. Using active contact with Black and Grey to cover up your identity is a situation where people die. If you hadn't met Broly, all those infected with Black Ash would die unless you got the Star Cup and have a way to relieve the erosion caused by Black Ash. Rules of the game. Jibril didn't understand it very much. Because you cannot prove your determination to become our own people to fight against the God of War, I cannot explain the specific situation to you, a guy who may be the enemy, but in short, not killing anyone is the rule we must follow if we want to win. Rick explained so. What's the rule that breaks the rules? Jibril complained. But in short, I just need to hit the sky near the strongholds of the forest spirit and goblins, causing our Tianyi clan to actively attack the 2 tribes. That's all right. Right. Okay, but there is still a problem now. What's the problem? I am his collection now, and my actions need his permission. Jibril raised her hand and pointed at Broly. She still remembered herself outside and was still in a harmless form in her childhood. If you want her to be a traitor, you have to restore her strength and return to Abontheim, right? I have no objection, you can do whatever you want. As soon as Broly finished speaking, he realized and quickly added. Besides not being able to kill anyone who is willing to be my wife in 4 days, and you don't want to be my wife in 4 days. Rick looked at Broly with wide eyes, pointed at Jibril and asked, is this your wife? Is there any problem? Broly looked at him strangely. Are you Saiyans polygamous? Broly thought about it and found that he had never asked about such a thing with his old father, so he answered honestly, I don't know. Hearing this, Rick was helpless and asked, so, can you let her freely execute the matter that I want her to provoke a frontline war? As long as Jibril is willing to do it himself, I won't object, but do you need me to do something? Broly asked. No, I don't need you to do anything. You just need to be able to treat my sister well and take care of Crony Dora and the human settlement she led, which is enough. Rick didn't care whether the Saiyan was too much or not. He grabbed Crony's hand next to him and handed his sister's hand into the boy's hand with an attitude of entrusting the orphan. I will, as long as I'm still in this world. Broly solemnly agreed to this, while Rick showed a reassuring expression. Compared to Jibril who could not trust, Broly, the Saiyan boy who saved hubby, saved him, and saved many other people, Rick believes that he is trustworthy. After leaving the dream, there were 7 hours left before the war was provoked. Bru used his life energy to restore power to Jibril. After Jibril left with a scheduled mission, he was asked by Rick to send Crony Dora back to the human settlement. Broly did as he did, while Crony left the boy in the settlement after returning to the settlement, using the reason for the need to cultivate feelings. Broly did not refuse and was taken into her room by Crony, but nothing happened in the room afterwards that was inappropriate for children. After Crony provided the boy with her knee pillow, she told Broly about her affairs, Rick's affairs, and the human settlements. For example, how did settlements go from small settlements to large settlements of 2,000 people? And what she gave, what Rick gave, and what others gave. To give a brief overview, it is to sell miserable in front of Broly. Of course, Humans in this world are really miserable. Please use the other party likes you as a bargaining chip, and try to make the other party like other humans. This is the task. Rick pulled her aside before leaving. I'm using hubby, but now I need Sister Dora, you use Broly. I know this is a very despicable thing, but as weak people, we have no choice. Rick's rule 4 set by the game is not considered cheating as long as it is not exposed. After selling out the miserables, Crawny was about to please the boy, wanting to make the boy love the house and the ninth. But who's zzz? Broly listened to the story of humans in this world's hard survival, but before he knew it, Crawny fell asleep on his legs. Listening to the story is a great help in sleep, and Broly hasn't been asleep for a long time, so he fell asleep after relaxing. Crawny was a little helpless, the other children in the settlement the same is true. She did not disturb the boy's sleep. She pulled a quilt and covered Broly's body, then patted the other person's chest to make the boy sleep more peacefully. At the same time, Jibril bypassed the front-line battlefield of the two major alliances and returned to Abontheim. After seeing Arteshu, he sold Rick directly and told the god of war about provoking the war. After saying this, Jibril talked about the delicious food he ate in his dream. Those foods are so delicious. Have you ever eaten them by Lord Arteshu? She asked. I am a god born in the war, and I have never seen the world before the war. Arteshu shook his head. Is not the starter of the long war, but the gods born from the long war. That's a pity. Jibril was a little chattering, as if she really felt that her god had never tasted the pre-war food, and she felt that she was so sorry. By the way, that guy named Rick, when I came back, I asked me to ask you on his behalf, are you willing to accept the challenge initiated by him, the weakest? Is it a challenge for the weakest, but it seems that the weakest is really arrogant and doesn't hide his own existence in front of me. Come on, I don't believe that Lord Arteshu, you didn't notice that the goblins and forest spirits will come here, which is the result of someone pushing it behind it. In response to this, Jibril curled her lips. Her god not only had the concept of the strongest, but also the concept of the god of war. The concept of god of war is still before the concept of strongest. The meaning of this is that Arteshub is a world-class strategic master. On the eve of the battle, various races were unnatural movements, and Azrael, who was sent to Abont, was interfered by Lord Artesis to stop his attempt to lead the Tianyi group army and sweep away the two major alliances. I think at that time, Lord God had already seen the fire and knew the conspiracy behind him. It was just because of boredom that he let the weak humans behind him go and use their own strategies to the fullest. I just know that someone is pushing the situation, but I don't know that the promoter will be a natural evolutionary creature, not even the god's relatives. Arteso did not deny it. So, Lord Arteso, are you happy about it now? Jibril asked curiously. I was surprised by the real identity of the challenger, but it was too early to talk about happiness. It depends on whether it can bring me a satisfactory answer. Is it the prophecy of Zhonglong again? It's just a defeated general of your subordinates, Lord Arteshu. Is it necessary to care so much? The strong are defined by the weak, but what should I define the strongest one? I just want to know this answer. The peak is so cold that Artis has been on the top since its birth. He thought that fighting with his ex's strongest Zhonglong could give him an answer, but the result disappointed him. After defeating Zhonglong, his heart was still empty. Since that's the case, then Lord Arteso, you probably won't mind. I'll help you get this answer. Jibril asked. What you up to? Arthur looked at Jibril curiously. I will launch a sky attack on the other two major alliance bases as the other party said. Jibril told the truth. Arteso. Even though he knew it was someone else's plan, he helped the creator step in. Should he say that Jibril is really an imperfect final individual created by creator? When other Skywings were respectful to the creator, Jibril, when she was a child, could jump and pull her feathers to play. Do you need me to ask Azrael and the others to cooperate with you? However, Arteshu is not a normal god either. Chapter 246 A Scion emerges halfway. As the time for the war was expected to arrive, Rick became more and more anxious. And he and hubby are now in an area far away from the battlefield. Rick, are you worried that Jibril won't do it? Somewhat. Don't worry, if she doesn't do it, we will do it when the time comes. Hubby comforted. I know, but in this way, there will inevitably be casualties in the Jikai Chronicle. The mechanical type is just a prop, just a machine. Hubby answered. This is the command body Ein-Z, let me tell you something. Rick forced a smile. Hubby's existence made him understand that the mechanical Kaishan is definitely not a machine or a prop. But the rules of the game he set did not allow anyone to die, which was an extremely unreliable thing. As a weak person, he can only rely on the Kyoto family to control the direction of the battlefield situation, which is the reality. It doesn't matter, everybody has already done data backup, and the damage to the body is just created again. Hubby hugged Rick, which made Rick feel a little better. It is expected that the time has come, and Jipril has not taken action. Will the combat bodies be transferred above Abundheim and launch a simulated sky strike attack on the areas around the Sora Sperm and Goblin Alliance? The design body stayed by Rick's side asked. Wait, Tianyi has emerged. Just as Rick was about to issue an order, a sky-winged war clan flew out of Abundheim. I don't know why Lord Artiso issued such a strange order, which only allowed us to launch a sky attack on the surrounding areas of the two major alliances. Who knows, maybe I want the group of ignorant creatures below to know something and leave here. The skywing seeds were mumbling and arranged in a row in the sky. The black energy of the sky strike appeared under their wings, like a meteor shower, rushing towards the battlefield between the forest spirit species and the goblin species. Sir Sinki, the Tianyiza took the lead in launching an attack on us. On the front line of the Mori Singer, the observer quickly reported the situation to the commander around him. Damn it, what about the situation in the goblin species? The blonde and plump long-eared elf had a gloomy face, but he first asked about the situation on the goblin species. If the Tianyi seed only attacks their forest spirit seed, then you have to retreat immediately. The battlefield on the goblin species was also attacked by the heavenly strike. The observer said quickly. Let all legions be prepared to release the Void Zero technique. Sir Sinki Nilbalian, is our target goblin species? Next to him, a female simian asked. No, shift the target and aim at a Abundheim on the top of his head. Mr. Ronnie, is our marrow bomb fired at the forest sperm? No, in the case of melee, the strongest person should be the one who was solved first, transfer the target and aim at a Abundheim. Almost at the same time, on the spaceship of the goblin species, Ronnie Delauer, who was the commander of the goblin species, also issued an order to change the marrow bomb's aim at the target. Mr. Ronnie, do you have to fire all the marrow bombs? Don't you leave one for the forest spirit seed? The adjutant asked. Who do you think our enemy is? It's the Tianyi seed? No, the enemy we are facing now is Artis, the god of war with the strongest god behind the Tianyi seed. Keep your hands in front of the other party. Do you think we will have a second chance to take action? That forest spirit species. No one understands Sink Nelbalian better than me. That long-eared bastard is probably ready and is waiting for us to do it first. Now that the Tianyi seed has shown that it has a hostile attitude towards both sides, even if the goblin and the forest spirit have a feud, it is impossible to bet on the risk of being wiped out. At this time, we can resolve their grudges. Ronnie Delauer and Sinki Nelba have been fighting each other for many years, and they know very well what kind of guy the commander of the opposite sun seed is. It can be said that the other party is a stingy bastard, but he definitely has the ability to make rational decisions. Since you are waiting for me to do it first, I will do it first. Follow my orders, and launch all the marrow bombs. Ronnie looked at the forest land warship of the forest spirit below from a distance and directly issued an attack order. All 12 marrow bombs of goblin species were fired, Lord Sink Nelbalian. All warlocks follow the orders, and the zero protective technique in the void will be activated. Almost after the marrow bomb was launched, after 2 seconds, the Mori seaman also followed the strongest attack of its own race. These two major feudal races launched a joint attack on the Tianyi race on the battlefield under the pressure of the strongest god without reservation. Azriel was yawning a little, but she didn't expect to see the attacks from both the forest sperm and the goblins, which made her feel energetic all of a sudden. A mere inferior creature dares to fight back. Lord Artiso gave them the order to cooperate with Jipril to launch a feint attack on the positions of the two major alliances. If the two major alliances choose to retreat, they will let them leave. But now, let these inferior creatures see the power of God. At a high altitude, the sky wings quickly formed a formation. The wings spread out and connected with each other as the elves in their bodies. At this moment, these Tianyi seeds also possessed the ability to launch a divine attack. Divine strike. As the leader Azriel said this lightly, the huge wings of light covered the entire sky. What followed was the terrifying elf power pouring down, like light, swallowing the marrow bomb and the void zero technique together. The three attacks merged into a small sun in the sky, and this small sun was heading towards the middle of the confrontation area between the goblin species and the forest species. Is this the power of the god of war? Cinq Nobelien widened his eyes, looking at the little sun that seemed to be slow and fast, and he felt that his forest god was really useless. The void zero protection technique developed with the power of was actually swallowed up by the power of the god of war. Commander Ronnie, let's retreat. The red light of the alarm flashed on the goblin airship, and the adjutant said to the commander-in-chief on the bow. Retreat, where can I retreat? Ronnie shook his head, and when the attack failed, he knew it was over. If nothing unexpected happens, our airship can't escape the explosion range before that thing falls. The power of the 12 marrow bombs is also stronger. Do you think we can withstand it? Then Commander, what should we do now? What else can I do? Wait for death. The commander of the goblin species, Ronnie Della Junior, spread his hands, not because he was so useless, but because he was really helpless. Of course, we have a choice. What choice? We can choose our own way of death. I am ready to load and unload the spirit on my body. Before that thing falls down and kills me, I will use the spirit equipment without spirit equipment first. I will experience the situation where my ancestors often over-enhanced the spirit power in our body because of the excessive strengthening of the spirit power in our body. Explosion is art. I want to try it long ago. The adjutant was a little desperate, and their commander went crazy first. Pass control. Just as the goblin commander on the airship threw down his precious spiritual equipment from the airship and was about to artistically self-destruct, the pass control device that had been arranged on the battlefield was activated. They changed the direction of the flow of the elves and deflected the small sun falling in the sky to the southwest of the battlefield. An unexpected incident occurred, and the mechanical Kaishan's method appeared on the battlefield, causing Ronnie Delauer to stop and explode. Everyone began to use their own remote observation methods and saw the analyzers of the mechanical and Kai species that were forming a formation in the extremely distant sky to welcome the attack of the terrorist energy group. So, is it the one who manipulates this battle behind the scenes? When did those iron lumps join this war from neutrality? Compared with the surprise of the forest spirit species and the goblin species, the god of war was a little clear after seeing the analyzer of the Jikai species that was about to meet the formation and prepare to face the terrifying attack. So that's it. I want to gather powerful attacks from three parties through machine-type analysis to gain the ability to simulate such powerful attacks. The purpose should not be to use this attack to defeat me, but to destroy the elf corridor of this planet. The god of war, standing on the edge of a Bundheim, suddenly smiled on his face. The planet elves corridor is broken, and the power of the gods born from the elves corridor will also be greatly weakened. If that weak opponent can master the strongest conceptual information, no, the other party can command the machine, then it must have mastered the strongest conceptual information. At that time, it is estimated that a group of mechanical Kai species with the combined strength will not exceed the strength of the siege to siege. Even if the siege is the strongest god, it may be forcibly replaced by a large group of mechanical Kai species when the elves cannot be replenished. This sense of crisis was something that Zhonglong, who also had the strongest name in the past, did not give it to him, but this was exactly what Artis wanted, an opponent who could truly kill him. Even though Rick, as an opponent, is an extremely weak human being who cannot even use elf power, at this moment, the god of war faced the weakest challenger and regarded Rick as his real opponent. However, the god of war who saw through all this did nothing, just because he knew that nothing he did now was useless. Based on the connection characteristics of the cyclone species, it is estimated that the opponent is now in an unknown place. After the cyclone analyzes a powerful attack, it will simulate the attack on the planet that penetrates the foot. Only after the elf corridor of the planet is destroyed can the planet appear in front of you. In this regard, the god of war, who does not have the omniscient ability, does not feel that he can prevent this from happening. Instead of wasting his power to find the traces of his opponent, it is better to absorb more elves in the atmosphere now. At that time, it seems that the mechanical and technological talents that challenge themselves will defeat and deprive them of the essence, or be completely solved by them. The energy ball like a small sun flew very fast. Just before the arrival of Jikaizong, a group of Jikaizong with hearts said together, "We are props, we are not lives, our sacrifices will not be regarded as destroying the rules of the game." When such words were said, a terrifying green energy beam was bombarded from a distance without warning. When an energy ball like a small sun collided, it was useless at first, but as the green energy beam shot became thicker and tripled, the energy ball like a small sun was pushed out. While flying, it was destroyed by more powerful energy until it dragged the green energy tail flame, like a reverse meteor, disappeared behind the dark clouds that were opened. The battlefield race personnel who were observing the situation here opened their mouths wide. What did that green light emit? Just as everyone was looking for the source of the light beam that emitted green energy, Broly also flew to a group of cyborg species, and asked, "Is it okay?" The questioned GK Ishong was a little down. After a while of silence, he understood the situation before asking, "Hisser Broly, why are you here?" "I was sleeping, but I was awakened by a sudden burst of breath here, so I flew over to check the situation." Broly explained the situation. His chi perception was disturbed by the elves everywhere, but the terrifying attack here was equivalent to the sudden turn on a high-power searchlight in his chi perception foggy world, which directly woke him up while sleeping on Crony's leg. When he woke up, Broly rushed here to see the situation. Seeing that the Chicago was attacked, he thought that they had invited themselves to dinner. The simple judgment of the enemy and me made the Saiyan boy take action directly. "Don't thank me, just take it as your reward for treating me to dinner yesterday." After Broly finished speaking, he no thanks. Ji Kaishan. The Commander Ainz wanted to say something, but in the end, he threw the problem to hubby. "Rick, didn't you explain your real plan to Broly?" "No, what's wrong?" Rick didn't understand why. Broly went to the southwest analysis on the battlefield. Hugby said. "Is he dead?" Rick became nervous. "No, it's not. He just knocked out the mixed energy of the 3 of the 12 marrow bombs of the goblin species, the zero protective technique jointly released by all warlocks of the forest sprite species, and the powerful sky strike released by the Tianyi species as a whole." "Rick, how did you knock that ball of energy away?" Jikai's Hong asked. That's how I beat you away." Broly raised his right hand as he spoke and did the position of releasing energy bomb with one hand just now. However, this is just his random release of energy bomb, and it has no special significance. That's how he beat him away. On the other side, hubby was imitating his movements and showing them to Rick next to him. "So, has our plan to make the Star Cup appear directly and win the Star Cup failed?" After reading it, Rick fell silent and asked after a while. "The attack was knocked away, and the parsing body was parsed without anything." Hubby explained, "But this means it is gone." "No, we still have Broly. He can knock that energy away, and it will definitely break through the planet." Rick soon thought of another idea, but saw hubby's face suddenly become serious. "What's wrong?" "God of War, Arteshu, has arrived." "Ha ha ha, anomaly, I thought you were out of your business, but I didn't expect you to appear here and destroy your own plans." The external image of the God of War is a tall middle-aged man with a black beard like steel, with 18 white wings behind him like a cloak, and the key parts of his body are covered with a sling cloth worn by Tianyi, which is covered with tight underwear. "Plan? What plan?" Broly looked at the guy who suddenly flew over at a daze. "After that's it, who are you?" Unable to think clearly, Broly didn't think about it anymore and asked about the identity of the guy who was also floating in the sky in front of him. "Don't you know me?" "A middle-aged man with wings and beards, why should I know you? I almost forgot that you are not a creature of this world." RTC nodded, and his whole body exuded a terrifying power, introducing himself. "I am the strongest god, the war god Artus, the creator of the Tianyi seed." Behind the god of war, the dead body was filled with dark clouds and lightning, and purple lightning continued to fall, but the size was full. "Broly. Is the other party competing with him?" The traditional education from the Red Devils made Broly feel competing. But before comparing, he said to GK Ishong next to him, "You stay away from me, and I am also going to introduce myself." GK Ishong. The full connected command body Ainz didn't know what he was going to do, but he still let the analyzers of more than 4,000 bodies stay away from the airspace where Broly was located. As GK Ishong left, Broly thought about a cooler way of introducing himself. Just as he was thinking hard, the information about Sunny and Cheerful Boy suddenly popped up in his consciousness. So he mobilized his chi and used a trick to change the color of the chi. Soon, the world behind Broly, which was originally without any color, was replaced by a warm tone similar to the color of autumn sun. After the background board expanded to compete with the guy on the opposite side, the Saiyan boy introduced himself, "My name is Broly. I just happened to pass by here and be involved in this disturbing sunshine." No, I have to have momentum." "Well, I am the strongest Wampa star who was involved in this disturbing trouble. Looking at the warm-toned world of energy surging in front of you, Artis fell into deep thought. Is this how the strong men in another world greeted him? Is this the way of greeting between gods? At the same time, the battlefield used various means to observe what happened in the field, and saw that the two airspace environments floating in the two powerful beings were forcibly distorted by some powerful force and various special effects appeared. The forest spirit and the goblins felt that this might be the unique way of appearing and greetings of the gods, but they regarded the appearance of Broly as a new god. Forget it, there is no need to say anything else, come and fight. Artesha didn't want anything else, so he directly invited the battle. Chapter 247. The concept has taken effect, but it seems that it has not taken effect, as if it is effective. But why do I fight you? Does the battle require a reason? Don't there be a reason for fighting? Artiso and Broly fell into deep thought together. Before, I heard Rick talk about God of War without hesitation, but Broly did not take this matter to heart. After all, a short stay in this world, who is Arteshu and what does it have to do with Saiyans? However, now I was thinking about it. Just as Broly tried to recall the information about the God of War that Rick said, the God of War in front of me was also thinking whether the battle needed a reason. After thinking about it carefully, Artisus felt that the battle should require a reason. For example, I want to fight to define the strongest, which is purposeful. Since the person in the other world in front of him has no reason to fight, then give him a reason to fight. Don't your companion want peace? If you defeat me, peace will come. Artiso said so. Broly remembered, and Rick said so. But this is what Rick said, the other party is a little lacking in weight here. Broly hesitated whether this was a reason for fighting. Are you unmoved? Seeing this, Artisus pondered and came up with a good reason. Don't you want to get Jipril and make her your wife? Defeat me, what you think can be realized. But if I don't defeat me, I, Artiso, promised that Jipril will never be your wife. Because, as her creator, I would not agree with this. How about this battle reason enough? Arteshu asked. Broly, hey! The father of the Tianyi Zong Lao Deng, in order to prevent the Saiyan Huang Mao from forcing his young daughter to marry the Saiyan Huang Mao, issued an invitation to the Saiyan Huang Mao. This reason for the battle is more than enough, it is simply enough. Armed salary demand. Such information appeared in Broly's consciousness, and the next moment it was understood as armed seeking a wife. What do you want to fight? The boy asked. No restriction on the venue or means, to end the opponent as a condition for victory. Artiso said. Can you start? You can start anytime. After the words finished, Artisus didn't react and was punched in the right face and flew out in the air. You can't even block such an ordinary punch. The difference between you and me is very obvious. With this strength, do you want to stop me from getting Jeepalil? Broly held back and did not take action quickly, but Artiso couldn't react. Do you know my strongest concept? After flying for a while, Artesha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked. Broly looked at it in confusion. My strongest concept is that when you encounter strong, you will be stronger. You are not a creature in this world and you don't have elves, so this concept has not been effective for you before, but after you punched this punch that was obviously stronger than me, my strongest concept has been effective from now on. Seeing that he didn't know, Artis explained, and the aura on his body increased significantly. Broly didn't say anything, his figure disappeared from the original air and punched him again, but the punch was blocked by Artis. Before you were too strong to defeat me, you used all your strength to defeat me. This is your biggest mistake. In my opinion, this battle is over and I have surpassed you. Artisus showed a disappointed expression on his face. In KK's opinion, now that his strongest conceptual ability is activated, the boy from another world in front of him is no longer a match for K. BA. But the next moment, I was slapped on the other cheek again. What nonsense are you talking about? I just blocked my punch with my strength, and I think I have surpassed me. Broly could not understand Artesha's thoughts, but he was dedicated to the guy who said bold words in front of him, and he presented his own skillful combo attack with his skillful specialty to attack Lao Deng. Artesha tried to resist many times, but found that the boy who was attacking him was heavier than the other, and the other was stronger than the other. If you want to block it, you can't stop it at all. You are directly defeated by your fist. Your strongest concept is somewhat unable to keep up with the speed of strengthening strength displayed by the other party. Divine Strike. In order to get rid of the controlled attacks, Archu used a Divine Strike around him. This pair of Tianyi is a trick that can only be released by all members, but for the God of War, it is just an ordinary energy skill. Broly retreated and easily avoided the cover bombardment. Seeing the God of War who gradually appeared in the energy storm that was hit by the blue face, he kindly gave the other party his advice. Give up, compared to me, you are too weak and are no match for me. Artiso. This line should have been said by. However, after being beaten up, Artis also discovered the limitations of his strongest concept. Of course, it is not right to say that it is a limitation, because this limitation only applies to the boys in another world in front of you. The other party is not using the spirit power of this world system, which leads to the fact that although the strongest concept of can take effect, it must first observe the other party and show more powerful power. But when the strength of the thunder is increased, the opponent also follows in and shows hidden strength. This part of the strength that has not been observed can be suppressed. At this moment, Artis finally realized that the former strong man in this world was facing the feeling of a god with the strongest concept. But, is the God of War? Is it really good to say such easy words? Any attack that cannot kill me will make me stronger big. If you don't use all your strength to solve me quickly, my power will surpass you under the strongest concept. Artesha felt humiliated. He wanted the boy opposite to show his true strength. Even if he directly cut off his strength in seconds, he would admit it. Instead of being like now, the opponent is gradually increasing his strength limit and fighting, as if he is the weak challenger, and the opponent is the real strongest god. Full strength? I haven't used all strength since I was 3 years old. It's not that I don't want to use it, but that no one can let me use it. Some information suddenly appeared in Broly's mind. After a pause, he said, I am invincible from outside the world. If you want to forgive others, please forgive me. Well, since I attacked Wampa Star, I have never encountered a so-called enemy. In the process of getting along with many people, I have learned to be tolerant of people who are weaker than myself. Although you are very angry, I will not care about you. I will convince you, admit defeat, and hand over Jipril to me. Artiso. The strongest in the world didn't say he was invincible, but the other party directly claimed to be invincible. Okay, since that's the case, just don't regret it. Although he felt humiliated, Artisus still had the idea of defeating the enemy in front of him for the first time and catching up with the enemy in front of him. The battle started again, and this time it was Artis' turn to take the initiative to attack. The God of War gave up most of the unnecessary defense and attacked Broly regardless of it. After giving up defense, this God of War was able to fight Broly back and forth. During the fight between fists and feet, air shocks formed around the body. This is not a technique, it is just the effect caused by physical collision. During this period, there was an energy attack mixed with it. Broly suppressed the God of War, but the God of War used a more powerful heavenly strike to clear the situation where he was suppressed. The two of them fought again, and the intensity level of the surrounding elves was constantly increasing. Rick listened to hubby's live commentary and felt a little numb. If he had known that the boy had such strong strength, he would kneel down and ask the other party to attack the planet under his feet to penetrate the planet. No way to use the battle situation over there as nervous as it is now, and I am worried that Broly will not be able to defeat the God of War and will be killed by the God of War. If the battles of gods are like this, then what is the significance of the victory or defeat of our relatives? The battle between Broly and Artiso has caused an energy storm to blue there. The purple lightning and the sunshine are intertwined, a combination of a doomsday and afternoon casual style pictures drawn by AI. The mountain peaks shattered, and the ground was plowed out of the gullies where the magma layer could be seen. From time to time, divine strikes and energy bombs would collide and destroy each other. Compared with this scale of battle, the collision scene of the energy of the three seems to have become a pediatric department just now. The marrow explosion bomb, the zero-intensity protection technique of the void, and the divine strike jointly performed by the Tianyi species. No, you guys seem to be coming towards us. The race on this side of the battlefield sighed not long after seeing the battle scene that was beyond understanding, and suddenly someone noticed the vision over there, as if moving towards this side. No, open the airship's protective barrier. Let the Legion cheer up and use the fourth escort technique of the long-lasting protection. Both goblin species and forest species responded accordingly. Running is impossible, you can only use the strongest protection measures and hope not to be killed by the battle of this scale. During the fight, Broly discovered the existence of the forest species and the goblin species. But just as his attention was slightly distracted, the god of war seized this opportunity and punched him in the face with a heavy punch. Broly raised his hand but was slowed down a bit, unable to block it, and was hit, but at the same time, he also took remedial measures. Until now, Artiso finally hit Broly. But the next moment, Artiso, who wanted to pursue, was blown away by the green light blooming from the fingertips of the Saiyan boy. The two struggled apart for the time being, and Broly fell into a slight disadvantage and crashed towards the long-lasting fourth protective barrier supported by the forest spirit species below. Click! This strong elf power barrier was directly penetrated, and Broly hit the command ship of the Land Raider on the Senjing. However, although Artesio had the upper hand in this battle, he was just not defeated from heaven. Broly's energy beam bombed into the other side's camp, a goblin-type airship. Artiso also smashed the protective barrier of the goblin airship, and his tall body squeezed into the mechanical structure airship. It's Artiso. The goblin species on the airship hid aside. After seeing Artis who bumped into the airship, he did not dare to approach the strongest god. Master Artiso. Azrael was the first to recover from some states. After seeing his god crash into the goblin airship, he flew over with several other skywing species that had recovered from some states first. The goblin species originally wanted to attack, but was blocked by Ronnie Delauer. The battle now is no longer our business. At this time, it was a joke to attack the god of war's family. He didn't want to be solved by the god of war at close range. The Tianyi seed successfully arrived at the smoked airship. Artiso was fine. After pulling his body out of the damaged part of the airship, he waved his hand to Azrael and other Tianyiza who were asking for help in the battle. You are too weak, that is not the enemy you can deal with, and this is the battle I am looking forward to, and I will not allow you to intervene in. Artiso rejected his family's proposal to assist in the battle and walked to the edge of the airship. Below, Broly who smashed into the land warship, no one dared to approach him. He shook his head and got up from the broken branches. In the consciousness, a prompt message appeared in the Crystal Palace. Discover the target of the strategy, Sinki Nilbalion, the current happiness value is 0. The long-eared female simian with big blonde hair and big breasts looked at him with a serious expression. The obvious gap in strength caused Sink Nilba to issue an order to prohibit attacks. However, if the existence of suspected gods who crashed into this place and wanted to attack them, they would not sit still and wait for death, but would also try hard. It is a happy thing to find a new wife, but now it is not the time to ask the other party if he wants to be his wife. Broly looked up and looked at the airship smoking in the sky over there. Artiso had arrived at the edge of the airship and stood on it looking down at him from a distance. With a torched look and a high fighting spirit, Broly frowned, and a new wife appeared beside him, which made him make a judgment. This is my own battle, I will do my best. The deck of the goblin-type airship was stomped down with one foot, and Artiso's figure was like a white meteor, hitting directly below. But the next moment, the green stream of light rising from the command ship of the forest spirit on the ground pushed the white meteor away. At an extremely fast speed, the two figures moved away from the battlefield with a large number of biological units and headed towards the distant sky. After they left, various visions gradually subsided due to the battle. The color of the sun faded, the dark clouds of dead bones no longer slashed the purple lightning, and the energy storm slowly dissipated, leaving only a mess, but no casualties. Apart from an emergency landing goblin airship and a completely smashed forest spirit landing ship, there was no greater loss. Do you want to attack the forest sperm, Gomen? The commanders of both sides just thought about it and gave up the idea of continuing to fight. Because the outcome of this battle now has nothing to do with them. I want to fight in another place, do you have no objection? Do you do it first? Two figures, one green and one white, quickly left the battlefield, and Artisus was taken away by Broly's face and flew. It's not that Artisus didn't want to resist, but Broly frantically exploded and increased his combat power, leaving him without the ability to resist at all. To the east, thousands of miles away from the battlefield, there was a black sea, and the war god was thrown away by the Saiyan boy. Bang! The figure of the god of war smashed into the sea too quickly, and a large wave exploded. I'm just worried that you don't agree, so I did it first. Floating in the air, watching the surging waves below, Broly answered Artiso's question. What responded to him was the white light gradually illuminating on the calming black sea. The divine strike reappeared, and the terrifying stream of elves' power gushed out, evaporating tens of thousands of sea water and calling him. After the aftermath hit the coastal reef coastline, a powder channel of more than 10 kilometers was burst out. Without the sea water, the seabed is exposed. Artiso, whose wings were spread out, slowly floated up. Eyes kept patrolling his head, but no trace of Broly was found. Chapter 248 Artis' Gift. Where are people? Artesha was puzzled and did not think his divine strike was useful. Here is here. Broly answered, and he didn't know when he walked around Archu. When he spoke, his hand was already placed at the other party's back waist, and the green energy shone. Boom! The coastline that had been destroyed by the divine strike was hit by another energy bomb that increased its power by the Saiyans. The passage that was originally bombed out is now directly lengthened, thickened, deepened, and doubled. Artesha was bombed out, and when he fell to the ground, the war god's back appeared charred black. The 18 wings were gone, and only 11 broken wings were left behind, looking very miserable. However, Broly floating in the sky did not easily approach Artesha, but because the chi on the other party was rapidly becoming stronger, he soon caught up again. If there is a high-level combat power detector in the Dragon Ball world at this moment, you can find that Broly's combat power has reached 190,000 now, while Art School's combat power has exceeded his, reaching a little more than 190,000. The concept of the strongest is extremely difficult, although because Broro is not using elves, the enhancement effect of this concept cannot be achieved in one step. But even if it is necessary to become stronger while fighting, as long as you cannot kill Artesha's stronger attack, it will only allow the war god to further gain more powerful power. Of course, although Artis' strength is getting stronger, the injuries on his body have not disappeared because of the strength still accumulating. Compared to Artiso's miserable appearance at this moment, Broly was effectively attacked, which was the punch he accidentally got. The damage this punch brought to him was not even a minor injury, but there was a little color on the corner of his mouth and some blood was leaking. Are you still fighting? Broly asked. Just now, as long as he increased the output power of the air a little, the god of war might be wiped out. Why not? Arthuo got up, half of his wings had been destroyed, and the elf corridor was in a semi-destroyed state. However, Artisus felt very good, and his strength became stronger again, which made him feel something different. He raised his hand, and the chi surrounds it, and a chi energy bomb was condensed. Is this the power you use? Broly's energy bomb seriously injured Artesus, but during the process of seriously injured Artesus, he was received by Artesa's divine body, allowing Artesus to play a role in another conceptual ability. This is a bit like a machine Kaizi analyzing other people's attacks, but Artix is the ability brought by the concept of god of war. At this moment, a large amount of use of chi appeared in Artis' mind. It was the combat skills information copied from Broly's concept that allowed Artis to quickly master the use of chi. K tore off the seriously damaged wings behind him and rushes at Broly again without hesitation. This time, Artesha's flight method changed from controlling the elf power to driving the flight to relying on the powerful air in his body to push the flight, and the speed was close to the speed that Broly flew over to his head just now. No one knows how long the battle between the Saiyan and the god of war lasted. The people on the other side of the battlefield only knew that after about half an hour after the two terrifying beings left and touched, there were waves of vibrations coming from the ground. This is not an earthquake that only occurs in this area, but the entire planet was forced to tremble like a huge fascia gun being pushed by someone. This tremor lasted for more than half an hour before it suddenly disappeared. God of war, silent in the joy brought by the fierce battle. The power of is getting stronger and stronger during the battle. And the opponent of is like an unfathomable abyss. No matter how much stronger the opponent becomes, the opponent can give out more powerful power than the one who becomes stronger. Just when Artisus thought that such a battle would last until the opponent couldn't help but use all his strength to solve himself. Click! But his left leg suddenly crystallized and broke through a gravity stomp. The moment his body fell, Artesha realized that the battle belonging to him was over. I didn't expect that what I couldn't stand first would be my essence. The marrow of the divine is the body of the god, which is extremely hard when the god is still alive. But everything has a limit, in the process of constantly accumulating injuries and improving strength. Artis's essence finally couldn't stand it when his combat power followed Broly to 530,000. Don't you give me the last blow. Broly's fist stopped in front of Artisus, which made Artisus a little confused. You have already lost, aren't you? In Broly's perception, Artesha was like a leaking balloon, and the air in his body was falling rapidly. Yes, I've already lost, but I'm a little curious, how much strength do you still have to take out? It's probably half more. Broly wasn't sure, it was the first time he had played like this with others in reality. Hearing this, Artasus was stunned and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that if I tried my best, I only forced out half of your strength. I'm sorry that I didn't let you have fun. It's okay, I don't like fighting very much anyway. Don't like fighting? The god of war pulled the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he wanted to complain, but Broly asked first before he complained. Since the winner is now decided, then Jibril is my wife's business, you, the creator, shouldn't stop him anymore, right? What do you actually care about? I don't care about this or which one, this is the most important reason for me to fight you. Artesha was speechless. Among the gods who have been defeated from ancient times to the present, it is probably the one with the most bizarre reason to be defeated. Okay, I really won't continue to stop Jibril from becoming your wife. RTC gave an affirmative reply. Broly swung his fist, happy about the possible obstacles. He invited Jibril to join Crystal Palace after he swept himself. Can you still get up by yourself? After being excited, Broly asked Artiso on the ground again. What's wrong? Artesha didn't understand this question. The seawater over there is coming. If you can't get up by yourself, I will take you away. The battle between Broly and Artisus pushed the east coastline of this continent directly into the land for thousands of kilometers. Now the Black Sea water is pouring from afar, filling the beach, and the low terrain area is slower than the two of them. I can't get up anymore, but it doesn't matter if I leave here, because I'm about to die. The god of war replied. Broly looked at him in confusion. From your expression, you probably don't know the death of the gods. As long as the external divine marrow is destroyed, it means the death of the gods. When I fight with you, my divine marrow has entered a state of collapse. When my body is completely crystallized and shattered, my consciousness will fall into a long sleep. Then how should I save you? Save me? Why are you saving me? You gave Jibril life, I think it was Jibril's father. Your death may make Jibril sad, and I don't want her to be sad. Broly said, and was already releasing his life energy to Artiso, but it was useless at all. At this moment, Artiso's body is like a funnel, which will only continuously overflow various energy. The energy he pours in will at most slightly delay Artiso's consciousness and leave the divine body. Sad. Artiso pondered. To put it bluntly, the killing weapon created by the Skywing Seed. He never thought about the impact of his own death on Jibril and the others of the Skywing Seed. It's useless. The collapse of the divine marrow cannot be reversed, but if possible, please take me back to Abondheim. Feeling the treatment Broly tried to perform, Artesha shook his head. Before he was about to die, he suddenly wanted to return to Abondheim and see his creation. Broly agreed, but did not stop the indoctrination of life energy. He directly carried Artesha on the ground and returned to the battlefield. God of War, defeated. The scene of Broly flying back with the God of War on his back caused some riots among the forest spirits and goblins who were still discovering this scene on the battlefield, but they did not dare to do anything. When they saw the tragic situation of the God of War, the Tianyi races who were with the God of War gathered here, and a group of Tianyi races that were still in the form of young girls seemed to be alert to Broly but wanted to get close to this place. The winner has been decided, I have been defeated. He brought me back, not your enemy. Artesius's words made the Tianyi clan temporarily withdraw his hostility. How could it be, Lord Arteshu, how could you be defeated? The group of young girls from the Tianyi race who came over couldn't believe the news that their Lord God had lost. Why can't it be defeated? Artisus asked a question. You are the strongest god with the strongest concept. Azrael said. It's true, but unfortunately my spirit has not been able to support my concept to the extent that it completely exceeds the opponent's strength. My defeat was just because Broly is stronger than me, that's all. Wait, Lord Arteshu, what's wrong with your spirit? It's nothing, it's just about to collapse. Artisus said very calmly, as if he was saying that a fatal injury was nothing. Tianyi's Hong, who heard the words, was stunned at first. After he realized Artis' situation, he became a little anxious. Mr. Artisus, are you leaving us? I can't stop the collapse of the divine marrow, there is nothing I can do about it. Then let us go with you. Why? We are your wings, we are your blades, and the meaning of our existence is to serve you, but now you are about to leave this world, then our Tianyi seed has no meaning of existence. Arteshu is the creator of the Tianyi seed, the old father of the Tianyi seed, and the meaning of the existence of the Tianyi seed. Now that he is about to die, all the Tianyi seed seem to have the ambition to follow him to serve the gods. After Azrael made his statement, Broly's face almost had a question mark. He quickly looked in Jipril and found that the other party's face was full of sadness, and the happiness value on his body was also not surprising, and it was falling. Lord God of War, cheer up, you can't just die like this. After discovering that Jipril might have died suddenly, Broly immediately knelt down and increased the output of Artis' life energy lying on the ground. In just a moment, Artis is about to die was sitting up and seemed to have recovered. However, this is just a rebirth, and the chi in the other person's body is still passing by rapidly. Arteshul looked at the sad group of Tianyizi around him, thinking about the long years they spent with him, and the little memories made him feel reluctant. Artisus moved his mouth and, just as he was about to give the final order as a creator and to order his family to survive, he suddenly saw Broly, who was sweating on his forehead, which was more nervous than when fighting with him, and was increasing his life energy output, and suddenly had a better idea. Ahem, listen to me, you still have meaning to exist. Hearing this, the Tianyi people all looked at him. You serve the strongest god. Now I have lost, but the strongest god has not. As Artesius said this, under the gaze of many Tianyi species, he actively stripped the strongest concept from his body. From today on, the strongest god is him, and he will become the new god you serve. Artiso pulled himself out the strongest. The concept was directly shot on Broly, and the boy was brought to the front of the Tianyi seeds and introduced it loudly. Broly. Get the world-class rule strongest concept, which is given free of charge by the M12 low-latitude world. After obtaining this rule, the host will automatically obtain the identity of the strongest god in the M12 world and obtain the power of the strongest god. This rule will be weakened after leaving the M12 world, but will be retained when encountering stronger and stronger characteristics. World-class rules strongest concept. When encountering stronger enemies, the power of individuals holding this rule is automatically increased. The power of augmentation in the M12 world is permanently retained, and the power of augmentation in the M12 world is temporarily present. The amplification effect will increase as the battle continues until it exceeds the strong enemy. This is the first time in Crystal Palace, facing the existence of neither the host nor the wife, it actively gave information prompts. Broly suddenly got a passive concept skill that might be useless for him, so he stared at the Tianyiza who looked like a group of young girls in front of him. Mr. Arteshu, this is the one who killed you. How can you let us serve our enemies? Azrael immediately expressed her objection. If she had not clearly known that she could not beat the guy who defeated Lord Artiso in front of her, she would probably have directly chosen to attack Broly. Enemy? I don't think so. The long years I have spent since my birth are to wait for such an opponent to appear. It is precisely because of his appearance that my long life of God has meaning. I feel a little regretful about my own sleep. But I am grateful to him. Azrael, can you understand my mood? Azrael and other Tianyi species who resisted serving the command of the new gods could not answer the questions of their own gods. If you can't understand, try to understand. This is the last order I have given to you. With the wailing cry of a Bontheim in the fantasy, the consciousness of the god of war left his divine essence and passed away with the wind. Chapter 249 If a sister-in-law comes from another world, she will definitely beat her up. The god of war Arthu, this god born from war and ended from war. Not only did he wave his sleeves, he did not take away any clouds, but he also left a lot of his own legacy to Broly, the Saiyan boy who defeated him. The apostle of the god of war Bontheim, who looks like a fantasy life in the huge sky city, has a bit of the feeling of a giant sky curtain beast, and is still alive today, with a total of 164 individuals of the Tianyi species, who are wise and can be used as a Tianyi species. They are all the Skywing species created by the god of war before Jipril. If the sisters are sorted in the order of birth, it will be the existence of 164 sisters. According to the order of Lord Artiso, the 165 remaining individuals of the Tianyi species in our surviving unit will serve you, Lord Broly. A bunch of young girls from the Skywinged species knelt down on one knee in front of Broly, and Azrael, the leader, said this coldly. She could not object to the last order given by her creator, so her bad attitude was her last stubbornness. If you don't want to do this, you can't do this. Broly could feel the other person's indifference, so he said. This is the order of Lord Artiso. Even if I don't want to do it, I will do it. Azrael refused this kind of goodwill. Broly thought that he would slap his butt and leave, so he didn't say much. He looked at Jibril, walked over and asked, "Are you okay? What can I do?" Jibril asked back. "But you are very unhappy, sorry." Broly apologized. "Why are you apologizing for something?" Jibril asked. "I shouldn't be the mainstay with your creation, so that I won't die." Broly said that other things may be lie, but the rise and fall of the happiness value displayed by Crystal Palace will not be lie. When the God of War died, Jibril's happiness value line continued to decline, and did not drop sharply, but continued to decline. "Ha, do you think I'm sad about Lord Artesio's death?" "No, Lord Artesio was happy to leave this world, he was fully satisfied, and I did not feel sad about such a thing." "Then are you unhappy?" Mr. Artesis said that I hope I can grow to the point of defeating him in the future, but now he is dead, but I can never defeat him again, you. As he was talking, little Jibril fell off a little pearl and beat the Saiyan boy in front of him with his hands while crying. But whether it is sad for being unable to challenge the God of War or for the death of Artesius, the old father, is a little confused. "You can't defeat, but you can defeat me, I defeated, and as long as you defeat me, it proves that you can defeat." Broly's words were a bit difficult to say, but he was comforting Jibril. Jibril was comforted by him, put his hands on Broly's neck, and blinked the big eyes of little Pearl and asked, "When I defeat you, can I cut down your realistic head and collect it?" Broly. From the beginning of yesterday to the present, this girl from Tianyi still loves her head so much. "If you can defeat me." However, Broly agreed. Jibril's happiness value rises. After the happiness value continued to decline, it was finally reversed because of his promise. Lord Broly. And just after he agreed to Jibril, other sky-winged seeds came over. "What?" Broly looked at them in confusion. "We also want to defeat you and cut off your head. Can you allow us to challenge you in the future?" The winged species of these young girls shaking their furry ears, looking forward to looking at the new god they serve. "What nonsense are you all talking about? Azrael may be the Tianyi species that hates Broly the most, but at this time he still stood up to stop other Tianyi species from saying such disrespectful words to the new god. It doesn't matter. If they want to do this, I can allow them to do this, including you, and I will allow you to do this." However, Broly gave these Tianyi species a positive answer, just because although these Tianyi species are not wives, they are all considered Jibril's sisters. According to the increase in Jibril's happiness value, they should be able to make them happy, so Broly doesn't mind being treated as prey. Of course, the premise is that these Tianyi seeds can travel through the world when they want to do something, and go to Wanpa Star to find him. If there is really a Tianyi crop that can travel through the world, Broly doesn't mind beating Wanpaxing to find his Tianyi crop. There is a saying that doesn't mean that if a friend comes from afar, will he be punished even if he is far away? Strange intracranial knowledge has increased. Broly shook his head and threw away the strange knowledge that emerged in his mind. With the promise of allowing the Tianyi clan to challenge him in the future, he cheered up a group of depressed Tianyi clans, and even Azrael eased his cold attitude. "Mr. Broly, do you need to clean up the battlefield now?" Azrael asked. "Tidy." Broly was a little puzzled. It's whether to solve the group of inferior creatures below. Raphael, who had only single-piece wings, pointed to the army of goblins and the forest spirits below and said, "However, before we solve those foolish creatures, we need to restore our strength. There is a recovery technique on a Bondheim, which can help the Tianyishan recover its strength quickly. Of course, if the new god they serve decides to take action by themselves, it should not be necessary for the power of their Tianyi seed." After fighting with Artis, Broly seamlessly became the master of the Tianyi seed. Now he has to make the final decision on the three-way battlefield. However, Broly has not figured out what is happening right now, but one thing is certain, it is undesirable to eliminate the army where my wife exists below. Broly flew directly from a Bondheim and landed directly into the military formation of the Senjing clan. Under the vigilant eyes of a group of forest spirits, he came to the front of the military commander-in-chief of the forest spirits. "What are you planning to do?" Cinque Nilbalion asked cautiously. "I want to ask you, can you make friendly friendships with me when it comes to becoming my wife?" Broly asked bluntly. The forest sperm next to them opened their mouths wide. "Are you kidding me?" Even Cinque Nilba thought that the guy in front of him was playing with him. The gods have diverse personalities, so it is not surprising that a guy who likes to play with people appears. No, this is not a joke. I'm saying this seriously. I think you promised to be my wife in the future. Broly said seriously, with a serious expression without any joking. Sinki Nilbalian. The Morijing also has the concept of marriage, but she doesn't understand why she said such words to her by defeating the god of war in front of her. If I don't agree, will you be killed? Sink Nilbalian asked with his eyes narrowed. No, I will only respect your decision and will not kill you. Broly shook his head and denied the other party's words of paranoid illness. The scene fell into a strange silence, and the two tall and short looked at each other. The Mori seaman next to him held his breath and was waiting for his commander's answer. At the same time, he was also worried that if his commander refused the other party, it might anger the terrifying existence in front of him. A strange request, but I don't seem to have the right to refuse. No matter whether you are saying true or false, it will be difficult for me and my clan to refuse this request. Then, the famous family leader of the Senjing family, I, Sinki Nilbalian, promise to be your wife. Sink Nilbalian showed a false smile on her face. After thinking clearly about the situation she was facing, she stretched out her hand without hesitation. Broly, the scion from Wan Pastar. Broly introduced himself, then took the hand of a blonde, big breasts, long ears, and sperm woman, and then went to the next step. Since you have promised to become my wife in the future, let's talk about how to make you feel happy. Love it. Hey, is it progressing so fast? Although he has been serving as the position of military commander-in-chief of the Senjing family and has no free time to do normal sex with his spouse, it does not mean that Sinki Nilbalian does not understand the behavior of reproduction. Of course, my time, well, it seems like there is a little more now, but in comparison, it's still quite nervous. Do you have any wishes to realize it? Broly's stay time, after he received the concept of strongest given by the god of war and obtained the identity of strongest, the world's rejection of him was much reduced. It was manifested in the obvious that he was now staying, which came 29 days, 11 hours and 23 minutes, but this time was still tense, so he asked the forest spirit in front of him directly. Wish. Sink Nilba was stunned and then realized that the other party did not want to enjoy her body. The military commander-in-chief of the Morijing family had a look of thought flashing in his eyes, and he asked with a smile, "Can you realize any wish for me if I say anything?" It depends on what kind of wish it is. If it is something I can do and also make you happy, I can help you realize it. Broly didn't take on a big bag. After all, Jipril wanted his brain's wish, so he couldn't help her realize it in reality. Furthermore, if the other party asks him to kill another wife, or does something that makes the other wife sad, will he do it or not? Well, what if I want to ask you to help me bring the commander-in-chief of the goblin seed to me? Sink Nilbalian tried to say. What is the goblin species? It's the guy on the airship over there. Then you wait. Broly left this sentence and headed towards the airship in the distance. Who are you, the commander-in-chief of the goblin species? Broly asked. After spending some effort, he found Ronnie Delauer. I wonder what your lord has to give. Ronnie Delauer also expressed respect for the unknown existence of defeating the god of war and asked. Sink Nilbalian, I want me to take you over to her. Broly said his purpose. When he heard this, the goblin species around Ronnie pointed the weapon in his hand at the Saiyan boy in front of him. Everyone knows that the goblin and the forest spirit are mortal enemies, let alone the commander-in-chief who has fought with each other for many years. There must be nothing good to be taken over. Can you ask, why did you help her? Ronnie stopped the goblin species around her and asked the boy who was about the same height as her. She is willing to be my wife, this is her wish. Broly answered. Ronnie. Sir Ronnie, let's fight with the Senjing Gren. The goblins around him shouted, they have never been good-tempered. Fight with one's head, the result is that we are all destroyed. Ronnie Delauer whispered a few words to his adjutant and came to Broly. I'm willing to go with you, sir, but please let my tribe go. He said. Yes, my purpose is just to take you back. Broly nodded. Ronnie was taken away by the Saiyans, and after he left, his adjutant began to issue orders for retreat. The goblin-type airship assisted the troops on the ground, but kept on alert and retreated little by little. And this kind of behavior was also discovered by the forest spirit. Sir Sinki Nilbalian, this is a good opportunity. The adjutant beside her reminded. Sink, I'll bring you back the commander-in-chief of the goblin species you want. Before Sink Nilba's order was made, Broly returned with Ronnie Delauer. The short goblin-type commander was placed on the ground by Broly. Ahem, Lord Sinknilbalion, I wonder what's wrong with you asking this lord to bring me to you. Ronnie tried to remain calm. We are life and death enemies. Guess what's wrong with me if I asked him to bring you over, Lord Delaunier? Sinknilba asked with a smile. Enemy of life and death? That's just a different position and each of them is his own tribe. However, I originally thought you would beat me upright on the battlefield, but I didn't expect that I would use the off-balance move and let this adult catch me directly. Ronnie became sarcastic. You are right about the outside trick, but this is not what I took the initiative. It is because Your Excellency Broly has taken a fancy to me and voluntarily wants to do something for me. If you have the ability, you can also ask him to do something for you. Unfortunately, you don't seem to have the luck of me. Sinknilbalion's happiness value rises. What is more happy than trying to squeak in front of an old opponent? Sinknilbalion was very happy. Unexpectedly, the person who came to the door actually helped him realize his wish. Do you have any other wishes? After Sinknilbalion asked the commander of the goblin species to be taken down to detain him, Broly asked again. Then can you help me eliminate the Tianyi seed? She asked, pointing to the sky city above her head. This won't work. Broly refused decisively. Can you ask, why not? After discovering that Broly had no malice towards him, Sinknilbalion he asked with the courage to ask. There is another wife in the Tianyi seed. What about destroying other Tianyi seeds? Sinknilba asked. Will you feel sad if I destroy your companions? Broly asked without answering a question. I see. Sinknilba nodded and understood the boy's rejection. What if it's the leopard species that eliminated and retreated? But she changed her question. Chapter 250, The Battle to Promote Relationship. Broly thought for a while and shook his head. I have promised the other party to let his ethnic group go. He pointed to the commander-in-chief of the goblin species in the distance and said that it was very important to promise this kind of thing. Of course, sometimes it is okay to destroy the promise, and Master Akia gave him a flexible moral bottom line. However, the relationship between the long-eared sperm in front of him cannot reach this level. Besides, what if there is an unknown wife in the goblin species? After all the considerations, and he didn't like killing much, he refused Sinknilbalion's request. If I ordered now to launch an attack on the retreating goblin species, would you stop me? Sinknilbalion asked again. Won't. Broly gave an affirmative reply. Sinknilbalion pondered, and the adjutant approached, wanting to listen to her instructions. However, the commander-in-chief of the blonde, big-breasted, long-eared, meshes, finally shook his head. Their condition is not very good. Although the goblin species are similar, there are differences after all. Most goblins use their own forged weapons, while their forest sprites use real elves in their bodies. Instead of fighting and exchanging soldiers now, it is better to slow down. Anyway, Ronnie Delaunier, the commander-in-chief of the goblin species, has fallen into her hands, and the group of goblin species that are not very good at brains, will have the chance to control them in the future. The detecting of the elves is a species of mechanical cabbage. At this moment, the detection method of the Senjing species was effective, and they discovered the individuals of the Metaphila appearing above their heads. After the Jikai crop was transferred out of the subspace, it flew straight towards this side. The Mori seed was alert, but did not attack without authorization. Since the Dragon King Yan and its dragon were beaten to death by the Jikai crop, no race in this world would easily challenge the Jikai crop. This neutral race with the characteristics of the hornet's nest, but it is hard to say whether the Jikai crop is neutral now. His Excellency Broly, Lord Rick asked me to come and ask you, is the battle over? GK Ishong approached without any obstacles, and after arriving at the Saiyan boy, he stood still and asked a question directly. It's over, Artesio is dead. Broly answered. Very good. Rick, who knew the answer, could not hide his excitement and waved his remaining right fist. Reminder that concepts are infinite, and new gods will be born from new concepts. If the Star Cup, which represents the only god's authority, does not have a definite master, a new war will appear. Even if new gods will not be born in a short period of time, the battle between the old gods will also exist. The probability of the forest spirit species and the goblin species continuing to fight later is as high as 98%. Faced with Rick's excitement, the general commander of the Cycle Group, Ainz, gave the analysis and judgment of the Cycle Group. Well, I can't be proud of it, but Broly won, and he won the God of War with dignity. It would be natural to win the Star Cup. At that time, as long as you ask him to make the world peaceful, this should be something that can be done, right? Rick said expectantly. Now the elf corridor that penetrates the planet, the Star Cup has a 91% chance of appearing directly next to His Excellency Broly. The possibility of realizing world peace is highly likely to agree based on the degree of His Excellency Broly's desire for food. Due to the lack of information, we cannot judge the specific probability. Wait, where is 9% of the Star Cup appear? There are still other gods left in this world, and they account for a total of 9%. That's how it is. His Excellency Rick asks His Excellency Broly to bring peace to this world that has been trapped in war for too long. GK Ishong told Rick's request in front of Sink Nilbalian. What do I want to do? Tell everyone directly, don't you want to have peace? Broly asked. No, Your Excellency Broly only needs to break through the planet and get the Star Cup that triggers the war, that's enough. Sink Nilbalian's ears were trembling. In front of her, the Commander-in-Chief of the extremely ambitious Forest Jingzi military advisor, was it really good? Then will I break through the planet and get the Star Cup now? Broly asked again. No, please go to the place where there are few people, or where Your Excellency Rick is, and do this. GK Ishong replied. Broly agreed. Just as he was about to leave with GK Ishong, his hand was held by Sink Nilba who was squatting behind him. I also want to know what the Star Cup looks like. Can you please bring me there? Sinky Nilbalian asked for help and took the Saiyan boy's hand to his fullness. The Commander-in-Chief of the Mori Jing Genius Army did not mind using the advantages he had, but he looked like a pure and unpretentious request. Certainly. Broly didn't agree, but he didn't get any seduction skills, he just simply thought that this was nothing. How can this be done? On the other hand, Rick, who learned about the situation, wanted to refuse instead of Broly. He did not have a good impression of Sink Nilbalian, the Commander-in-Chief of the Sephora, and thought that the other party was a scheming guy. He knew that the other party wanted to see the ceremony of the Star Cup, and what were his plans. However, Rick did not act rashly. It was impolite to make decisions on behalf of others, not to mention that the other party was also the wife who was favored by Broly. He did not feel that he had the weight to make decisions on behalf of the other party. His Excellency Rick said that it is better to have fun alone than to have fun. The ceremony of the Star Cup appears, and you also invite Miss Jipril and his sister Crony to join us, and then do it again. What do you think? Broly cared about wife very much. Although Rick didn't know the other party's criteria for choosing a wife, he directly thought of how to restrict the Commander-in-Chief of Mori Singh. Good. Broly agreed readily to this. His Excellency Broly, do you have more than one wife? Sink Nilbalian asked with a smile. Yes, I have a lot of wives, what's wrong? Broly looked at the forest spirit and did not deny this. Then will you treat them better than me? Not necessarily, but for the moment, it should be. To be honest, Broly's wife is also close and distant. On the one hand, it is to look at the happiness points he once gave him, and on the other hand, it is to look at the depth of his friendship with him. For example, Fujimura Okawa in the first world is not too many points, but his position in Broly can be placed at a level similar to Master Akiya. Then how should I make you treat me better than them? Sinky Nilbalian came closer to ask. There was a pleasant smell of flowers on her body. As long as you can feel happier, that's enough. Broly answered. Hearing this, Sink Nilbalian showed doubt on his face. By the way, can you go to heaven? Do you mean flying? No, what's wrong? Then I'll take you flying. Before Sinky Nilbalian could react, his body was carried by Broly. Sink Nilbalian. Amid the adjutant's exclamation, she went straight to heaven. The posture was very indecent, lying on the boy's shoulder, like a pork blow carried by a butcher. Don't worry, I'll go back, you guys go back first. After the initial panic, Sink Nilbalian quickly calmed down and shouted to the adjutant below. After the goblin species lost its commander-in-chief, the commander-in-chief of the forest species was also taken away. Broly led Sink Nelba to a Bontheim above his head. I'm going to get the Star Cup and end the war in this world. Who do you want to go and see it? As soon as he came up, Broly said bluntly and invited him, as if the ceremony to make the Star Cup appear was a considerable thing for everyone. Tianyisa looked at each other, but most of them were curious and expressed their desire to see. Jipril is no exception. However, before this, she still has a question that needs to be answered. What is this? Did you bring it to the food you are ready to grill and eat it? Little Jipril pointed to the plump forest sperm woman beside Broly and asked. Sinky Nilbalion. This is my wife, the same wife as you. Broly introduced to Jipril. Her name is Zink Nilbalion. It's only been how long, another one came. Jipril complained and sniffed around Zink Nilbalion. What? Zink Nilbalion was a little nervous. She still remembered that when she used the capital of her own race as bait to almost kill the entire goblin army, it was because of the Tianyi seed that suddenly broke into the battlefield that the plan ultimately failed. You long-eared guy, when you see you, I think of the things that were intercepted by the magic placing on the sky when you passed by a forest. Jipril didn't have a good sense of the forest spirit species. At that time, she just flew leisurely over the forest spirit species forest, but was beaten by the interception technique in the sky. Wait, you were the Tianyi seeds that bombarded our capital with the sky strike 23 years ago. Zink Nilbalion widened his eyes. Is that interception technique arranged by your forest spiritual sex? Little Jipril raised her eyebrows immediately. She didn't pay attention to the interception technique in the sky at that time. Whether it was arranged by the goblin species or the forest species, she just directly bombarded both sides with the sky, almost crippled both sides, and then left with satisfaction. No, that's definitely an interception technique arranged by the goblin species. Sinky Nilba was hurriedly ruling, but in fact, they should have arranged the interception technique of the goblin airship, which is specially designed to deal with the interception technique of the goblin airship. However, looking at the young girl from Tianyi who looked a little unkind, how could she admit it at this time? Really, see Europe, I am sure they fought with the goblin species and lured the goblin species into the capital. They originally wanted to directly destroy the entire goblin species army at the cost of the capital, but inexplicably encountered a surprise attack from the Tianyi species. Before this, Zink Nilbalion had never figured out why the Tianyi clan suddenly attacked them back then, but now he fully understood. However, Zink Nilbalion felt even more uncomfortable. When normal people saw them fighting with goblins, they would not ignore the battlefield and fly over directly. Only the Tianyi seed, the guy who doesn't take them seriously at all, will do this. But just fly, you are strong, you are awesome. But after being beaten by the interception technique, you can lose your temper and blow up both sides. Isn't it really arranged by you group of inferior creatures living in the forest? Jipril was a little suspicious. Calm down, don't be angry, don't expose it. Zink Nilbalion forced a smile and replied, it's really not what we arranged. Snort. Jipril snorted coldly. She was not so easy to fool, but she didn't continue to care. After all, this happened a bit long, and she also made a corresponding counterattack. But I don't like this guy, I feel she's hypocritical. Jipril pointed at Zink Nilbalion and bluntly expressed his annoying attitude. Just get used to it. Broly shrugged and replied, there are not nothing that wives hate each other, such as Akia and Huai, but in the end they are not getting along well, which requires running in. Sinky Nilbalion. She hates such straightforward guys. Even if Jipril is right, she prefers the saying that there is a gap in her heart than the hypocritical statement. You don't like me, and I don't like you either, a war-torn poker. Sinky Nilbalion looked at Broly next to him and suddenly replied. What did you say? Jipril glared at her. The next moment, the long-eared sperm seemed to be frightened and hid directly behind the Saiyan boy. His Excellency Broly, she wants to hurt me, you will protect me, right? Jipril. It seemed as if I could smell the scent of tea that began to float in the air. Broly. He is not unfamiliar with this kind of play. In the past world, Master Akia and the others would occasionally play like this. Especially when there are relatively large disadvantages in fighting with other people, they will try to use them to eliminate the disadvantages and reopen the situation of confrontation. But Broly has never encountered such a situation where he was preparing to use him to eliminate his disadvantages before he even started a fight. Or, you fight first, and I'll protect you when you are in danger. Broly said, giving up the position to block Jipril. Zink Nilbalion. You monkey who always hides in the forest, see what you want. Before she could react, Jipril rushed up. The little one jumped up and slapped the other person on the side with a slap. Oh! Zink Nilba suffered a lot and immediately fought back. You damn bird man! The 8th level technique was activated, but it turned off in an instant, and a Bondheim roared. This is its body and its domain. If you want to control the spirit power to damage the Tianyi seed here, you have to be stronger than it. Obviously, Cinque Nilbalian cannot surpass the fantasy. With 2 more snaps, her chest was attacked again. Damn it! After discovering that the technique could not be used, Cinque Nilbalian could only use it and pinch Gipril's face. The reason why it was not the neck was because she realized that Broly might intervene if she was in danger of life. It hurts. Gipril, who was in the shape of a young girl, whimpered in pain, but was not willing to be outdone and grabbed the chest of the forest sperm and pinched it hard. Hiss! Cinque Nilba took a deep breath and used even more force. Let me go. You guys should let me go. At this moment, the 2 people who were squatting had no image, whether it was the image of the Tianyi crop or the image of the commander-in-chief of the Senjing crop. Do you care if they are like this? GK Ishong looked at it for a while and couldn't help asking. Why do you have to worry about it? Some conflicts can enhance the relationship between wives. Broly sat cross-legged on the side, not trying to intervene at all. Gipril, use some strength. Other Tianyi species gathered together unknowingly, but there was no intention of intervening at all. I don't have the power of elf, and now I'm fighting with my body. Gipril thought this was a big disadvantage, but the surrounding Tianyishan didn't think so. I can fight a group of forest spirits even without using elves.